Well, good morning, everybody. I am Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us here for our Fox 35 News Plus coverage of the Suitcase murder trial. Whether you are watching us live on Fox Local, on your phone, on your TV, if you're watching us on fox35orlando.com/watch, or if you are joining us on our YouTube stream, we appreciate you joining us here for day 2 of the Suitcase murder trial. Day 1 on Friday, we covered a lot of ground there, heard from 10 witnesses, saw some key evidence introduced, including body camera video, crime scene photos, and then actual physical evidence, including those wine bottles, the baseball bat, and even the suitcase. So a lot of that on day 1 and more expected today on day 2. Want to give you a live look inside the courtroom right now as we are waiting on this trial to begin. Let me go ahead and pull up the feed there, see if there's, it doesn't sound like there's anything going on yet. We do see the judge inside the chambers there, and that camera feed now going to a shot of the seal. So 9 a.m. was the scheduled return time for the jurors. It doesn't look like we are getting started right at 9, but we do expect court to resume shortly. But before we kind of jump into everything that happened today, or everything that's going to happen today, want to go ahead and take a step back to Friday and play a piece for you that recaps what happened. So Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte put together this piece on Friday that kind of just serves as a recap of a busy day 1 in the trial. So let's go ahead and check that out.
Several witnesses took the stand today, including a crime scene investigator who was on the scene back in 2020. During that, 3 key pieces of evidence were introduced to the courtroom, including the 2 bottles of wine that Jorge Torres and Sarah Boone allegedly drank that night, the baseball bat that the state and the defense say Boone hit Torres with, and the suitcase that Jorge Torres was found dead in.
What you will not hear are tears. You will not hear sorrow.
The suitcase in this case was a physical restraint or a blocking of an attack, but it was unconventional. Self-defense nonetheless.
A malicious murder or self-defense? It's now up to a jury to decide if Sarah Boone is guilty of second-degree murder. She's accused of zipping her boyfriend Jorge Torres up in a suitcase and leaving him to die back in 2020.
State, you may call your first witness.
The state started calling witnesses Friday morning, starting with one of Torres's brothers.
Back on February 23rd, 2020, did you have an occasion to talk to your brother on that day?
Yes, sir.
He testified he could hear Boone in the background that day. That phone call was around 7:30 p.m.
And she was yelling about, "He's choking me," or "Tell him about choking me." Did that statement surprise you?
Not really.
Then a former neighbor took the stand, claiming he heard Torres and Boone arguing the night Torres died.
There was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time, and I literally felt the wall shake and it stopped me mid-conversation.
She testified that sound was around 11:15 p.m. The 2 videos investigators say they took from Boone's phone of Torres in the suitcase were taken at 11:12 p.m. and 11:23 p.m. In those clips, you can hear Torres calling out Sarah's name, saying he couldn't breathe.
He thought it would be funny to be put in the suitcase.
It wasn't until the next morning when Boone allegedly called 911 about Torres' death.
You want to help clear the back bedrooms real quick, just make sure there's nobody else in here?
When deputies showed up, they found Torres' body next to the suitcase inside the house. Court resumes at 9 a.m. on Monday. Reporting in Orlando, Stephanie Buffamonte, Fox 35 News.
and give you another live look inside the courtroom here, where we expect the prosecution to continue its case here shortly. So we tried to get a little clarification from our reporter in the courtroom, Stephanie Buffamonte. She said she's not exactly sure what was going on. Again, we did see the judge inside the courtroom a moment ago. It looked like the attorneys were there as well. I don't believe Sarah Boone had been brought in yet. The jury definitely had not been brought in yet. But then the judge did just walk out a moment ago while we were on the stream here. So we are still waiting on the start of day 2 of the Suitcase murder trial in Orange County. This is courtroom 12A, a live look right there. From inside the courtroom, where things should be getting going here shortly, but we can get you up to speed and discuss a little bit more about everything that happened on Friday. As I said a minute ago, we did hear from 10 witnesses on Friday after opening arguments. And opening arguments was about an hour in total. Each attorney spoke for about 30 minutes or so, kind of laying out what the jury can expect to hear. And I want to play for you now. I got a little bit of a recap from the opening arguments. From first, we're going to hear from the prosecution, and then we will hear from the defense attorney. And you can kind of hear how they framed this case for jurors at the outset.
What you will not hear are tears. You will not hear sorrow. You will hear a certain level of concern. My boyfriend and I were playing last night. Put him in a suitcase, and we were playing hide-and-seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened. He had blood coming out of his mouth. Don't know if it was an aneurysm. Pulled him out of the suitcase, tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase, and I fell asleep. He's not awake, he's purple, he's not breathing. But at the end of the day, after you hear all of the evidence in this case, particularly straight from the horse's mouth, the video, where you don't have to rely upon the credibility of anything other than your own 2 eyes and your own 2 ears, the state admits that you're going to return a guilty verdict for second-degree murder. What the evidence is going to show is that the defendant killed Mr. Torres because she decided he deserved it. Not because the evidence will show an objective, reasonable person in her circumstances needed to.
Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres were down and out, as you can be. Their life centered around alcohol. Both of them suffered from, used to be called alcoholism, now it's called alcohol abuse syndrome. And so day to day, they struggle with the use of alcohol. You can imagine that. It affected their jobs. It affected keeping employment. It affected even getting a job. As codependent as you can be towards each other. And you're going to learn with all that was domestic violence. And that Jorge Torres physically abused Sarah Boone. The first video, George's, the suitcase is flipped upside down. The zipper's on the bottom. 11 minutes later, Sarah has flipped it right side up. Again, open for him to get out. And it's only 22 seconds. And you hear George say, Sarah. And that's it. Now, the key to the case is that 11 minutes. And what happened during that 11 minutes. Okay? That is the key to this case. Sarah Boone will take the stand. She will explain what happened. She will explain why it happened. The evidence will show that she was justified in the action she took to prevent an attack from Jorge Torres, which the law acknowledges that every one of us has a right to invoke, the right of self-defense.
All right, so that was a recap of the opening arguments from Friday, where we heard from both attorneys kind of laying out their case and that kind of thing for the jurors. Speaking of the jurors, from our reporter in the courtroom, her understanding is that not all of the jurors are here yet, and that could be a reason for the delay this morning. You are looking live inside courtroom 12A in the Orange County Courthouse, where we are waiting for day 2 of the Suitcase murder trial to begin. Still no indication as to when this will start. Jurors, we do know, we're asked to be here by 9 a.m., but that may not have been the case, and can't start without them. We do know that the jury is composed of 8 women and 6 men. Now, this is a 6-person jury. There are 8 alternates. We don't know at this time, obviously, the breakdown of the actual jurors and the alternates, and what the composition might be of the panel that ends up deliberating and making this decision, whenever that might be. This is expected to be at least a 2-week trial, so we do expect this to continue at least through the end of this week. Now, I do want to play for you because we talked with Whitney Boone, a local attorney, to ask why this is a case that only requires 6 jurors, and this was the explanation that she gave us.
It's different in every state, but oftentimes I think because classically we do, as a society, based on media, television, movies, whatever, 12 Angry Men, we think of jurors being on a jury of 12 people. In Florida, the only way under state law that you get a jury of 12 people is if it's a capital case where the death penalty is on the table, so a capital murder case, or an eminent domain case where the government's trying to take somebody's land. Other than that, every jury, including even if it's like a lesser degree of murder, like second-degree murder in this case, you're only getting jurors of 6 people. It is very common that there's a lot of alternates in a case where we think it's going to take a long time because things can just happen, and so an emergency could happen to a juror where then they can no longer serve on the jury, let's say. So we have alternates or backups that then they sit through the trial, and the jurors themselves, they don't know if they're an alternate or not. So they're sitting through the jury just thinking they're a juror in the case. Everybody has to go with that same responsibility. If at the end of the case, they don't need any of the alternates, it's at the very end before the jury goes to deliberate that then they're told, okay, well, you were an alternate and you're not the actual juror. But we only do 6 in Florida. And I know that that's something that's confusing to people because it's not what you see on TV or in the movies.
Yeah, certainly something different, but we wanted to play that for you and explain a little bit as to why. Now, I want to show you this in case you are joining us on our YouTube stream. I know a lot of folks are, and we appreciate you joining us on YouTube, but I also want to point you in the direction to where you can find more of our Suitcase murder trial content. And this is on the Fox Local app. This is what it would look like if you download it on your smart TV. So you could download it, you select the city. We are Fox 35 Orlando, and then this is kind of the main page. When you click on it, you're going to see our live stream. Right now, our morning show, Good Day Orlando, is going on our main stream. If you go to scroll down just a little bit further, you will see our main page for the Suitcase murder trial. This is what it looks like, and you can click there and watch the live stream as we continue to carry this trial for you gavel to gavel here. Now, if you scroll down just below that, you're going to see a bunch of videos here. We have been clipping these videos as these key moments happen throughout the trial. So if you scroll through here, you can see opening statements. That's a bit of a highlight reel there of the opening statements. The suitcase and baseball bat, crime scene evidence that was presented. We'll show those moments to you here in just a minute. the full 20 minutes where the crime scene investigator walked us through all of those crime scene photos on the projector. That happened on Friday and took quite a bit of time. You can watch that whole thing. Pretty much everyone who has testified, the body camera video, and if you keep going, you will also be able to find all of our previous coverage. And some of these videos, these raw videos that have been entered into evidence, including the body camera video, the 911 call, all of those things, the interrogation videos that we have not even gotten to yet in the trial, you can watch those right now on Fox Local on demand by going through this page where we have all of our coverage and prior coverage of the Suitcase murder trial. Obviously, this happened back in 2020. And so over the past 4 years, this has gotten a lot of attention, and we have covered it extensively here at Fox 35 Orlando. And so we've got a lot of coverage for you. And so I want to direct you to Fox Local, where you can find all of that if you are joining us on our YouTube stream. Now, you may be watching us on Fox Local right now. We also appreciate you joining us as we do so carry this trial here. And again, give you another live picture as we are still waiting on the start of day 2 of this trial. And while we're waiting, I do want to show you that video that I was just talking about as the key pieces of evidence were unveiled. So let me pull that up for you so you can see this. This was on Friday. And you see the crime scene investigator here. These are the wine bottles. First, we saw the crime scene photos as she, with those wine bottles in the trash when the investigators and detectives first showed up to the scene. These are those wine bottles, those magnum-sized wine bottles, 1.75 liters, that were found in the trash, empty, at the time that investigators showed up after 911 was called the morning after all of this happened. So then we see the baseball bat. This is the baseball bat that prosecutors say Sarah Boone may have used to hit Jorge Torres with while he was in that suitcase. So interesting moments as this was taken out of that wrapper there and published, as they say, shown basically to the jury. So they are on the other side of that and seeing all of this. And then really the one of the bigger moments, I would say, on Friday was when we saw the suitcase. I mean, if you're watching this, you have probably seen that video with Jorge Torres inside the suitcase. This is that suitcase. In fact, I've got the dimensions written down here. If I can flip back through my notes from Friday, 28 by 20 by 8 7/8 inches. That's the size of that suitcase. So lengthwise, a little longer than 2 feet, a little shorter than 2 feet the other way, and then depth-wise, just 8 inches. So, well, almost 9 inches. But you see the crime scene investigator unzipping that. And one of the questions the prosecutor asked was they asked about what it was like zipping what the zipper was like on that. You could see at the very beginning, it looked like she was having a little bit of trouble with getting that open. And she did say, after all of this, she did say, when asked about it, it was, quote, it was a little difficult getting that unzipped. And that kind of thing. So that prosecutors obviously asking that because one of the things that we know the defense is saying is that Jorge Torres had his arm out and was going to try to get out, and Sarah Boone was concerned for her safety, and that this was one reason why they say this was done in self-defense and that kind of thing. So interesting to hear the prosecutors already try to push back against that a little bit by having asking the prosecutor about the ease of the zipper with that suitcase. Now you also have to keep in mind that has been inside that box that it was taken out of for whoever knows how long. But certainly prosecutors trying to make their argument. But you see that live picture there now. We are still waiting on day 2 to begin here inside the courtroom, courtroom 12A in the Orange County courtroom, where Sarah Boone is on trial for second-degree murder in the death of Jorge Torres, who was her boyfriend at the time. We heard a lot Friday about the troubled relationship that the two had. in the recap that we played a few minutes ago, you heard some of the discussion about their relationship with alcohol as well, and the role that that played in the two's relationship. But I want to play for you a little bit of a cut here, a little bit of a super cut of some of the testimony that we heard. We heard from a number of witnesses, 10 of them, including the brother of George Torres, including the ex-husband of Sarah Boone. So I've got about an 8-minute clip here that I want to play for you that kind of covers all the ground that we covered on Friday, the things that we heard on Friday while we're waiting on more testimony to begin here. So let me go ahead and play that for you and kind of set the scene for day 2 as we wait on more witnesses to be called in the Suitcase murder trial.
Now, in the background of that conversation on the evening of February 23rd, 2020, what did you hear?
Sarah's in the background yelling.
You recognized her voice?
Yes.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
Maybe 10 minutes, I think it was.
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so that was it. We just hung out.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last conversation I had. Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
And where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
And approximately what time?
It was
this?
pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m., like right around there.
And do you remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, probably 4 to 5 months before that.
So 4 or 5 months before February of 2020.
Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning on that day, what did she tell you?
Pretty much just kind of like, if I do hear anything, like through the walls or whatever is out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut. Like, don't really speak about it or anything like that or say anything to anyone. And I just was like, okay.
Did she make any motions with her hands?
Yeah, like just kind of like, finger over the lips, like kind of shh, like keep it hush, like that kind of thing.
So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me, like it was falling down the stairs.
Did this affect the walls that were between your two apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate. I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about we could literally it shook both of our rooms.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with the defendant about what happened?
I never saw her after that. She would have. Yeah, I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were asked by the state if you ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or George Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah. I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead, and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
Did you go inside of her apartment?
I walked in the front door into the little tiled area, like entranceway thing.
What, if anything, did you observe when you made it to that point?
Looking into the living room, I could see like the end of his feet and maybe a little bit of some legs that were kind of coming out around the backside of the kitchen area.
Did you continue to go into the apartment?
No.
Where did you go?
Sarah told me she was going to call 911 and go outside and have a cigarette and a drink and asked me to come out there with her, and I told her that I didn't really feel comfortable being inside, and I went out front and got in my car and waited for people to show up.
Did you witness the defendant call 911?
I think I was in there when she dialed it and first got somebody on the phone, but I wasn't there for the whole conversation. No, I was outside.
No, we process DNA or collect swabs for DNA, and then that's submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for conventional DNA analysis.
You did that with a sample from the inside of Sarah Boone's mouth.
Her buccal swabs were submitted to the FDLE.
And who made that decision?
The detective and I.
Who made the decision not to bother to do a DNA analysis on the blood from the items within the suitcase or the suitcase itself?
That was a discussion between the detective and I.
And you chose not to do that?
No, we did not.
You assumed that the blood inside the suitcase belonged to Jorge Torres, correct?
There was blood observed in the suitcase.
But you don't know who that belonged to because you didn't bother to analyze it or have it analyzed, correct?
The blood was not tested.
Now, State's Exhibit B, the bat, you took that into evidence. Was that, again, a collaborative decision by yourself and the lead detective?
Yes.
And what efforts did you make to have the bat analyzed, given the fact that it was apparently evidence?
It was just collected as evidence from the scene.
Did you advise either the lead detective or anybody else involved with this investigation that there may be matters that could be analyzed when analyzing the bat that would help or assist in the investigation of this matter?
It's my job to do the documentation and the collection of evidence.
Well, you said it was a collaborative effort between yourself and the lead detective, so did you participate in that decision?
We chose to collect the bat and put it into evidence.
And so there was a fiber analysis done on the bat to determine whether or not it was used to strike Jorge Torres when he was in the suitcase. Was there not?
Pardon?
In fact, there was not, was it? There was no effort to analyze the bat.
I'm going to object. I don't believe the witness had an opportunity to answer the question.
Sustained.
I'm sorry. Please.
Can you repeat the question?
If I can remember it, I will. Do you know that there was any effort made in this particular investigation, the investigation of Sarah Boone, to analyze the bat for fibers?
No, there was not.
And why was that not done?
It was not done.
Yeah, what you were hearing at the end there was the cross-examination as the defense attorneys, Sarah Boone's defense attorneys, ask multiple questions of the crime scene investigator about their processes, about the things, the decisions they make on the scene, the things that they decided to test, the things that they decided not to test. when it comes to the DNA from the scene. So interesting to kind of see that. Now, in case you are just joining us, it is 9:30 right now on the dot, and so we appreciate you joining us here on this Monday morning live on Fox Local, on fox35orlando.com, and also on YouTube, however you are joining us. But just to kind of reset here, we are about 30 minutes late from what we expected to start today. The jurors were asked to be here by 9 a.m., and that's when we expected court to begin. At the top of the hour, we did see that the judge was already in the courtroom. It looked like the attorneys were in the courtroom. But then just a couple of minutes after that, we did see the judge leave. Now, from our reporter inside the courtroom, they were able to confirm that the reason court is off to a late start today is that not all of the jurors were here when they were supposed to be. So I don't know at this time if all of the jurors are here now, but I do know from looking at that live picture inside the courtroom, and I can pull that up for you again here, there is nothing going on. This is from our pool camera inside the courtroom. We've seen a little bit of activity, but really nothing going on. And so we are now half an hour late from what we were supposed to be at this time. Day one of the trial was on Friday after 4 days of jury selection. We had opening arguments. We had 10 witnesses called by the prosecution on Friday. We expect the prosecution to continue presenting its case this morning whenever the trial gets underway, which we are waiting for at this time. Now, in the meantime, I do want to go ahead and play for you the body camera video that was played in court. This is some of the video that was shown by the prosecution. They called a number of witnesses of deputies who were the first ones to respond to the scene, to Sarah Boone's townhouse, after she called 911 when Jorge Torres was found dead. So we can go ahead and play for you this first angle of the body camera video, and we did blur it from what you would have seen in court the very first time. You will not see Jorge Torres' body in this video, but this is a body camera video from a deputy responding to the scene that was played in court on Friday.
Hello there. Hi. You live here? Yes. Okay, I'll talk to you guys, get some information. I know, the property manager, I don't know if I should go tell him really quick, or so he knows what's going on? Where's he at? And you want that in? Oh, don't worry about that, we'll take care of that for you, okay? I had a cigarette, but I'm gonna go in, okay? Wait 1 second, okay? I really need something to drink. Okay, well, I got my dog parked on the counter. Okay, we'll take care of you 1 second. At the time, that you called it? Is that the time you called it? Okay, perfect. Go ahead. 707 at 1307. Can't go back inside. What's going on? Who is he to you? Boyfriend? Yes, for like 3.5 years. What happened? We drank last night. Can you pass this to the around to the FBI guys? Stop. They need to sign that for sure. Yeah, we're okay. No. Each of them has to, because this might be a real thing. So each of them has to put their name. Normally I just put everybody. Yeah, you know, what's going on? I just got here to fill me in. No problem. Like, we put a puzzle together. We've been doing some artwork together. You were putting a puzzle together? Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there. Okay. We've been doing art, trying to take stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we had a bottle of wine last night. Okay. So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right? Okay. So he gets in the suitcase. Okay. Who is this guy? That's my assistant. My co-partner. Hi, he lives here with you guys?
No, I told him over here.
Okay, okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
So then he came over here.
Here, let's talk in private, okay?
I called you guys.
I tried to get
the problem is I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
When did you do CPR?
This morning. When I found it.
Before you called?
Yeah.
1 o'clock right now.
I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. That's when I found him, and I took him out, and I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys.
Did he get here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband or your
Yes.
ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. Where'd you live at?
Right on the street.
Okay. So you were playing and who did come up and...
I did, but then I fell asleep.
Okay, no, you're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
I don't know if he's suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or
What
what.
kind of medical conditions did he have?
None that I know of.
Nothing that you know of.
None that I know of. No.
Okay.
All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzles, artwork. Then we decided to go ahead and see. That's all that happened.
Okay.
But I was never heart attack or what in there. Like, I don't know what happened.
So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling 911? You tried that all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I called him while I was
What
doing
time
CPR.
did you start? Probably, you know, what ballpark? Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am so cut now right now.
Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get down with paper, okay?
Just don't leave, okay, Brian?
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I know.
Do me a favor. Stand over there by that part. Give me 1 second. There's a dog in there?
Yeah.
You want to help clear the back bedrooms real quick? Just make sure there's nobody else in here?
Was he here by himself?
Nope, he was here with the girlfriend, and that's the girlfriend's ex-husband. He was going to see us. They were playing hide and go seek is what she said. She's been doing CPR on him all morning before calling us. Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and start making phone calls.
Okay, go ahead.
What do I do with this dog? Because I don't want him to mess with... Here, come here. Oh, perfect. Okay.
Gentlemen?
Yes. Here, come on, let's go outside. Come on. Come on.
Good boy.
What's up, cutie?
Thank you, Robert.
I'm sure it's empty, but just want to make sure. I'll put my door on. Touch anything.
Orange County.
Yes, I'm in. Good over here. Let me check this closet. The garage. That's the garage.
All right, I guess we're gonna have to set up a crime scene now.
Oh, yeah.
What's that?
Karen 20, Karen Charlotte, cross Karen 27. She's like a guy.
Just give us a second, okay?
Somebody else come and call the break and text
On the
me.
counter, I can't move anything from out of the house. Here, I want you to sit down, because I don't want you to pass it out. This is probably a lot for you to deal with, right? Water. I can get you some water, okay? Just, I want you not on your feet, because I don't want you passing out.
I need to find water.
Okay, I'll get some for you.
Keep trying anybody on it.
That was the body camera video from the first deputy, one of the first deputies we heard from in court on Friday. Now, we are still waiting on day 2 of the Sarah Boone trial to begin. We are told that not all of the jurors showed up on time. They were supposed to be there by 9. Obviously, they weren't. And so here it is, almost 9:40. and we are still waiting on the day of trial to begin, where we expect the prosecution to call more witnesses. They called 10 on Friday. About a third of the witnesses listed on the witness list that I have. And so certainly made a lot of progress on that first day. Not a lot of lengthy testimony. We did hear from the crime scene investigator for quite a while as she walked us through the crime scene photos, as she walked us through the evidence. We played the video for you a few minutes ago of her unwrapping the baseball bat, the bottles of wine, and the actual suitcase as well. So that was some of the probably lengthiest testimony that we saw on Friday. Another thing that happened on Friday was the 911 call was played in court. So we want to play that for you now, as that 911 call when Sarah Boone called 911 to report that Jorge Torres was dead, and this was the story that she told the 911 dispatcher, who we also heard testify on Friday.
It's 300 minutes. Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
911, what is the location of your emergency? 4748 Branch Court, apartment 3. 4748, what's the street name? Brant, F-R-A-N-T-D. And the appointment number? 3. Is this a police or medical? My boyfriend is dead. Okay, send a line for the fire department. Do not hang up. That's better. No, please don't leave. 4748 France Lane, apartment 3. France Court. France Court? Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, right, okay.
It's Gilwood Park Apartment.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in a suitcase when we were playing, and but kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right. Okay. What's your apartment number?
3.
Apartment 3.
Yes. Like he had like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know, like he had like an aneurysm on his what nothing.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. Listen, we're getting number 13. All right. Okay. Okay.
Now?
Okay. 40. Yeah, man. Listen, we're on our way up there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay. Is he hanging from somewhere or what, man?
No. I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay. So he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay. How old is he working, ma'am? 42-year-old man. All right. Okay. We're setting up. Okay. Sheriff's officer out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Listen to me. Okay. That you need to confirm this one. All right. I understand. You need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No. He's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah, okay. Well,
nothing happened. He's purple.
Okay, listen, me, this is the first of the bill. I need you to get it for me, okay?
What is it?
Do you have an AED available?
No.
All right. Are you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay, listen, okay, ma'am, listen, so listen, is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff.
Right, okay. All right, listen to me. Listen, I want you to live flat on the back, okay, on the floor.
As soon as Madam Clerk calls it, we can do it.
Stiff, purple.
Right, okay, listen, okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to put your compression to him, okay? All right? So can you look your hand on the breastbone, ready to set up the chest, ready to get the nipples?
Yes.
Put your hand on top of that hand.
Ready. I'm coming. Just like that in detail.
Okay.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record?
I do.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a black jacket and a white multicolored shirt. Looks like some splotching on it. She is in custody. However, she's not wearing any restraints. So we will be standing when our jury panel enters and exits. The parties may approach.
All right, so there she is, Sarah Boone, the defendant charged with second-degree murder in this case, now inside the courtroom. You heard her identify herself as they do for the record to make sure everything is ready to go. And the attorneys now approaching the bench, and we expect trial to begin any minute now. Day 2 that was supposed to start about 45 minutes ago. We are told it was getting a late start because of a juror, or at least one juror, who did not show up on time. And so this is what we are now here at 9:45, and things getting ready to get underway. But just to remind you here, second-degree murder is the charge that Sarah Boone is facing.
State anything we need to address before we bring in our panel this morning.
To come in here in just a moment, so let's go ahead and get you to this live coverage.
Our panel this morning. Are you still satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Very much so.
And are you still on board with the strategy that they are utilizing in your defense?
Yes.
All right, very good. Let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
Jury entering.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Yes. All right, everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. I hope that you all had a restful weekend and enjoyed your time with your loved ones, your friends, and your family. Just if you could, I gave you a long instruction on Friday before we broke. If you could please confirm that you complied with the court's instructions by raising your hand at this time. Record reflect that all members of our panel have raised their hands. Now, members of the jury, I know the line to get in this morning was quite long. So the lawyers have reminded me that on the right side of the entrance of the courthouse is a jury-only line. So if you can make your way all the way to the far right side of the entrance, there's a jury-only line. Yes, sir. Juror number 2 in the back. Huh? It was still quite long? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to bring that to your attention if you did not know. Obviously, if you're stuck, we're waiting on you. So don't feel anxiety or anything if you're stuck in that line. We can't start till you all get here. And I appreciate, again, your sacrifice and your attentiveness in this process. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
State will call Dr. Sarah Zadovich.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, thank you.
Good morning, doctor. Could you please state and spell your name for the record for us?
Sarah Zadovich, SARAZYDOWICZ.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Can you tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And who do you work for?
I work for Orange County. We cover Orange County and Osceola County.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been at this office for about 12 years, and then 1 year in Tampa, so about 13 years.
And what type of educational background do you have to be a forensic pathologist?
So I have a bachelor's degree in kinesiology from the University of Wisconsin in Madison. I went to medical school in Kansas City, Missouri. After that, I went to Cleveland, Ohio to do a 1 year rotating clinical internship. After that, I went back to the University of Wisconsin. I did my residency in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. I have 2 fellowships or subspecialty training. One is in cytopathology from Northwestern University in Chicago. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship in Tampa.
Is continuing education something that you must maintain in order to hold your position?
Yes, I have to do continuing education for my board certifications, which is in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And I also have to do separate continuing medical education to maintain my medical license for the state of Florida.
So tell us, what are your duties as a medical examiner?
So we're involved in what's called the medical legal investigation of deaths. And that just means that we investigate certain types of deaths. And there's a Florida statute or a Florida law that states which types of deaths that we'll be involved in investigating. And in general, they're deaths that are not natural. So accidents, suicides, homicides, or deaths that are natural but maybe unexpected. Those are the types of cases that we're involved in. And again, that Florida statute lays out exactly which types of cases that we'll be involved in. And the reason we're involved in that is our goal is to determine cause of death and manner of death in those individuals that we're investigating.
Could you tell us what an autopsy is, generally speaking?
So an autopsy is also called a postmortem or after-death examination. And there are kind of 2 main parts to it. The first part is what's called an external examination, which is just as it sounds. So that's making observations about an individual. So hair color, eye color, height, any sort of unique markings like scars or tattoos. And at that time, we're also looking for any external signs of diseases or injuries. After that, we go to what's called the internal examination. So that means that we open the body cavities, we remove all of the organs, and dissect all of the organs. And again, as we're doing that, we're looking for any signs of diseases or injuries that might help explain why that person died. And we can also add ancillary tests or other tests, so things like toxicology, microbiology. It's a little bit dependent on each case, but we have options for other testing as well.
Can you tell us what is the cause and manner of death, and is this something that you document?
Yes, so cause of death is either a disease or an injury that ultimately results in an individual's death. Right? So it's very individual and unique to that individual. Manner of death is a way to categorize or group similar types of deaths together. And for manner of death, there's only 5 choices. So there would be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. So those are the manners of death.
In your career, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Around 3,000.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness in court?
Yes.
How many times?
Between 75 to 80.
And in what areas have you testified as an expert witness?
Forensic pathology.
Turning our attention to this case, did you perform the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were your findings as to cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death, which I put on the death certificate, is positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. And the manner of death I classified as homicide.
Now, when you perform your autopsy, what information do you have at the time that you begin that examination?
It's incredibly variable. I can have a lot of background information. Sometimes I have none. It just depends on the particular case.
In this case, what information were you provided ahead of time?
So the information I had was that the decedent was with his girlfriend, and at some point in time in the night, he got into a suitcase, which was then zippered shut. At another point at time, I believe she went to bed, and then the next morning discovered that he was still in the suitcase. And I think that was in about an 11-hour time frame from the information that I had.
You mentioned asphyxia. Can you explain for us what asphyxia is?
Sure. So asphyxia is a very general term. It would be kind of like saying, I drive a car, right? That's very generic. And we know that there are many different types of cars out there, right? So asphyxia simply means lack of oxygen or inadequate oxygen for an individual. And there are different categories of asphyxia. So you can have suffocation, which just means that there's obstruction of the airways. So that could be smothering, that could be somebody choking on a piece of food, or maybe just being in an environment where there's not enough oxygen in the air to sustain that individual. There's a category called strangulation. That would be compression of the neck, either blood vessels or airways. There's another category called mechanical asphyxia. That can be when the body is in an unusual or abnormal position where the actual mechanics of breathing can't occur. So that can be the position of the body, or it can be, like, let's say if a heavy object fell on somebody and you simply can't breathe because of the weight of that object. That would be a mechanical asphyxia. And then there's drowning. That's a different type of asphyxia. And there are a couple of other categories as well that are much less common.
Is there a most common type of asphyxia?
The most common would be ligature compression of the neck. So that would be like an event, a hanging. That would be the most common that we would see.
You also mentioned environmental suffocation. Could you tell us a little bit more what that means in more layman's terms?
So that just means there's not enough oxygen in the environment that the person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, as that person is breathing, they're using up all the oxygen. And once it's gone, there's no oxygen left. Or you could think of maybe people who are, climbing Mount Everest. There's not as much oxygen up there, and that's why they have oxygen tanks. So it just means that the amount of oxygen available in the air around that person is not enough to sustain them.
In this case, what can you tell us about how long Jorge Torres was in that suitcase?
There's not a really good way for me to give you a time frame as to how long he was in that suitcase. Again, because there was both the component of positional asphyxia, being in an unusual position for a period of time, and then also the environmental suffocation component. Because within that suitcase, certainly there's going to be oxygen, but it's not going to be the same as if you were sitting in a room like this. And because there are those multiple components happening at the same time, there's not a really good way to estimate or say with scientific certainty, oh, he was in for X amount of time. There's really not a good way to do that.
How about, is there any good way to approximate or determine the time that Jorge Torres died?
There's not a good way to do that either, again, because there are so many different components at play at the time of his death. Sitting in a normal room like this, the percentage of oxygen that's available is about 20 to 21%. If that were to drop to 10 to 15%, the person can be impaired with judgment, they can be impaired with activity. Once that percentage drops between 8 to 10%, most people will lose consciousness. And at a percentage of 8% oxygen or less, that's when we would expect the death to occur. And so again, there's not a really good way to measure the amount of oxygen that would have been available to him in that suitcase, in addition to the fact that he was in an unusual position.
What position were you able to determine he was in that suitcase?
I wasn't able to see what position he was in. By the time that our medical legal death investigators were at the scene, he was already removed from the suitcase. Based on some of the findings, I favor that he was most likely in like a fetal type position. So knees flexed, arms flexed, and the head most likely flexed forward. But again, that's from my findings. I didn't see what position he was in.
What side of his body would he be resting on in this fetal position?
That's most likely his left side. However, I do say the caveat that some of the findings are dependent on time, meaning that, if that suitcase had been moved or flipped over, that could be different than what I'm seeing at the time of my examination.
Tell us, what is skin slippage?
So after death, the body goes through a series of progressive changes. And one of those changes is skin slippage. And what that does is it tells me that that person is a little bit further away from the actual time of death. So it's not something that's going to occur immediately after death for most people. It's something that would occur a little bit later on in that process of changes that happens after death.
And tell us, what is rigor mortis?
So rigor mortis is also called the post-mortem stiffening of muscles. And again, that's one of the changes that occurs after death. Most of the times that will occur before we see skin slippage. But these changes are very variable from individual to individual. And it also depends a lot the environment the person is in. So for example, those changes that we're going to see happen more quickly in a warm environment. Somebody who maybe is engaged in a physical or violent struggle, those changes are going to occur more rapidly. And then it also depends on the person themselves, their relative size, their relative health. Those things can all impact the changes that we see after death.
How does skin slippage and rigor mortis inform your findings about how long Jorge Torres was likely in that suitcase?
So again, the time frame that I had was about 11 hours, just from the last time that he was known to be in the suitcase versus the time that he was found. So I'm basing it off of that. So about an 11-hour time period. When I did my examination, the rigor mortis was already dissipating or leaving. Also, there was some skin slippage. And so if he had not been in the suitcase, if he had been out of the suitcase, I would not expect that advanced amount of change. It's compatible with him being in that suitcase for a longer period of time. It would have been warmer. And also if he had been, struggling to get himself out, engaging in that physical activity, those are things that are going to accelerate or speed up that process. So my findings at the time of the examination are compatible with that 11-hour time period or, somewhere around there.
Additionally, did you note any injuries to the body of Jorge Torres?
Yes.
These injuries that you noted to the body of Jorge Torres, did you document them on what's called a body chart?
Yes, the diagram on a body chart, and we also take pictures as I'm going through my examination.
Your Honor, may approach the witness who has been previously marked for identification and shown to defense as states are.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states are. You recognize this document?
Yes.
And can you tell us, what is this document?
That's a copy of my body diagram.
Sorry,
It's a copy of my body diagram.
And does this fairly and accurately represent the diagram that you created in this case for George Torres?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states are into evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states R will be received into evidence without objection as states 12.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, on this body chart, can you describe for us and point out what was the first blunt impact injury that you identified?
So there were some blunt impact injuries to his head. I don't think it's on this one, but there were some blunt impact injuries to his head right up here around the eye and on the mouth area.
And then, did you notate any injuries to his hand?
Yes, so there were some ecchymoses, or you can think of that as like a large kind of bruise on both hands.
What other blunt impact injuries did you identify?
So there was a series of ecchymoses on the left side of the back, which right about here.
And any others?
There were some on the forearms as well.
And you use this body chart, you say, in addition to photographing the injuries that you document, correct?
Yes.
As part of your examination, and I believe it's on the body chart itself, do you document the height and weight of the person as well?
Yes.
And what was the height of Mr. Torres in this
So,
case?
yeah, so technically for us it's length. Height is the measurement that's taken while someone is standing. So his length was 62 inches and his weight was 103 pounds.
In regards to these blunt impact injuries, how is it that you come to the conclusion that these injuries were the result of blunt impacts?
So these are typical wounding patterns for blunt force trauma. And when I say blunt force trauma, that can mean something striking a part of the body, or on the other hand, it can be the body striking an object. And that causes injury to the skin, and to the soft tissue, and sometimes the deeper tissues, depending on how severe or how strong that blunt force trauma is.
Are these injuries consistent with a person being struck with a baseball bat?
They could be, yes.
Are they consistent with a person being pushed down a flight of stairs?
They could be, yes.
Can you say whether or not these injuries occurred while George Torres was in the suitcase?
No.
Why is it that you cannot say that?
So all of these injuries seem to have occurred around the same time, meaning that they're relatively acute or new. They're not things that are healing or something that happened last week. So they all occurred around the same time. But you can't really look at a bruise or a contusion and say, oh, that happened 2 hours ago. There's not a good way to do that.
Are these injuries consistent with them occurring while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes, they could be.
As part of your examination, do you also check the toxicology of George Torres?
Yes.
And is that something that's pretty standard in any autopsy?
Yes.
And what were the toxicology results for George Torres?
So there was a blood alcohol level of 0.139 milligrams per deciliter, and there was also caffeine and nicotine detected as well.
That level of alcohol, is that over the legal limit in the state of Florida to drive?
Sure. So for driving under the influence, that's a 0.08, so that is higher than that.
What does that alcohol level at the time of your autopsy tell you about George Torres's level of impairment 11 hours earlier?
So I don't necessarily know that it was 11 hours earlier, but it was at the time of death, at or near the time of his death. That's what the blood alcohol level was. So at that level, everyone reacts a little bit differently to alcohol, and some of it has to do with whether or not somebody is accustomed to drinking alcohol or if they've never had alcohol. So you can develop tolerance. But at that level, there's going to be impairment of judgment. There can be impairment of motor skills. There can be slurring of words, something that's called disinhibition or lack of inhibition. And again, it's really variable from person to person, but those are the common things that you would see at that level.
Would that level of alcohol impair the ability to problem solve?
It can, yes.
You also stated earlier that you document your autopsy findings also photographically, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been marked for identification as State's Q and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Q. Could you take a look at this composite of photographs to yourself and then look up once you're finished? Ma'am, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
Are these photographs a portion of the photographs that you took in your autopsy of George Torres in this case?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how he appeared and how his injuries appeared to you at the time you performed your autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as State's Q into evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as States Q will be received into evidence without objection as States 13.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
Ma'am, I'm showing you photo 1 from State's composite. Tell us, what is this a photo of?
So this is an identification photo that's basically just showing from about the level of the collarbones up.
And this is Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Did you note any signs of injury in this photo?
So there's some ecchymoses around the left eye. This picture, it's a little bit hard to see, but I think there's another one coming up. There's also an area of ecchymoses up here on the left side of the forehead with also some swelling associated with that. The lips have some contusions and small lacerations. And then on the left shoulder here, you can see a little bit of some ecchymoses here. Or again, ecchymoses are kind of like big bruises.
Turning to photo 2 from State's composite. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is his right arm near the elbow. And right here you can see this kind of darker area. So this looks similar to an abrasion, but it's actually it's what's called drying artifact. And again, this is one of the reasons that I think that he was in that suitcase for a little bit longer. Most likely that was a pressure point where part of that suitcase was resting on his elbow in that area. And then after death, that tissue dries out, and that's the discoloration that you're seeing there.
Turning to State's 3 from the composite.
So here you can see a little bit better. I don't know if you can get a feeling for this, but this area is what we call edema or swelling. So this whole area is edema. It's a little bit discolored, so ecchymoses. And then again, really at the corner of the eye here, you can see that darker discoloration. And so those are injuries from blunt force trauma.
State's 4 from the composite.
So this is the left shoulder and arm. So again, you can see this kind of red to purple area. So this is all ecchymoses, and then a couple of linear abrasions or scratches.
State's 5 from the composite.
This is the same area, just a little bit closer up, so you can see this whole area of ecchymoses. It's a little bit variegated, differential in color, but again, that's all blunt force trauma.
And what part of the body is this we're looking at?
This is the left shoulder.
State's 6 from the composite.
That's the same area, but in this picture we have a scale, or the ruler.
And why do we use scales or rulers?
That's just to give an idea of how big the area is or how large the injury is.
State's 7 from the composite.
So this is the left forearm and hand, and you can see the area right here that's a little bit red to purple, and then also right here on the left hand, right here and here. Those are all areas of ecchymoses, again, blunt force trauma.
State's 8 from the composite.
Again, the left arm. Just from a little bit of a different angle, so you can see, and a little bit with the elbow too here, but you can see all these areas, ecchymoses.
State's 9 from the composite.
And now looking at the left hand, a little bit closer up, so you can kind of see a little bit better these areas of ecchymosis.
States 10 from the composite.
And again, the left hand just closer up.
States 11 from the composite.
So now we're looking at the back, and you can see that there are these linear abrasions in the mid-back.
Are those scratch marks for?
They could be scratch marks. They could also be blunt impact, more of just a straight-on blunt impact, especially being in that suitcase if there are objects in there.
What is the discoloration that we see around his shoulders and then some other spots on his back as well?
Sure. So you're talking about this area?
Yes.
So that's called livor mortis or lividity, and that's one of the changes that we see again after death. And basically what that is it's post-mortem, after death, settling of blood in the blood vessels. And so it's dependent on gravity, and it's dependent on the person's position. So what I mean by that is we're seeing it on his back because after the time of death, at some point in time, he was more positioned on his back. And the areas that are lighter, that's because for a couple of reasons. It could be the position of the body, meaning that it's not in the gravity-dependent position, or there could be something pressing on it. So either one of those.
Stage 12 from the composite.
So those are those linear abrasions, just shown a little bit closer up.
Stage 13 from the composite.
And the same, but with a scale.
Stage 14 from the composite.
So now you're seeing the left side of his back and also the back of his left arm. And you can see these areas here of ecchymosis, and these are a lot darker than some of the others that we've seen. One of the things that I did is I looked underneath the skin in these areas because they're so much darker and so much more dense. So I wanted to see if there was injury of the deeper tissues. So these areas are associated with hemorrhage or bleeding into the skeletal muscle, so the deeper tissues. And so that's just indicating more force applied to that area.
And when you did your internal exam, did you examine this area and did that inform your findings?
Yes.
Stage 15 from the composite.
And that's showing those areas a little bit closer up. So you can see that they're much more dense. There's at least 3 distinct areas here. There could be more than 3 impacts, but there's at least 3 separate ones that can be seen.
Stage 16 from the composite.
This is just showing the upper back and the back of the neck. We've got a linear abrasion right here on the back of the neck, and these were the ones shown in the earlier pictures.
And stage 17 from the composite.
And this is just showing the same area of the back and the back of the arm, but just at a different angle.
So we've discussed and seen evidence of many different injuries. In total, how many blunt impact injuries did you identify?
I can't give you an exact number. Again, you can have multiple impacts in a very close area, so it can be hard to discern each one. They can overlay each other, or they can be so close to each other. But at least 5 to 6, most likely more than that.
And when you were going through your body chart as well, and I guess we also saw some of it photographically, as you also mentioned impact to the left side of the head.
Yes.
And I believe that was subgaleal?
Subgaleal. So kind of similar to what I was describing on the back. I looked at the underside of the scalp. And so in those areas on the left side of his forehead where there was the edema, when we reflect or we fold the scalp over, there was hemorrhage or bleeding that went through the entire scalp and was deposited on the skull. There was no associated skull fracture, and there was no bleeding inside of the skull, but it was all in the scalp and deposited on the outer surface of the skull.
So under the skin, but not under the skull?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is James Owens, and I'm one of the lawyers that represents Sarah Boone here today. And I've got a few questions. Can we first talk about the toxicology?
Yes.
The alcohol. You said you've done approximately 3,000 autopsies. And of those autopsies, how many years would that have been over that period of time?
12 years.
Okay. So when you first got down here from Tampa, I think you were up in the Northeast, came down here to Tampa, that's when you started?
Yes.
And you would agree you've interpreted toxicology results in all or most of those cases?
Most, yes.
And you did order the blood alcohol test of the decedent in this case? And you said he was a .38?
No, 0.138.
0.138. And you also ordered the vitreous level
Yes.
of alcohol as well? And the result was a .213?
Yes.
And you would agree that's about, it's about 3 times the legal limit?
Close, yes.
Now, you would agree that at those levels there are some pharmacologic effects from ethanol in the body?
Yes.
And I know you mentioned some, but you agree that that level of alcohol in the body would impair somebody's judgment?
For most people, yes.
And their decision-making abilities?
Yes.
And it would release inhibitions?
Yes.
And they would be more apt to take risk that they otherwise would not?
Yes.
And of course, it would impair motor skills and potentially loss of balance?
Yes.
It would also impair coordination?
Yes.
Hand-eye coordination as well as fine motor skills?
Yes.
It also impairs memory, alcohol does?
Yes.
So there are lots of effects that ethanol has on the body?
Yes.
Now, you're aware in this case that Jorge Torres, the decedent, stepped into the suitcase under his own power in a game of hide and seek?
That's how it was reported to me, yes.
Do you have any evidence to dispute that?
No.
Can you tell us when Mr. Torres drank the last drink he had prior to getting in the suitcase?
That I can't tell you because, if somebody had been drinking either periodically throughout a time period or continually throughout a time period, that's difficult to say.
So he could have stopped drinking an hour before he got into the suitcase, or 5 minutes before he got into the suitcase, or 4 hours before he got into the suitcase?
Yes.
We just don't know.
Correct.
Do you have any idea at the time of the autopsy whether or not he was in the elimination phase?
So
metabolism?
he was in the metabolic phase, yes.
The elimination phase is what I refer to it as, but
Yes.
okay. All right, now I want to talk about time of death determination. it's fair to say that you did not go to the scene that day that Mr. Torres was found.
No, a medical legal death investigator from our office went to the scene.
So there was an investigator with your agency named Ashley Hammermeister?
Yes.
That went to the scene?
Yes.
And she would have prepared a report?
Yes.
And you would have reviewed that report?
Yes.
Do you agree that Fire and Rescue assessed Mr. Torres at 1:07 p.m. on that date, February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
Does that sound about right based on your case file?
Yes.
And so this investigator that we mentioned, she did not arrive on scene till 6:27 p.m., so nearly 6 hours after the body was discovered, she arrived.
Yes.
And the body was laying supine, stretched out?
Yes.
In front of the suitcase?
Yes.
Now, you examined and assessed the body of Mr. Torres at the time of the autopsy?
Yes.
And you said that the body was ambient temperature?
Yes.
Is that the normal air temperature we're in today?
Whichever environment you're in, yes.
So the body was not stored in a cooler for 24 hours?
No, the body was stored in the cooler, but in the mornings when we get there, the bodies are brought out of the cooler.
Okay. How long had the body been out of the cooler before it was examined by you? Do you know?
Most likely an hour to an hour and a half.
Now, you said that the lividity was in the back, correct?
There's lividity in the back and also on the left side of the body as well.
And you agree the body is stored at the morgue on its back?
Correct.
Now, were you aware of the last time that Miss Boone, my client, actually saw her boyfriend alive or observed him in the video, in the suitcase by video from her phone?
I think in the report it was around 12:30 or 1 in the morning, somewhere around there.
Have you looked at either one of those videos from her phone?
I briefly saw one that the detective showed me.
Do you know if that was the 2-minute video or the 22nd video?
I believe it was the shorter one.
Okay. So would it be fair if I said the time last seen was around 11:30? Would you dispute that or?
No.
Okay. So really, from the time, I guess it was 11:30 that evening with the videos, and then you understood that the body was found around 12 hours later the next day or so. Would you agree that the death occurred sometime within those 2 periods of time?
Yes.
We don't know exactly when that is. So
Yeah.
it would be a guess if we tried to speculate about that.
Yes.
Now, considering the 3,000 autopsies, how many cases have you ruled the cause of death as positional or postural asphyxia?
A handful of times. It's not very common.
So about 5 times or less?
Yes.
And we're going to talk about environmental suffocation in a little bit, but let's talk about this positional asphyxia component. What was your ruling in those 5 cases that you ruled that it was positional asphyxia? What was your ruling in terms of your diagnosis?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Approach.
You heard an objection there from the prosecution as the defense cross-examines the forensic pathologist who conducted the autopsy on George Torres. Over the last little bit, we heard her describe the autopsy photos, the injuries to Torres's body, as she kind of goes through what she was able to find.
The objection is sustained.
In conducting her investigation of Torres after his death.
Doctor, you're familiar with Dr. DeMaio, Vincent DeMaio's textbook of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Would you agree that that's authoritative?
I'm sorry?
Would you agree that's authoritative or well-accepted book?
Yes.
Environmental suffocation is a lack of oxygen. You would agree?
Yes.
Now, how many of those cases of the 3,000 that you've done where you found environmental suffocation?
Probably 2 to 3.
So very few?
Yes.
In a positional asphyxia case, that's kind of an example, like you get stuck in a hole, and as you breathe, you sink deeper into the hole, or it tightens.
It can be anything that impairs the actual physical aspect of breathing. So that could be if the neck is flexed very much forward, and so that way cutting off the air supply up towards the top of the head. That could be something compressing around the torso, so not being able to take a full breath. So those are examples of
Or another example may be falling out of a tree stand and getting suspended upside down.
Yes.
Or the majority of the blood gets in the top half of the body.
Yes.
Would you agree in those type situations that the deaths occur fairly quickly, usually within an hour?
They can. It depends, again, on the situation.
Now, you said Mr. Torres was 5'2" and 103 pounds?
Yes.
Do you know how big the suitcase was that Mr. Torres was in?
I don't have the exact measurements with me.
So if I told you the measurements, you wouldn't know one way or the other what they were?
No, I think they were described to me, and I saw the pictures from the scene, and I was able to review crime scene photos to see what the actual suitcase was like.
Okay. Do you know the crown to rump length of Mr. Torres?
No.
Did you do any demonstrative study on the suitcase to determine what kind of spacing he would have inside that enclosure?
No.
And you don't know the position that Mr. Torres or his orientation at the time that he was in the suitcase was?
Again, I favor a fetal position, but again, I didn't observe him in the suitcase.
But you don't know exactly what the positional component was that caused, or what led you to believe caused his death?
Correct. I mean, based on his stature and what the suitcase was, he would have had to have flexed at the hips and knees to be able to fit into the suitcase.
So based on what you've said, you would agree you didn't know how much Mr. Torres would have been able to move and stretch his various extremities inside the suitcase, do you?
No.
So you would agree that his repositioning inside the suitcase would have been easier if he didn't have so much alcohol in his bloodstream?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Excuse me?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Well, you said his fine motor skills would be impaired by the alcohol.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant his ability to just move.
To reposition himself inside this, that would be limited to some degree by the alcohol he consumed.
It could be. I mean, that's not really a fine motor skill.
Okay. Or the use of his hands to unzip the suitcase would be affected by the alcohol that he had consumed.
Sure, that could be.
Okay. Now, the environmental suffocation deals with the lack of oxygen.
Yes.
Correct? And due to that insufficient oxygen that we breathe in the air, so you essentially run out of the oxygen in the space.
Yes.
So I guess years ago, how this sometimes would occur was a child would somehow get into an old refrigerator and it would be enclosed, so it was airtight, and eventually you would run out of oxygen.
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
And I think you said the normal makeup of air has about 20% oxygen?
Yes.
So we had either a decrease in the oxygen levels or a low concentration of oxygen.
Yes. Yes. And also, keep in mind that while he's in there, every time he's exhaling, he's pushing out carbon dioxide. Okay, so again, whatever oxygen is there is most likely diminished because it is an enclosed space. It doesn't have to be no oxygen, but it's decreased from what we would have in a normal room. But every time that he's exhaling, there's more carbon dioxide that's in that space as well. So that displaces any oxygen that might be there too.
So what volume of air do we inhale and exhale in a normal breath at rest?
Well, it depends. I mean, you can take a deep breath, you can take a shallow breath. It depends. And then there's also the rate at which people breathe. So that's variable.
So if it was average, would you say 500 milliliters? on average?
Depends on the person.
Well, would you agree that at rest, you take a normal number of breaths per minute of 12 to 14?
That would be considered the normal range, yes.
Okay. So 6 to 7 liters per minute
Yes.
at rest? Do you know the volume of room air contained in that suitcase?
No.
Do you know how porous the fabric of that suitcase was?
No.
Did you run any tests on the suitcase?
No.
Were you aware that the suitcase, the lock on it or the zipper on it was broken? The pull handles were broken?
Yes, I did know that.
Do you agree if there is a portion of the zipper that's open that air can travel in and out of that space?
Yes.
Do you know what the anticipated exchange of gases would be through that fabric?
No.
Do you know if, the suitcase was out in the rain and it rained, do you know whether or not rain or the liquid would pierce the interior?
I don't know.
So from what I gather, no studies were done on the suitcase.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So we don't know that zipper being busted, what exchange of air could go in and out.
Correct.
I think you said there are physiological effects once the value or percentage of oxygen is decreased from the norm.
Yes.
You said 8 to 10% you become unconscious.
Yes.
And then a value of less than 8% death occurs.
For most people, yes.
Excuse me?
For most people.
And the normal oxygen saturation in adults and children is 95 to 100%?
Yes.
So if it decreases, the oxygen decreases less than 10%, someone would lose consciousness and die within less than 30 minutes.
So that's hard to give a time frame on that. Studies that have been done shown if the oxygen content is anywhere from 4 to 6, unconsciousness can occur in less than a minute, death within minutes. But those have been empirical studies.
So I know that's kind of, maybe you tell me, if that's kind of why you gave the two different diagnoses, the environmental and the positional, is because the environmental may have had an effect or the positional may have had an effect. You're not sure, so you listed them both?
It's not that I'm not sure. I think that both mechanisms were at play at the same time, and that's not unusual in deaths, is there can be multiple factors occurring at the same time.
But you don't know the percentages, 50% for one or 70% for one, 30% for the other. You don't know.
No.
But you would agree in concert, if these two causes, the positional as well as the environmental, if they were acting in concert, that would render a relatively short amount of survival time.
I can't say.
You just don't know.
No.
Now, we talked about these blunt force injuries, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to the jury to say that there were no broken bones?
There were no broken bones.
And it would be fair to say that the blunt force injuries on his body that the jury has seen here today did not contribute to the cause of his death?
Not likely.
And I think you didn't put that anywhere in your report, that it
No.
did not.
I included it in my report. I did not include it on the death certificate.
As the reason or cause, contributing cause of the death?
Correct.
Judge, can I put up a couple of those exhibits? Doctor, are you aware that there was a baseball bat that was gathered in evidence in this case?
I didn't hear about that until later.
When is later? When did you first learn about the potential of baseball?
That might have been around the time that I was sitting for a deposition, but I can't quite remember.
When your deposition was taken?
I don't have the file folder. I don't know when I was deposed.
I'm going to show you this exhibit. This is it's number 14. composite exhibit is State's Exhibit, I believe, number 13. And this is picture number 14. Do you see the, you said they were circular type injuries?
Yes.
And you've seen a regular baseball bat or a kid's baseball bat?
Yes.
A wooden bat. And if you were to swing that bat and hit somebody's body or hit a suitcase, and the blunt force, that would be a linear line across that person.
It could be depending on the position of the body, the position of the suitcase, and the position or how the object came in contact.
What is a linear injury mean?
So linear injury is, if you think, linear, it's more like a line.
Okay. Now, if you took the barrel of the bat, the very end of the barrel of the bat, and you poked into the suitcase with the barrel of that bat, would those spots there in this exhibit, is that consistent?
That's compatible with that, yes. That's compatible.
And here's a close-up. This is picture number 15. Again, a close-up. Same question. Would that be consistent with poking the suitcase, if he's in the suitcase at the time, thrusting the barrel of that bat, the crown of that bat, would potentially run those type injuries?
Yes, it's compatible with that.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the cardiovascular system. Do you have your report?
I do.
Okay. You describe the proximal third of the left anterior descending coronary artery having greater than a 75% narrowing of the lumen due to its centrically placed firm yellow-white fibrolipid atherosclerotic plaque?
Yes.
And is that pretty much verbatim with what you said in the report?
Yes.
And that terminology is synonymous with a single vessel high-grade atherosclerotic coronary artery disease.
Yes.
And in that location, it's kind of a classic location for what people refer to as the widowmaker.
Yes.
Because of the location in that vessel that supplies most of the circulation to the left ventricle.
Yes.
If you had a spasm in that artery, that could nearly totally obstruct the lumen and cause a fatal heart attack, could it not?
It could. It could cause a dysrhythmia, yes.
I'm sorry?
A dysrhythmia or an abnormal beating of the heart.
But that could kill him.
It could.
The lumen is the inside space of the tubular structure?
Yes.
Of that, and so that was blocked, over 75%.
It was. But there was no evidence of myocardial scarring. So when the vessels become blocked, you prevent blood from getting to the muscle of the heart. So there was no evidence that there was any scarring. There was no evidence that there was anything that happened acutely. When that happens, we can see changes in the actual muscle of the heart. So there were no changes suggestive of that.
Well, let me ask you something. If you were to get out of the suitcase on his own, and he would have passed out or fell asleep on the couch, and she would have woken up the next day about that time and came down, and he was dead on the couch, and you did this autopsy, would it be fair to say that in your ruling on cause of death, that single vessel coronary artery atherosclerosis would be your probable cause of death?
It could be, but any sort of injury overrides natural disease if the injury is significant, right? So you don't have to be a perfectly healthy person to have trauma and die. So it's very common that we see people that have injuries for whatever reason, but also have a lot of natural disease. But we look at it as the injuries override the natural disease because especially atherosclerotic disease, that's considered long-term. Right? So that's been going on for years and years. People walk around with that all the time. So what's different is that we have trauma, and so that overrides natural disease. And sometimes natural disease can contribute, but again, it depends on the individual. It depends on the circumstances.
So absent the positional asphyxia or the environmental asphyxia, and he was dead, and you did the autopsy, it would be fair to say that you would determine this was a natural death from an isolated coronary heart disease, would you not?
It would depend on the circumstances. And I can't speculate on this case because I know what I know about it.
If you had nothing else, the widowmaker would have caused his death, or you would have to have assumed, having nothing else, that would have caused his death.
I most likely would have given him cardiovascular disease.
Now, this ethanol metabolism that we talked about earlier, and there's a question about you believing he was in the elimination phase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that Jorge Torres, the decedent, was in the elimination phase since the blood ethanol was below the vitreous value?
Yes.
Given the vitreous value was a 213, is it justified in saying the decedent's blood ethanol level was at least a 0.213 prior to starting the elimination phase?
Yes.
And now you know that the normal elimination rate is, I believe, 0.015% per hour?
Yes.
Is that standard?
It's an estimate.
And so we have a difference of a 0.138 to the 213. So roughly 5 hours of elimination. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So in other words, you would agree there's a short interval where the vitreous and the blood are identical.
Yes.
And then the blood drops beneath the vitreous value as ethanol is metabolized in the blood.
Yes.
So is it fair to say, given the significant difference in the blood and the vitreous ethanol values, that the true vitreous and blood ethanol level had to be much higher than what is reported in your report at the time that he passed?
At the time that he passed? Yeah. No, this is reflective of the time that he passed.
Say again?
This is reflective, the 0.139, that's reflective of the time that he passed. There's not, metabolism after death of the alcohol.
All right. Well, let me. What I'm saying is, he could have been prior to that time of passing. He could have his blood alcohol level would have been much higher.
It was at least at the same level as the vitreous.
At least the two.
Yes.
At least the 213.
Yes.
It could have been much higher.
It could have been, yes.
Judge, if I could approach the witness.
Right.
This is defense composite exhibit for identification. Jay?
Has the state seen it?
Yes.
We stipulate J into evidence.
Was pre-marked as defense J, will be received into evidence without objection as defense 1.
Judge, can I publish these?
You may.
Ma'am, there's 5 photographs. I'm just here from the office. The first one is number 5. What does this depict?
So that's the left hand. So you're looking at the outer surface of the hand, the knuckles, and 3 of the fingers.
Bruise there on his top of his left hand?
Yes.
All right, and the same for picture number 4.
So that's the same, just a little bit further away and without a scale.
And then here is picture number 3.
So now you're looking at the thumb and the index finger?
And then it shows some bruising on the hand.
Yes.
here's picture number 2.
So what you're seeing here is, from the scene, our investigators put brown bags over the decedent's hands, and that's, we collect evidence at the time of the autopsy. So at the scene, brown bags are put on the hands to preserve any evidence. And so that's why you're seeing this, because this is a picture that we take. We cut the bag open, and we take a picture to show exactly what the hands look like.
You agree there's the bruising here? On
Yes,
the
there.
hand, and also up around the knuckle area?
Yes.
The fingers, and also on the section here?
Yes.
And then here's the last picture, number 5, which, again, is the left hand?
Yes.
Showing the bruising on the top of the hand as well as the knuckle area?
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any redirect examination?
Yes, John.
You may proceed.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the alcohol level in this case. And I believe there was a term, metabolic phase or elimination phase. Could you just explain for us what that is?
Sure. So in the toxicology testing, there's 2 different levels that I ordered for levels of alcohol. One is they look in the blood to see the level of alcohol. The other is in what's called vitreous fluid or eye fluid. And we look at both areas because that can give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing through the alcohol or whether it's still rising. It just gives us an idea sometimes of how close to death they were when the ingestion of alcohol happened. But basically, the level in the eye fluid trails behind what we see in the blood. There will be a small point in time, as we discussed earlier, that they will be almost the same. But you can just think of it as the blood alcohol goes up, and then a brief period of time later, the alcohol in the eye fluid will start to show. So again, it's just to give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing or whether they're still, the level is still rising or if they're still, intaking alcohol.
So the result in this case was indicative that George Torres's level was coming down.
Yes.
And I think some of the math was a little bit difficult to follow on the fly. But with that rate of dissipation, would it be fair to say that he would have been in that suitcase for approximately 5 hours, because he couldn't be drinking whilst in the suitcase, that we're seeing this rate decrease between these 2 levels?
Well, you have to be careful how you interpret it because, the numbers that I have from toxicology testing, that's from one point in time. Right? We're collecting those specimens at the time of the autopsy. So that's only one point in time. It's possible, but I can't say for certain. All I can tell you is that at some point in time, his blood alcohol was at least the higher level that we saw in the vitreous fluid. So if, the calculation of the 5 hours, that's an estimate because, again, everyone's a little bit different. But I think it's reasonable to say 5 hours. Yes, that's within reason to say that.
And obviously a pretty obvious point, but we don't continue to metabolize alcohol after death?
Correct.
You were asked about studies or tests being performed on the suitcase in this case.
Correct.
Would the presence of objects in that suitcase also affect the length of time a person may have survived in that suitcase?
I guess if there were a lot of other objects in there that maybe could, occlude the mouth or nose, or maybe if that means if there's more stuff in the suitcase, there's less room for the person. So I guess.
Another variable that would also be present would be the opening of that zipper, would it not?
Yes.
So if the zipper was further open, potentially more oxygen could be coming into that area. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, there could be more oxygen coming in, but that's always the question is, would it be enough? Because you can still have oxygen there, but it may not be enough. Again, for kind of the factors that I talked about before.
And there would be no way to know exactly how far that zipper was potentially forced open.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Can the parties approach for a moment?
We just listened to, let's see, about an hour and 10 minutes of testimony from the forensic pathologist who conducted the autopsy of George Torres after his death. She testified for quite a while, took us through the autopsy photos, talked about the cause of death, the injuries to George Torres's body. She was cross-examined for a while by the defense as they asked questions about those injuries and also asked questions about heart disease and buildup in the blood vessels of George Torres and how that could have contributed to his death. So she has wrapped up her testimony. You heard the prosecutor doing some redirect examination there.
Members of the jury, it's 11:01. We did get a bit of a later start this morning due to those security issues. Do any of y'all need to take a break at this point in time? Raise your hands if you do. All right, court seeing no hands. State, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach one more moment?
Yes.
We are waiting right now on the state to call its next witness. But again, just to kind of recap some of the testimony we heard a few moments ago from the forensic pathologist, one of the exchanges that I found interesting was an exchange where the prosecutor asked, could the injuries to Torres's body be consistent with being hit by a baseball bat? She said they could be, yes. Are they consistent with being pushed down the stairs? She said they could be, yes. And are they consistent with being inside the suitcase when those things happen? She also answered they could be, yes. So some interesting exchanges here in the last little bit when we heard from the forensic pathologist who conducted that autopsy. The cause of death for George Torres was listed as positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. So she was basically saying he was in an unusual position inside that suitcase and did not have enough oxygen. So let's go ahead and listen back in. The state getting ready to call their next witness.
Members of the jury, I have a matter I've got to take up with counsel outside of your presence. I promise it won't take too long. We'll bring you back in as quickly as possible. Again, same instruction I've given you previously. Please don't conduct any independent or investigation or research regarding the persons, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any conversations among yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Thank you.
Judge, James Owens here, and I'm here with Sarah Boone. The first exhibit is State's Exhibit F for identification. It is the title Stipulation Victim Identification, and it is signed by Mr. Cacciatore, Sarah Boone, and myself, October 2nd, 2024.
Okay. And the other stipulation?
The other is a stipulation of FDLE report, again signed by Dave Cacciatore Jr., Sarah Boone, and James Owens. It is it's listed as identification, for identification, State's Exhibit N. It is a two-page FDLE laboratory report generated June 3rd of 2020.
Can you approach with both of those documents, please? Thank you. State, anything else to add over and above what Mr. Owens identified?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Boone, good morning. You were previously sworn earlier today. I hold in my hand two stipulations. The first stipulation, pre-marked as State's Exhibit F, reads Stipulation of Victim Identification. Reads as follows. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., the defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, we have a scrivener's error there, James Sullivan, okay. Sullivan Owens, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Jorge Torres. Signed the 2nd day of October, 2024. Ma'am, have you had the opportunity to go over this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand what this stipulation means?
Yes.
Are you freely and willingly entering into this stipulation?
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No.
All right, the court accepts this stipulation. How do we want to handle the little issue with regard to his lawyer as opposed to her lawyer?
I'm fine with the court making an edit to scratch out his and insert her, if that's acceptable with the defense.
Acceptable?
Yes.
Ma'am, is that acceptable to you as well?
It is.
All right, thank you. The court will make that handwritten interlineation, removing his and adding her. State, do you seek, we'll move this into evidence in front of the jury, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you, sir. Moving now to what was pre-marked as State's N. Ma'am, this is a stipulation of FDLE report. It reads, the Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. It bears Mr. Cacciatore's signature, your signature, and the signature of your attorney, Mr. Owens. Have you had the opportunity to review this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review the two-page FDLE report that will be attached to it?
Yes.
Do you understand what this stipulation means?
Yes.
Are you entering into this stipulation freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No.
All right, the court accepts this stipulation. Any issue with striking through his and adding her state?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right, the court will make that interlineation as well. Anything else we need to address? State, I will return these to you for the purposes of moving them into evidence with regard to these two stipulations.
Yes, Your Honor.
So nothing else?
Nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Defense, anything else? All right, thank you very much. Anything else we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel. Thank you.
All right, so the jury coming back in the room now after a few minutes of kind of procedural things there. Basically heard them agree to a couple of stipulations there about an FDLE report and the victim's identification. Stipulation is basically an agreement on some sort of fact that between those two opposing parties, the prosecution and the defense. So the jury getting ready to come back in, and then we will have the prosecution call their next witness. So let's go ahead and get you back inside courtroom 12A inside the Orange County Courthouse in Orlando.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, thank you. You can be seated. Members of the jury, Ken, if you could, just confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during that short break by raising your hands. Record reflect that all juror members have raised their hands. State, you may proceed with your evidence and testimony presentation.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we'd like to move what's been pre-marked for identification as states F and states N into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states F will be received without objection as state 14. What's been pre-marked as states N will be received into evidence without objection as state 15.
And Your Honor, we would request that they be published.
Thank you. Members of the jury, I'm going to read to you some stipulations along with an instruction. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are as follows. Stipulation of victim identification. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is Jorge Torres. Stipulation of FDLE report. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into stipulate into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
Meredith McCaskill.
I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you please take a seat and state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Meredith McCaskill, and it's spelled MEredithMcCaskill.
Thank you. Mr. J, you may inquire.
Thank you. Where do you work, ma'am?
I am employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
And is that also called FDLE?
Yes, it is.
And what do you do for FDLE?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology DNA section.
And what is your educational background? And we'll get into training and experience as well, but what's your educational background that allows you to do that job?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from Clemson University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Science from the Boston University School of Medicine.
And when did you first start working for FDLE?
I started at FDLE in April of 2011.
Did you have any prior work experience as a forensic examiner of blood or biological or DNA evidence?
No, I did not.
So for the last 13 years, your experience has been with the FDLE?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any sort of in-house training and then continuing education that goes on as an employee at FDLE?
Yes. So when you become a crime laboratory analyst, you have to successfully complete a training program. This training program takes about 1.5 to 2 years. It covers all of our policies and procedures and manuals, reading textbooks and scientific articles, and performing a lot of in-house testing and training under the supervision of a qualified analyst. There's also written and oral examinations, and you have to successfully complete every part of that in order to work cases as a crime laboratory analyst. And then every year we have continuing education. So that's education that we need to do in order to stay current with new trends and technologies in the field.
Does the lab itself enjoy any accreditations, and what process, if so, does it go through to get them?
Yes, FDLE is accredited by an organization called ANAB. It's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. So we've been accredited for, I believe, over 30 years. It's a process where every 4 years they send people to come and inspect our lab, make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing according to our policies and procedures, and then we're also following national standards that have been set down. That's every 4 years. It's very in-depth, and then we have additional kind of like spot checks every year just to make sure that we are maintaining everything that we are supposed to be doing.
Have you ever given testimony in court about your opinion about serology analysis or DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 35 to 40 times.
Have you ever not been allowed to give opinion testimony in those areas?
No, I have not.
Can you tell us about the place, particularly within FDLE? Tell us about your workspace and what personal protection equipment you may wear when you're doing DNA analysis.
Yes, so in my workspace, I have what I call a clean side, which is where I keep all of my paperwork. And then I have my other side, which is used for actual screening of evidence items. So this is a surface where I can clean it with a detergent. I clean all of the instruments that I'm using, so scissors, markers to take notes, anything like that is cleaned with a detergent both before I start and after I finish. And it's cleaned and maintained in between every item of evidence. So only one item of evidence is open at a time, and this is to minimize any potential contamination, so DNA from one item getting into DNA from a second item. I also wear what is called personal protective equipment. This includes a lab coat, face mask, gloves, and potentially a hairnet, depending on what type of evidence that I'm working with. And then the gloves are disposable, so they are changed before and after each item of evidence. It's also changed if I have to touch my computer to take notes, I change my gloves. If I have to touch another surface, I change my gloves. So it's a lot of procedures that we use in order to prevent my DNA from getting onto the item of evidence.
When DNA analysis is done, are instruments used to assist you in that process?
Yes, we have an instrument platform that we use that allows us to run the DNA in batches in an efficient manner. So there's multiple instruments that are used across the varying processes.
And do these instruments generate paperwork that humans such as yourself can then go read and interpret?
Yes, it does.
Now, in this particular case, you are not the analyst who examined the items. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you review the information that is generated by the instruments used by the analyst who did this work in coming to your own conclusions?
I was the technical reviewer on this file, so I reviewed all of the documentation and the paperwork and also the original analyst report.
All right. Now, one of the items that is said to have been analyzed was a DNA card. Are you familiar with what that is?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Usually it's referred to as a DNA card or a blood stain card, and that's just a card where somebody can spot blood, usually human blood, on it and dry it down. Then the analyst can take a cutting of that stained area in order to generate a DNA profile.
And is that typically the manner in which a decedent or a dead person's DNA sample is provided to the lab for analysis?
Yes, that's a very common thing that we see in decedents.
And can you explain to the jury how it is an analyst such as yourself would take that blood stain on a portion of the DNA card and develop a DNA profile?
Yes, so it usually is blood stained on the card, so you can identify that stain visually, take a cutting of that stained area, and then place that cutting into a sterile tube, which is then sent through the DNA process. So that's adding chemicals and heat in order to break the cells open and release the DNA into the solution, and then running it through the rest of the procedures where we determine about how much DNA is in the sample, make millions of copies of our specific areas of interest, and then generate a DNA profile that can be used for comparison to any questioned items in the case.
Do you use some sort of commercial kit to develop DNA profiles on known items such as this?
Yes, we do.
Approximately how many locations back in 2020 would have been tested on this DNA card?
In 2020, it was 21 locations.
All right. And in going through this process, is there a process that amplifies the amount of DNA?
Yes, there is.
Can you describe that?
Yes, so we need to amplify or make millions of copies of the specific areas of interest that we're looking for. We don't want to make copies of the entire DNA molecule. We're just wanting to isolate those specific 21 areas and make copies of those specific areas in order to generate the DNA profile that we use in forensic DNA analysis.
And do you know what a short tandem repeat is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Short tandem repeat, we also call them STRs. That's just what we're looking for in the forensic DNA analysis. There are short areas of repeating DNA pieces. So, for example, at somebody's DNA profile at a specific location, you can have a set of 16 repeats and a set of 17 repeats. And that's just this one little piece of DNA, and it repeats 16 times. And then you have a piece that repeats 17 times. And it's the number of repeats that is different from person to person.
And you said you might be a 16 at one spot and 17. Let's just be clear what we're talking about. On one particular location, well, all of them, do you get DNA from mom and dad? Can you explain that?
Yes, so you get DNA from your parents. So it's inherited. You get half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad. So when I'm talking about the short tandem repeats and the example of a 16 and a 17, that could mean that you got a set of 16 repeats from one parent and a set of 17 repeats from the other parent. So it's just the copies that you get from your parents.
And you might happen to have 16 from each.
Yes, that's also a possibility.
All right, and so the chemicals end up copying about, you said 21 areas in 2020?
Yes, so there's 21, and then we look at several areas that are on the gender marker, so it was 3 areas on the gender markers.
And each of these locations will come up with some sort of number like 16, 17, 4, 4, so on and so forth.
Yes, that's correct.
Were you in reviewing the instrumentation data in this case, was the DNA profile that was said to have come from Mr. Torres, was there able to be a full DNA profile at those 21 locations developed?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Now, can you tell us what a buccal or a buccal swab, sometimes people call it each, which way is the right way?
I usually use the word buccal, but buccal is not incorrect either.
All right, and what is that?
It's just a swab that we can use as a reference sample from a person. So it looks, all of our swabs just kind of look like a long Q-tip with only one end. And then you just take that cotton tip end and rub it on the interior of your mouth to get a good DNA sample. You have a lot of cells on the inside of your mouth and a lot of saliva. So that's a good source to use for a known sample from a person.
And these long Q-tips, I believe, as you described, are they put into a box that is designed in a way so that the Q-tip doesn't touch the edges of the box?
Yes, I've seen it in boxes like that, but I have also seen it where they've been put back into the original paper packet container. So either method is fine.
And did the FDLE in this particular case, in the data that you reviewed, was there buccal swabs represented as being from the defendant, Sarah Boone?
Yes, there was.
And in the process that you've briefly described for the jury already, can you just tell us if it's different in any way to take a part of that cotton swab to develop a DNA profile than a piece of the DNA paper?
No, it's the same process. With the buccal swabs, I'm just taking a small cutting of the cotton area of the swab, placing it in a tube, and then running it through the exact same DNA process.
And was a full profile at the 21 locations able to be developed for the buccal swabs represented as being from Ms. Boone?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Were there also what we call unknown samples that were examined in this case?
Yes, there were.
And can you describe the difference between a known and an unknown sample for the jury?
Yes, a known sample is a sample from a specific person. So that's like the example of a buccal swab. I know that sample came from that individual, and I can use that as a way to determine that particular person's DNA profile. An unknown sample is just a sample where we don't know whose DNA or if there is any DNA on that sample at all. So those are question items that can be, once a DNA profile is obtained from that item, can be compared to the known profiles obtained from individuals.
And in this case, was there an unknown item labeled as DNA swabs representative coming from Mr. Torres's fingernails?
I believe it was fingernail clippings from Mr. Torres, yes.
All right, and typically, I know you didn't do the work on this particular case, but in reviewing the notes and in your experience, do these DNA samples from fingernail clippings come in as swabs, like a buccal swab?
So sometimes they can come in as swabs, but other times they come in as just fingernail clippings, so taking the clippers and just cutting off the ends of the fingernails. And then I've also seen it where they've been scraped using pointed sticks.
And so if there is a swab that came in represented as being from the fingernails, then that would go through the process of as you previously described for the buccal swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And if it comes in as fingernails or scrapings, do you all have to make your own swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And how would you go about doing that?
We have prepackaged swabs in our lab. We can then use some sterile deionized water and drip that onto the end of the cotton tip to make it a little bit moist so that it can pick up any DNA that is left on the item. And then we just swab the surface of the item, allow the swab to dry, and then cut it and place it into a tube for the DNA process. So we're just making our own swabs at that point.
And was there a profile obtained from what was represented as being a DNA sample from Mr. Torres' fingernail clippings?
Yes, there was.
And did it match either of the two known profiles that we've just discussed here this morning?
Yes, it did.
Which one?
Mr. Torres.
Were there any results indicating foreign DNA on this item?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Mr. Torres obtained from either set of fingernail clippings.
Likewise, was there something examined in this case represented to be swabs or DNA samples from Ms. Boone, the defendant's fingernails?
Yes, those were swabs that were sent represented as being from her fingernails.
And so just like the buccal swabs, they come in as a Q-tip, and then you would test that in a similar manner?
Yes, that's correct.
Was a profile able to be developed from what was represented as being swabs from Ms. Boone's fingernails?
Yes, there was.
And did that profile match either of the two known profiles that we've been discussing this morning?
Yes, it did.
And whose was that?
Miss Boone's.
Now, in regards to both of these last items that we've talked about, the fingernail swabs from each Mr. Torres and Miss Boone, is it expected that their profile would be developed from DNA swabs from their fingernails?
Yes, it is. All of those samples were represented as being from those particular individuals, so their DNA is expected to be on those items.
Was there any DNA foreign to Miss Boone on those samples that were representative as coming from her fingernails?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Miss Boone obtained from either set of fingernail swabs.
Now, with this amplification process that you've described, is it PCR?
Yes, it is.
How sensitive is it when a sample is taken from an unknown area, such as fingernails?
The PCR process is pretty sensitive, and over the years, as the science has evolved and testing has changed, the process has become even more sensitive over the years.
And hypothetically, if two people are living together and are intimate partners, quite frankly, would you expect the intimate partner's DNA to show up on swabbings from their fingernails?
Yes, it's possible that their DNA would show up if they're in close contact with each other.
But in this particular case, after reviewing all of the instrumentation data, there was no DNA foreign to either of their fingernail clippers, both clippings or swabs from their fingernails, both Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes, that's correct.
No other questions?
Any cross-examination?
Good morning.
Once you develop a profile, are you able to take that profile and compare it to other possible DNA on objects or items?
Well, if it's a DNA profile that is obtained from a questioned item, we can compare that to profiles from known individuals.
And in this case, an example of that, if an object from an unknown source, you could take that and compare it to a known profile. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you get a match with that comparison, what can you take from that?
Just that is the DNA profiles are the same.
So if it's an object, let's say like a bat, and there's a DNA profile that's obtained from the bat, and it matches a known profile, could you make the conclusion that that person touched or handled that bat from the known profile?
No, I can't. There's nothing in the testing that we do at FDLE that will allow me to determine how any DNA ended up on an object or how long it's been on that object.
Now, you said that in this case, what was sent for DNA comparison?
In this case, there was a bloodstain card or a DNA card represented as being from Mr. Torres, buccal swabs represented as being from Miss Boone, fingernail clippings from both hands represented as being from Mr. Torres, and then fingernail swabs from both hands represented as being from Miss Boone.
Those are the only items that were sent to your lab for comparison.
Those were the only items sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No redirect. She can be excused as far as the state is concerned.
Defense?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
Janelle Wadden.
Ma'am, good morning. If you could take a seat, state your name and spell it for the record, please.
First name is Janella, Junella. Last name is Wadden, UAD as in Delta, AN.
May it please the court?
You may proceed, sir.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I'm currently employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office here in Orlando, Florida.
And what does Sheriff Mina currently having you do?
I'm currently, my current position is a digital forensic examiner.
And how long have you held that position?
I just hit 6 years.
And can you tell us about, and we're going to break it down, education, training, and experience. Let's just talk about your education. What's your educational background prior to becoming a law enforcement officer? In particular, what is relevant to being a digital forensic examiner?
I actually started in crime scene investigations with the Sheriff's Office. So I have a bachelor's in forensic science through the University of Central Florida. Upon transferring over to our digital forensics unit, I became a certified computer forensic examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
That's IACIS?
ISIS, yes.
Can we call it ISIS?
Yes.
How do you say it?
IASIS.
IASIS. All right. I just want to shorten it for today.
Yes.
All right, so IASIS. Tell us about that program that you went through with IASIS to become a digital forensics examiner.
Yes, the beginning portion of it is in classroom training. It's normally only hosted in 2 different locations around the world, one being here in Orlando, the other one normally being somewhere over in Europe. They actually just expanded a 3rd location over in Australia. So again, the first 2 weeks are in classroom training, normally with over 300 other students. And then the next 5 to 6 months are all a peer review type training where they give you problem sets on how to, it goes from basic education on computer forensics to how to recover data. Could be pictures, could be videos. You're not sure until you pass one step to move on to the next one to figure out what you're, essentially what kind of questions you're going to get.
All right. We'll take a break from the education training experience for 1 second. On February 23rd, 2020, were you called out to a scene?
Yes.
And does that happen from time to time as a digital forensic examiner as opposed to your previous duties like a CSI, which would always go to the scene?
Yes, as a digital forensic examiner, we are required to come out on scenes if requested.
May I approach the witness with E for identification?
You may.
Showing you E for identification, you recognize states E for identification?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize that?
I recognize the front label or the portion filled out on the envelope with my handwriting, as well as evidence tape sealed, also initialed with my initials.
And the information on it includes like your case number and some of the other information that you just answered?
Yes, case number, date of collection, and the item description.
And what is said to be contained inside of that envelope?
An Apple iPhone Model XS with a pink case.
All right, and if I am not incorrect, I believe there's 2 sets of evidence tape on that item?
Yes.
Can you tell us about each set?
The first set, which is the red tape here, initially when I collect or sometimes when we receive items from crime scene investigators, the packaging necessarily doesn't have to be sealed just because the phone might have to be kept charged on prior to us receiving the phone. So in this case, I did collect the item from the residence. I brought it back to our office. And then once I was done with my exam, it later gets sealed, again with my initials and dates. And if there's a, later on an evidence review or somebody needs to review the item again, if we need to do an additional examination, the package might be reopened and then resealed again, hence the blue tape here at the bottom.
All right, other than the blue tape, is that item and the packaging substantially in the same condition when you were done examining what is said to be contained inside?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
If you would, could you open up this package and, without showing it to the jury at this point, see if you recognize what's inside of the envelope?
Yes, there's a phone with a pink case inside.
Do you recognize that as the item that you collected from the scene that you went to on February 23rd, 2020, and then later examined?
Yes. All
right. So, this scene, February 23rd, 2020, where is this scene?
I believe it's 4740, or can I refer to my report for the address or the numerical?
If it would refresh your memory.
Yes.
Go ahead, and then when you're done refreshing your memory, let us know if your memory was refreshed.
Yes.
Is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
What is your answer?
4748 Franz, not sure if I'm saying that correct, court, apartment number 3.
Now, I know you work for the Sheriff's Office in Orange County, but I still need to ask, is this in Orange County, Florida?
Yes.
All right. Now, you collected that item. May I move E for identification and evidence at this time?
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as E will be received into evidence without objection. The State 16.
Did you do anything with that item while you were on scene?
Yes.
What is it that you did with that item while you were on scene?
I was requested to come out. I was informed from the detectives that the user of the device gave consent for us to download her phone. So I responded out, and once I located the phone, I immediately started to extract the data from the phone.
All right. So now let's talk about what tools you used to do that. I assume there's some software involved with this process.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your familiarity and the training that you had in regards to using that software back in the time of February 2020?
Yes. One of the main tools that we use for data extraction is called Cellbrite. I did obtain, again, transitioning to our digital forensics unit, I obtained 2 certificates with Cellbrite, which is an operator certificate, knowing how to operate the hardware and the extraction software, as well as a certificate in their physical analyzer software, which is more used for the analysis part. So once we download the phone, we get a digital file, which to us is a lot of data, which humans, we can't read. So their software basically makes it more readable for us humans, which we can then generate a report in different formats for review. So in this case, we used Cellbrite. They actually started to develop software for cell phone companies. So if you remember back in the day when you went to go upgrade your phone and you had to go into a brick and mortar store, they actually had the software to help transfer your old data from your old phone and transfer it to your new phone, like your contacts, your pictures, your videos, a lot of the data that you didn't want to lose when upgrading your phone. But they are now a predominantly digital forensics company, and they provide the software that we use to extract data off of digital devices.
And is there any hardware involved to use this software?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, in this case, and especially at that time, we had 2 options. There was a portable tablet. In this case, you can still use a computer, and they have sister software that mirrors the exact same software that's on the portable tablet. So in this case, I had my call-out laptop with the extraction software installed on it, and just like you would to connect your phone to, let's say, your computer to export photos or take photos off of your phone if you want to save them, we're doing essentially the exact same thing in the field where we're connecting it to our computer, and we're letting the software pull all that data or the contents off of that phone.
When you were told that you had Miss Boone's password to her phone device, do you do anything to try and make sure that the data cannot be manipulated or destroyed from the outside world?
Yes, it's standard protocol. Like once we receive a phone, hopefully somebody did it before it's handed to us. But again, if we're responding out to the scene or we're the only ones that are interacting with the phone, we for sure try to, if we are given a passcode, we try to confirm the passcode. And then the phone is immediately put into airplane mode, which will disconnect it from any outside network. And we also try to ensure, because not always, once you place your phone into airplane mode, it doesn't always turn off your Bluetooth and or Wi-Fi connections. So we may go in and make sure that those settings are also disabled before we extract the data.
All right. Take us through this extraction process. I understand that there are many different levels of information that you can get depending on a lot of things that you'll tell us about. Can you tell us the level of extraction you were able to do on site with this cellular phone device?
Yes, for this specific phone, we were trying to minimally get the user data, again, the stuff that you guys can see when you're looking through your phone, your calls, your messages, your pictures, your videos. And in this case, that's the level of support that the on-scene software that we're able to use is able to download from the phone, especially with having a password or passcode.
All right. So I think we're all familiar with Windows. I think Mac has its own special iOS operating system as well. Can you tell us about the operating system that was on this particular cellular phone device?
Yes, Apple has its own operating system, iOS if you have an iPhone, and of course, even if you have Android or Apple, you're constantly getting notifications saying it's time to update your phone to the newest software. So in this case, it's an iPhone, so it's running their shortened version of iOS.
Can you also extract data that has been quote-unquote deleted from the operating system? And can you just tell us all about that?
Yes, it is sometimes a possibility. It's not always guaranteed, but we sometimes have more advanced tools that can potentially pull that data from the device, and then later, once we get that download, we can put it into that software, and normally will give us indications on whether or not data has been deleted.
And so if a particular photograph or a Word document or some sort of file has been deleted from the operating system, may it still remain on the phone device or computer device?
Yes.
It may still be locatable with your software tools.
That is the hope. Again, not always guaranteed, but again, that's why we're trying to go in there and look for that the data behind the scenes to see if we can recover those artifacts. Yes.
Did you later do another extraction of this phone device back in the office?
Yes.
And tell us if it is different in any way, how your software or hardware was different in doing it at the office.
Yes, in this case, we use, again, a more advanced tool, which is able to capture, the technical term is a full file system. So we're capturing that whole filing cabinet, you would say, of the data stored on the phone, with, again, the probability to not only collect possibly deleted data, but also your systems information, application data, like your social media, messaging apps, everything aside from your normal user data, like your calls and messages and pictures and videos.
And what level of capture, and if you answered it in that, I'm sorry, what level of capture were you able to do?
Again, in this case, I was able to do the full file system back at the office. On scene, the technical term is an advanced logical or logical extraction, again, which encompasses your generic user data on your phone.
And the level of extraction you did at the office, does that encompass data that is outside of the operating system or in unallocated space?
It can include that data, yes.
Okay. Now, what kind of information can be generated by this computer software tool that you used to make it presentable for a human such as yourself or the members of the jury to review?
Yeah, in the software, it will place the data in data categories. So it's organized. We can, if we just want to search between messages, we can go in the messages category. If we want to look at logs, like maybe data that your phone's recording, like locations, app activity, that's also presented in its own data category. And it also has the ability to put all that data in chronological order in what they refer to as a timeline. So we can also see all that ongoing data in the timeline section. And if we need to, we can either narrow down to a small scope of time, or if it's requested, we can give all the data, all in that timeline to whoever wants to review it.
And for instance, if there's an entry on the timeline that says, April 1st, 2016, photograph ABC was taken. Are there separate folders that are generated by this software tool that has all the images, such as that still photograph, generated?
Yes, when we export it or generate like in a PDF version of that report, all that data is categorized in a PDF, but it also exports a copy of that same data, such as images and videos, in separate subfolders. So if I just wanted to go look at the pictures from the phone directly, I could just go into that subfolder and just look at all thousands of images that might be exported from the phone.
And is there identifying information such as an IMEI that is generated by this software tool? And can you tell us what these things are?
Yes, the IMEI is one identifier that your cell phone has to help authenticate it to your cell phone network. It also is like a serial number unique to your phone. And in this case, our software is able to read and report all those device identifiers from your phone, including an IMEI.
And do you take actual photographs of the cellular phone device, like the exhibit we just put into evidence, to document it before or after you do the extraction?
Yes, just like in crime scene, a cell phone digital evidence is essentially another form of evidence. So we always try to document the current state, condition, whether it's locked, unlocked, and if we, again, in this case, we were provided a passcode, so I normally like to photographically document the phone's identifiers or accounts that may be logged into the phone.
Prior to trial, were you asked to look at two different exhibits to see if they represented a portion of that timeline you described that can be put into the PDF report form, as well as some of the images and videos from this extraction that you performed on the device that's in evidence?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
What I'm showing you first is O for identification. Did you have an opportunity to review that this morning to make sure that the portion of the PDF and the images in a separate folder there were part of the extraction that you did on this device that we're talking about?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
P for identification, is that another carve out of the PDF timeline as well as videos and photographs from that device?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state will move O for identification into evidence and reserve on P.
With regard to states O.
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states O will be received into evidence without objection as state 17.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Opening up the file labeled extraction. Guess we don't get that monitor. All right, so sorry about your neck. Looking at entry 31079, can we just go column through column and explain what we're looking at?
Yes, the first column normally is just an assigned number, just like a line item number for the report, because again, this is an excerpt. There could be thousands and thousands of line items when you're looking at the entire timeline. So the far left-hand column is just a line item number, followed by again, the data category for whatever data you're looking at. In this case, there's a couple listed as application usage and then location data.
Let's talk about the column that has dates and times, and can you explain to us what UTC -5 means?
Yes. Another column, again, we're looking this at a timeline, so we want to know dates and times. So we'll include the date and time of the data that was recorded onto the phone. And this report was adjusted for our local Eastern Standard Time here in Orlando, Florida, so UTC -5.
And going up to the top line there, 31075, that indicates that there's a start time for the application com.apple.camera, and then going back to our original one, 31079, that's the end time. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, so Apple is very good about recording activity on the directly from your device. When you open up a certain application, such as the camera, Apple is making note that you, in this case, it's indicating a start time. So you opened up your camera at 10:21:36 p.m. And then you stopped using it, maybe closed it out or stopped recording at 10:21:38 p.m.
And in this portion of the PDF timeline, there does not appear to have been any videos or photographs captured while the camera was open. Is that accurate?
Based on that excerpt, I don't see a recorded media file.
All right. In the surrounding entries, can we just talk about what I would unfairly probably call spam of locations? What is going on there?
Again, if there's usage, application usage, or you're just in a really good location, or your device is just set to record locations wherever you are, your phone is also recording that data as well. And in some cases, like, again, your phone, if you have it set for your camera to record your location when you take a picture, again, like when you reopen that picture, it'll show you, hey, you were located at 2500 West Colonial Drive. That's that data that's being recorded in the background while you're using that application that it might have that permission to record that data.
Can we just go column by column through the first entry here, 16498? What does instant messages mean?
That's referencing text messages.
Second column, outgoing. Does that indicate there's an outgoing communication?
Yes, it'll reflect outgoing or incoming depending on the recipient or sender.
The next column, there's a 1. What does that mean?
That just might be like one entry, one message. I don't see the header for the column, so that one I'm not sure of.
All right, and the date and time we've already explained. Let's talk about the from, paren owner, and then the participants. What does this all mean?
So the from section, again, if we're looking at the first row of data, it's indicative that it's a text message because the sender, it's listing the phone number being used to send that message. And then for iPhone devices specifically, if you're communicating with another Apple device, it may also list the phone number as well as your backup, which is your Apple ID. So if it can't transmit that message through your phone number, it might default to your iCloud account. And in this case, it's listing both.
All right, and if, for instance, the outgoing recipient or the incoming sender of the text message is in the contacts, would it show up with the person's name, such as Wancho?
Yes, our software will display your contact name as how you save it.
And if there's no contact name, it would just show the phone number?
Phone number or, again, Apple, your iCloud account.
Videos, 16499, capture time, what does that indicate?
So that is when the video, in this case, it looks like a video is captured on the device.
Let's specifically talk about entry 16520. Again, we've discussed that's an instant message and it's incoming rather than outgoing. So that means it came to this phone device?
Yes.
And over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m. 30 seconds on Christmas 2019, it indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then the contents speak for itself. Going down to 16522, an outgoing instant message at 11:31 p.m. 57 seconds on Christmas 2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek, I shall.
Turning down to 17167, it's an instant message that indicates it's outgoing from this device on January 13th, 2020, 5:01 p.m. 41 seconds, and it's from what is paren owner. Does that mean it's from the device?
Yes.
What's the content of that text message?
Sorry, what was the line item number?
17167.
And bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him.
Then the next three are also outgoing messages. What do they indicate as far as content?
Starting with 17168, then I'll be better, followed by 17169, ugh, and 17170, Torres.
Turning now to entry 31103, which is on page 49 of the 59-page PDF. Again, it looks like what we talked about before, the com.camera application gets opened up to be used at 11:12 p.m. 40 seconds. Is that what this data reflects?
Yes.
And then at entry 31107, a video that ends up being captured as IMG_1062.mov begins at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds on February 23rd, 2020. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then there does not seem to be any intervening closing of the camera application before we get to 31113.
In that portion, I don't see that information.
And then at 11:23 p.m. 03 seconds on February 23rd, 2020, in entry 31113, a second movie is generated by this device labeled IMG_1063.mov.
Yes.
I'm going to continue publishing from this exhibit.
Sarah. For everything you've done to me. Sarah. For everything you've done to me. Sarah. Fuck you. Sarah. Fuck you. Sarah. Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. The word up. Sarah. I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. It's on you. Sarah. Real or ransom? Might want to give it for it extra. Because I got this. Sarah. Real or ransom? Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Oh, that's what I feel like when you jingle me. Sarah, fuck you. I can't breathe, Sarah. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up. Sarah.
For the record, that was img_1062.mov, now publishing 1063, same respective file name.
Sarah.
No other questions of this witness?
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I believe you stated on direct that you were called to the scene and you were asked to do your analysis out there. Is that correct?
At least a download.
Download. What type of phone was this?
An Apple iPhone XS.
And how were you able to get into the phone, for lack of a better word?
I was provided with the phone's passcode.
Okay. With an Apple phone, without being given that passcode, are you able to get in an Apple phone?
Maybe not necessarily unlock the phone, even though that is an option through some of our advanced tools that is supported. But it can have the ability to download the phone even in a locked state and pull 80–85% of that data.
Is it a much easier process when you have the code?
It's quicker, yes.
And how were you provided that code?
I believe either through Detective Copsell or Connolly at the time, or I may have asked Ms. Boone just to reconfirm the passcode.
And did she give you the passcode?
Yes, somebody did, yes.
Now, on the first exhibit that went up, or when you're talking about the communications or the identifying factors of the phone, one of the things that were identified is dates and times. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Also, you said it would tell you if the source was incoming or outgoing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you said it would identify, it could identify either by phone number or name. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. On the examples that you gave us, who was the identifying name as to the outgoing on this phone?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Who was the identifying name for the outgoing texts or calls on this phone?
I think in some of the line items that were shown above, it was just listed as a phone number.
Was there ever a name listed?
A physical name, possibly in other line items, but in this, and again, in those excerpts, it's just by phone number.
Okay. Did you ever see the name Brian Boone?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you see the name Brian Boone?
I believe in one of the iCloud or accounts that was logged into the phone, there was an associated email address.
Okay. taking that, was it any other place where you would see in a different name as to the outgoing, other than Brian Boone?
Again, there might have been other names listed in other portions of it. But again, in those excerpts, it was just either by phone number or, again, with the Apple iPhone listing, the iCloud account.
Do you have a copy of the exhibit up there?
No, not on me.
Can we get that pulled up, please? Are you able to see that?
And no, this monitor is not working.
May we approach?
Yes.
May we approach?
Yes.
So the attorneys are approaching the bench, discussing with the judge there some sort of question over something. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but we have been listening to the digital forensic examiner, Janella Wadden, with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and she has been talking about the data that was extracted from Sarah Boone's cell phone, a iPhone XS with a pink case. She was kind of taking us through. We saw some of the text messages that the prosecutors had previously mentioned during their opening statements. Interesting to see a text from Christmas Day of 2019 that said, "Hide and seek, I shall," and then January 13th of 2020 saying, "I'll get rid of him, then I'll be better." And then on February 23rd, we did just see those videos, cell phone videos from February 23rd, the night that Jorge Torres died, showing the suitcase video that we have seen now many times, probably in the past few years. So we are still going through cross-examination right now of that digital forensic examiner from the Orange County Sheriff's Office. This is the third witness of the day now to testify. We first heard from the forensic pathologist from the medical examiner's office. Then we heard from a crime lab analyst from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And then now this digital forensic examiner as they enter into evidence those cell phone videos and texts.
Ma'am, were you able to see that?
Yes.
There's a entry on 12/25/2019. Is that correct?
And are you referencing like the instant message row? Yes. Yes.
All right. Does it, as far as participants, what does that show you? What does it tell you?
So it's listing the owner in reference to we'll say the first phone number, 8684. It's referencing that phone number as well as the Gmail account or iCloud account associated with the phone, and then it's listing a physical name of Brian Boone.
Okay, so it's showing Brian Boone as being the owner of the phone. Is that correct?
For that phone number and or one of the participants in that message conversation.
Did you recall seeing any other name associated with that phone number other than Brian Boone?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
All right, when you did the analysis of this, and you would look for the participants and get that information, match it up with the phone number, then in certain cases they will show you the owner name because you said Apple is very detailed in some of their applications. So did you ever see another name associated with this account other than Brian Boone?
There was another iCloud account logged in on the physical phone.
Okay.
But there was no name attached.
There was no name attached. Bless you. Now, when you're identifying these sources as being either outgoing or incoming sources, and is that basically telling you what device is being used?
No, it does. It's not indicative of a specific device other than we know outgoing. Obviously the source is the phone that we extracted that data from. In incoming messages, it does not let us know if the message was made through a Samsung Galaxy or another iPhone.
Okay. What identifying information do you get at that time?
In regards to receiving a message?
Yes.
In this case, or what's displayed there, it's going to give us the content of the message. It's going to give us the date and time that the message was sent or received. And again, like in your phone, it does depict either through a small notification arrows indicating ingoing or outgoing. So it's just displaying that version in text up there.
Okay. And then from there, it's basically telling you the number that it came from. Is that correct?
Yes, like in reference to that top row, it's saying that that message came from that phone number. Again, the top line item, last four digits is 8684. And then it's also listing the message participants.
It's not telling you the person who sent the message, is it?
Correct. Just that it's originating from a phone number.
So if two people or more people had access to a phone, you wouldn't, from this information, you wouldn't be able to tell who actually sent the message on any given time. Is that correct?
No, I'm not a fly on the wall, and I can't see who's physically typing out messages.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
Other than just your subjective interpretation given the context of conversations.
Yes.
And if photographs or videos are taken during these conversations, that could be indicative of who is behind the phone device as well?
Based on sound and visuals, that it does help.
Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
As far as the state is concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're released. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State, any other witnesses or evidence to call at this time?
Not for the morning presentation.
Okay, all right. Members of our jury, it is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask you to report back here at 2 o'clock at 12A at the Orange County Courthouse. I'm going to give you a similar instruction, same instruction I read to you last week. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, we'll be in recess. We'll see you back here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I thank you for your time. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, anything we need to address before we adjourn for the lunch hour?
No, sir. Your Honor, just briefly, as far as the scheduling of events this afternoon, the next witness we would be intending on calling would be Detective Copsel. Capsule, I apologize. Just the publication of the interviews in this case would be approximately 3 hours in length, not to mention any direct testimony and cross-examination testimony. So that's likely to take us beyond the 5 o'clock hour. I don't know if we can work late to accomplish it all.
I'm inclined to work late. It's just if they're on board with that.
Okay.
If we need to go after 5 o'clock due to that presentation, we can. How long do you anticipate going? If you had to ballpark it.
I would think 4 to 5 hours, depending on the length of the cross.
What about in your side of the ledger?
I think my direct exam questions will probably be 30 to 40 minutes.
Okay. How long do you anticipate your cross-examination being, Counselor? Mr. Henderson?
Judge, not too long, 30, 35 minutes.
Okay.
If that, but here's the only concern that I have.
Yes, sir.
We have one juror who has said and told us during board diet, as long as we're getting out of here at 5, my scheduling is okay. After that, that causes a problem. That's the only concern I have.
Okay.
So if we could let them know early, if that's the plan, so she might be able to make some arrangements. Probably need to do that.
Judging the other component, we've got some people flying in, and we've got experts that we're trying to coordinate. So the sooner we know the logistics of when they're going to rest the case, when we talked late last week that we felt like they were going to end their case at the end of business today, but it sounds like it may get pushed tomorrow.
I think step one is conferring with our jury if they're amenable to working past 5. I do recall the one juror with child care concerns. If we go slightly over, and we'll have to address that when we get closer to it, it may be a situation where cross-examination may have to be left for tomorrow, but that's something that we'll need to discuss when we get closer to it.
Yes.
Anything else, State?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, defense? All right, we'll see you all at 2 o'clock. Wait, yes, sir.
The state had been using CDs, I believe. We've got flash drives to admit into evidence instead of CDs. We didn't bring the capability to transfer those to CDs.
Response?
Is that a declaration, or is there?
I mean, it sounds like that's what Mr. Owens' intent is for the purposes of submitting evidence.
The one reason I would suggest not introducing USBs is because they're rewritable and they can be manipulated and destroyed by the jury, or not that anybody would do it intentionally. Clerks of the court, any sort of issues can happen when something is not locked and put onto a physical burnt piece of wax.
Mr. Owens?
We'll see what we can do here locally. There's a FedEx. I don't know if they would be able to do that. The FedEx is a block away. We'll check with them at lunch.
I would check with them. I agree with the state's concerns as to manipulation or editing of anything that may be contained in a USB drive. Not to say that that's going to happen, but it certainly preserves the evidence moving forward rather than it being in a editable form, be it in a USB drive.
We'll go talk to them.
All right, very good. Okay, thank you all very much. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. Court's off the record.
All right, it is a lunch break at the Orange County Courthouse. You see Sarah Boone there with her attorneys. As the morning session has wrapped up on this second day of the Suitcase murder trial, Sarah Boone with some smiles and words with her attorneys there as the bailiff approaches her and she leaves the courtroom here. So it has been, we have heard from 3 witnesses so far this morning. And you're seeing Sarah Boone. This is a live picture inside the courtroom as she is the chain is put back around her and she will be let out of the courtroom. You may remember she does not have to wear any shackles or handcuffs or anything while she is in the courtroom in front of the jury. All of this with the jury outside the room now as she is being handcuffed again and will leave the room. Obviously the presumption of innocence until proven guilty, and so that is one reason for this that she does not have to wear these things and the jury does not have to see these things happening here. So she will be led out of the courtroom as lunch break gets underway. We know jurors will return at 2 p.m. So we, until then, are going to check in with our reporter who has been inside the courtroom, Stephanie Buffamonte. We will have some recap of the morning session, and we will look ahead to what we expect to see this afternoon as well. But first, we are going to take a break here if you're watching us on Fox Local. So we will be right back in just a moment, but we are going to take a break in the meantime. So just a couple of minutes, and then we'll be right back with a recap of this morning and look ahead to this afternoon. Thanks for watching our Suitcase murder trial coverage here on Fox Local, fox35orlando.com, and on YouTube. We'll be right back. Well, good afternoon to you, and welcome back into our Fox 35 News Plus coverage of the Suitcase murder trial. I am Garrett Weimer, and we appreciate you joining us, whether you are watching live on Fox Local, on fox35orlando.com, or on YouTube. We appreciate you joining us for our coverage. We do expect court to resume around 2 o'clock. That is when jurors have been asked to return by. So we will have an afternoon session that we expect to see the interrogation videos coming up. We heard some of those discussions after the jury left the room, the prosecution basically informing the judge, this is our next witness. Is Deputy Chelsea Kepsel with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and one of those people who conducted the interrogation. And so we do expect to see that video this afternoon. It's a lengthy interrogation video that will be played in court. They were saying it could be a couple hours, I believe, a little longer than 2 hours, that full video. And so they were basically saying, we expect court to run past 5 o'clock, because if they're not returning from lunch until 2, and then a few hours there between the questioning, the direct questioning from the prosecution to the witness, the deputy, the playing of that interrogation video once that is entered into evidence and then published, and then any other follow-up questioning and cross-examination as well. So we will likely be extending beyond 5 o'clock this afternoon as day 2 of this Suitcase murder trial continues. But a big moment this morning was the last witness that we heard from, and that is Junella Wadden with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the digital forensic examiner. So they brought her in, and she was the one who recovered the cell phone that we are told belonged to Sarah Boone, the iPhone XS with the pink case. That iPhone was collected. You heard the investigator testify that they had consent to search it. They were given the passcode to put into it and were able to extract data. And so a good portion of that testimony was learning, first of all, the processes for extracting that data. They talked about that. And then we started to see some of the data that was extracted from the cell phone, including text messages and including that cell phone video. I'm going to play for you the 2.5-minute long one. This was the first video that was played, about 2.5 minutes, taken from, according to the data from the extraction, 11:12:45 p.m. on February 23rd, 2020.
Sarah. For everything you've done to me. Sarah. For everything you've done to me. Sarah. You. Sarah. You. Sarah. Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Seriously. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. It's on you. Sarah. Real or ransom. Might want to get video for it extra. Because I got this. Sarah. Real or ransom. Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Oh. That's what Sarah. I feel like when you ching on me. Sarah. Breathe, Sarah. Yeah. You should probably shut up. Sarah. Shh. Sarah.
Rather
Yeah,
than
and I
outgoing.
actually want
That
to.
means it came to this phone device?
Yes.
Before we get to that, I do want to clarify that video that we just played for you was actually both of those cell phone videos. So the one taken at 11:12:45, and then that one was the one that was about 2 minutes, and then it cut to the second one, which was about 20 seconds long, and that was the one that was taken a little bit later, 11 minutes later, 11:23 and 3 seconds. So there we go. And those are the cell phone videos that were taken. I do also want to play for you the just about a 2-minute clip of the prosecution going through text messages that we had heard about before from the motion hearings, but today we saw them in print on the screen as the prosecution spoke with the digital forensic examiner about the data and the text messages that were found extracted from that phone.
Rather than outgoing, so that means it came to this phone device?
Yes.
And over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m. 30 seconds on Christmas 2019, it indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then the contents speak for itself. Going down to 16522, an outgoing instant message at 11:31 p.m. 57 seconds on Christmas 2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek, I shall.
Turning down to 17167, it's an instant message that indicates it's outgoing from this device on January 13th, 2020, 5:01 p.m. 41 seconds, and it's from what is paren owner. Does that mean it's from the device?
Yes.
What's the content of that text message?
Sorry, what was the line item number?
17167.
And bless you and all of you too, I'll get rid of him.
Then the next three are also outgoing messages. What do they indicate as far as content?
Starting with 17168, then I'll be better, followed by 17169, ugh, and 17170, Torres.
And joining me live now outside the Orange County Courthouse is Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte, who has been inside the courtroom for the duration of jury selection and now through this second day so far of the trial. And Stephanie, I appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. And the first thing I want to ask you about is the playing of the cell phone video. I mean, that is something that we have now seen many times, that I'm sure a lot of the folks watching us here this afternoon have seen many times. But I'm curious about the jury and their reaction to seeing this video when it was played in court today.
Right, so the jury assumingly has not seen this video before. As we were in jury selection, the jurors that were chosen had said that they didn't know about the case and what had happened. One juror had said she maybe knew a little bit of information, but didn't know much about it or what happened. So these jurors are seeing this video for the first time. And when I was looking at them as this video was playing, you could see them all laser focused on what is happening. Many of them even taking notes during it, especially when Sarah in the video made comments like, "This is how it feels when you choke me, when you cheat on me," and some of the curse words that she was saying, they were taking notes during those parts. And then after the video played, I saw at least one juror who looked right at Sarah to see if she had a response to the video. And I was looking at Sarah as well. It doesn't seem like she responded to the video. She was just looking at it. And after it was done playing, she took some notes on her notepad. But that was about it for a reaction from Sarah Boone.
That was it seemed like a big moment in the courtroom today. I mean, we had several big moments on Friday with the opening arguments, with the crime scene photos, and then I feel like the big moment then was seeing that suitcase on Friday. This was a big moment in this trial for this video to be played.
Garrett, it's huge because, as we heard from the state the other day, the assistant state attorney said that this is their case. This cell phone video is their case, and they believe that this cell phone video will prove that Sarah Boone is guilty, that she was malicious, and that this was her intent. So this cell phone video was huge for the state to show to the jurors who were in the room today, who, like I said, we're taking it all in, taking notes, and the state said that this is their case. So we know that this is a huge piece of evidence. Like you said the other day, what was brought into the courtroom, we saw the suitcase that Sarah Boone allegedly zipped Jorge Torres in during that drunken game of hide and seek. We saw a baseball bat that both the state and the defense said that Sarah Boone hit Jorge Torres with. And we also saw the bottles of wine that Sarah and George had been drinking that night. Now, a couple of things about the baseball bat. So the person who performed the autopsy on Jorge Torres was brought up as a witness today, and they went through all of the injuries on his body. I believe she said there were at least 5 to 6 blunt force trauma injuries on Jorge Torres's body. And when the assistant state attorney had asked, could that be because of a baseball bat, the witness said yes, it could be.
Yeah, it was that was certainly an interesting exchange. I think as she was asked about that, the injuries with the baseball bat. Could the injuries be consistent with being pushed down the stairs? Are they consistent with being inside the suitcase? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think that was certainly an interesting exchange there. I've seen a couple of people.
Garrett, I would like to point out one thing just quickly. She did say that she did not think the blunt force injuries caused his death. She believes that he died because of suffocation, that he couldn't breathe.
Yeah, and there was I'm glad you clarified that. There was a lot of discussion about that, and also even in the cross-examination, a lot of questions about basically other health conditions as well. That it sounded like the defense was hoping would make it sound like heart disease and some other things may have played a role in this as well.
Yes, so Sarah Boone's attorney, James Owens, he did bring up a potential heart condition that Jorge Torres might have had just on looking at his body. The forensic pathologist basically said that she still believes that he died not because of natural causes, but because of the suffocation, that he couldn't breathe. And then Sarah Boone's attorney had asked, well, if he had gotten out of the suitcase and Sarah Boone found him dead on the couch the next day, and he died, would you say it was because of that heart condition? And she said, maybe. Like, yes, I could. But she said that when you're looking at something like this, natural born or natural causes is not what she would think is the reason that he died. It's because of the lack of oxygen that he had for many, many hours.
Yeah, Stephanie, I'm glad you brought up that point about being asked about the, had he gotten out of the suitcase, would he still have died? I thought it was interesting that the prosecution did not object to that line of questioning, because a lot of times when you hear kind of speculative kind of situations like that, the prosecution, it seems like, is often very quick to jump in and say, objection, judge, and we didn't hear any of that this morning.
Yeah, we really didn't, but I think the state feels confident in, like you were saying, the evidence that they have, especially the cell phone video that they were playing today. We heard before the break that when we come back from break at 2 o'clock, that it could be 4 to 5 hours left of what they want to get done today. And Sarah Boone's attorney had told me before court that they believe the state will be done presenting all of their evidence today, and then it will move on to the defense. But they have to get through that part. So now when we come back, they're going to have to ask the jury, is it okay to stay late? Because the jury is only supposed to be here till 5 o'clock. And we know that one of the jurors has an issue with childcare, that they have to pick up their kid at a certain time. So the other reason I wanted to bring this up is because they said it's going to take 4 to 5 hours that they want to go through video. And I'm now wondering, just based on what we've seen already presented, if that will be the interrogation video, which I believe is 2 hours, if I'm remembering off the top of my head correctly. That interrogation video of Sarah Boone right before she was arrested, when she was talking to investigators, when they showed her the cell phone video inside that room.
Yeah, that certainly sounds like the indication there, and that will be interesting to see, because we also know that was the subject of a lot of these motions leading up to this trial, was trying to get some of those statements made to detectives thrown out. Obviously, ultimately, that was
Yes.
unsuccessful. The judge saying, no, this evidence will not be suppressed. This evidence will be allowed to be presented. And it sounds like this afternoon that is what we are going to get to see. Now, I know this interrogation video is something that you are very familiar with. If you could just kind of lay out for folks what we can expect to hear from that, if that is indeed what we get to see this afternoon.
Yes, so if it is, like I said, that is just my assumption based on what I know about what is out there, the evidence, and what is yet to be seen. But you will see Sarah Boone come into a room with 2 investigators who were on the scene when deputies had first responded that day in 2020. And those deputies are asking Sarah questions. Sarah is kind of talking about her relationship with George. She talked about how it was kind of rocky. She had mentioned a couple times, well, you guys have my phone, you took my phone, which we heard a lot about today. But you guys have my phone, you saw the pictures of how he hurt me, and the bruises to my face and things like that. And that is something that we believe the defense is going to be showing jurors as well. But she talks about some of that she has evidence on her phone of how George had hurt her and how she was trying to help him. And then you'll see an investigator bring in a computer. And on the computer is that cell phone video that we saw today in court, and they're showing that to Sarah. And they're asking her, hey, when we responded to the scene, you were saying this was all fun and games. I just fell asleep and forgot that he was in there. Now we're seeing this video of you laughing and saying, shut the F up, and things like that. And Sarah, at first, she seems like she had never seen this video before. And, then she was like, this is not my intention, this was not my intention. She had said that multiple times, that she did not intend to leave him in the suitcase. Today in court, we had learned that they got this video during a second extraction of the cell phone. I'm going to let this car pass because it's a little loud. A second extraction of the cell phone at the sheriff's office, and that it had been deleted, as far as what I'm understanding from what the witness was saying today from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the person who had done the data extraction on Sarah Boone's phone. So did Sarah not think that if she deleted it that they would see it? We don't know, of course. We will hear testimony from Sarah Boone maybe later this week, but that's of course something we have to see.
Yeah, I want to ask you too. I know we heard this morning from the forensic pathologist who did the autopsy. You mentioned it just a couple of minutes ago, and one of the things that she talked about was, first of all, the the size of George and the position he was likely in inside that suitcase. And I saw a couple comments because we are streaming this on YouTube as well, and I saw a couple comments about folks kind of surprised to learn George's size, that he was 5'2" and only 103
He's 103
pounds.
pounds.
Yeah.
And 5'2". I'm 5'2" and much heavier than that. So this is a small adult, a male adult. And if I have a second, I could pull up the dimensions of the suitcase. I know I just posted this. But yeah, he was 103 pounds and 5'2". Sarah Boone's also pretty small as well. And they were talking about the person who had performed the autopsy was talking about how she believes he was maybe in the fetal position inside the suitcase. He had a lot of injuries to the left side of his body that they had been pointing out, specifically to his arm. He had a big bruising on his arm here, on his hand. He had a big bruise on his eye, and then his forehead was pretty swollen. And they were showing these pictures from the autopsy in the courtroom. So that's how we're seeing all of this. He had bloodied lip. He had a bloody lip. He also had like a bruise it looked like on his shoulders. So she was talking about all of those injuries. And just to pull it up one more time. So yeah, George was 103 pounds, 5'2", and the suitcase that he was zipped in was 28 long, 20 wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep. So kind of, I mean, it's a big suitcase that you'd like, if you're going on vacation for a week, that you would probably take. But for an adult, I mean, that's a pretty tight space. And the other thing is the zippers didn't have the pulls on them. So that was something that was pointed out yesterday as well, because they were talking about, well, could he have, was there pulls? Was it the suitcase easy to open? Well, there were no pulls on them. They had put, there had been a like little pink piece of metal, it looked like almost, and what a witness had said she thought that was a paper clip that they had used because the pull was gone.
Yeah, certainly a small space, even for a smaller person to be in. In fact, one of the things that we heard the medical examiner, or the forensic pathologist rather, talk about was saying that it was a combination of that unusual position and being in that area that did not have enough oxygen, that both kind of contributed to his death there. I also want to ask you about the crime lab analyst, Meredith McCaskill, who testified this morning, and about the DNA testing, and they did quite a bit of testing of Sarah Boone and George Torres, and I thought it was interesting to hear her testify, though, that there was no foreign DNA found under either one of their fingernails. It was basically just their own DNA. I think that was kind of the main takeaway from hearing her talk about the DNA.
Yeah, I think so as well. And something I'd like to point out, because we were talking about potentially seeing that interrogation video later this afternoon, Sarah willingly gave all of this, her DNA, during the interrogation video after they were questioning her. After she saw that they had the video, they had asked Sarah, is it okay if we still swab your fingernails? And she did say yes. We also heard from the other witness earlier with the sheriff's office, the person who extracts from your phone. She had said, well, yes, she gave me her phone and her passcode. So Sarah had willingly gave a lot of information and just her possessions to law enforcement. And something that was mentioned yesterday by Sarah Boone's attorney is that she didn't have representation when they were questioning her. She didn't know what she should or shouldn't say. And he said, well, Sarah lied. And she lied in that first interrogation video. And we're going to find out when she testifies what this other story is. Of course, we've heard a little portion of that already, the baseball bat. We had not known about this before. Sarah never talked about a baseball bat. Both the state and the defense said that she hit him with this baseball bat. So it seems like there is going to be another narrative to this story of what happened that night in 2020 that we will learn much more about.
Yeah, and just a couple other things here, and then I'll let you go. I've got your tweet pulled up here where you talk about the ring that you noticed in one of the autopsy photos. Now, I will say, for folks who are watching on our live stream, many of those photos we did not show, but that's why I wanted to get your take on this, because you noticed that the ring. Tell us about that.
So yes, I noticed a ring on Jorge Torres's hand, and when it was a wedding ring on his left hand. And from what I remember from the body cam video, because I've been covering this from the start, that she had said, my boyfriend George, we've been dating for 3.5 years. She kept calling George her boyfriend. And when I posted that, I was like, well, what was interesting to me is that George had this wedding ring on his left hand, but Sarah and George, they were just boyfriend-girlfriend for 3.5 years. But social media, someone reminded me something from this interrogation that I actually had forgotten about. They were saying that Sarah mentioned an engagement ring. So I went back to my notes that I took from when I was looking at that interrogation video. And yes, she had said, hold on, let me pull it up here. She had said something to the extent of, she had asked investigators, can I get the engagement ring that I bought George back? And they were like, well, the medical examiner has his body right now. They're doing the autopsy, and any of his possessions will go to next of kin, so his family. So I don't know if they were engaged or not, but I did think that that was interesting, especially for people who have been following this case.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know you said you're going to let me go, but I want to talk a little bit about the text messages if we have time.
Yes, yeah, go right ahead. Yeah, what stood out to you?
Yeah, so I'm reading off my phone because I wrote it down. We kind of mentioned this the other day, but we're now seeing this for the first time. So I learned a lot today about what happens when you extract data off a phone. And iPhone specifically, it seems like gives out a lot more information. So it'll tell you when you open your camera, even if you don't take a video. It will tell you about, of course, when you send a text, when you receive a text, who it was with, and all of that. So they're going through text messages with, they called him Mo. But from other from statements made by the state earlier in the week, or last week, they had talked about how Mo is George's older brother. So just to put that in perspective. So this Mo person, or it starts with, I think this was on Christmas 2019, and this crime happened February 2020. And there's a text from Sarah saying, ugh, your dad, in quotes, hit me in the face, hide and seek I shall. And then in another time, this Mo person says, please do something with yourself, Sarah, God bless you. And this was after like an argument, it seemed like, between them. And then Sarah said, or a text from Sarah's phone says, and bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him, then I'll be better. Ugh, Torres. And that was the end of that conversation. We know we heard from a different brother of Jorge Torres. I think he's one of 6, if I'm remembering correctly, who had said that the family didn't really get along with Sarah.
Yeah, interesting to hear some of the discussion about their relationship when, let me see, Juan Torres, yes, the younger brother, we heard him testify on Friday. And
in, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but in the body cam video, Sarah was very concerned. This was the day of the crime. Sarah was very concerned about what investigators were going to tell Jorge Torres' family. And when they were asking Sarah, like, why are you so concerned? She had said, well, they're going to think I killed him. And that was one of the first things out of her mouth when they said, they were asking about why she was concerned about the family and what they would know and what they were going to tell her, which I think is kind of interesting now as you see all these pieces come together.
Yeah, she specifically says, "I'm afraid for my life. His family has never liked me. They're going to kill me. This is not intentional, but they're not going to understand that."
Yep.
Yeah. Interesting
Exactly.
stuff
So
there.
it kind of paints a picture as to the relationship between Sarah and George. It's now been mentioned 2 times that she had told George's family members that he had choked her and that they didn't get along. We've seen that previously in the body cam video, in the interrogation video, and now in the courtroom.
Last thing I'll ask you, Stephanie, and I'm just curious about, I know we talked on Friday about Sarah Boone's demeanor in the courtroom, and I'm wondering how it is today, if it is any different from Friday. I mean, we saw her smiling and talking with her attorneys at the end of the morning session just a few minutes ago before she was kind of chained back up and taken out.
Every day that I've seen her, she walks in, they take off her handcuffs because she doesn't have handcuffs when she's sitting in the courtroom. She smiles, says her pleasantries to her attorneys. There's a private investigator that now that jury selection is over, he kind of sits in the back of the courtroom with us and everyone else who's in that room. She turns around, says hi to him, and it seems all fine. She seems, like you said, she's smiling. And then when things start going, she's laser focused. She was looking at all of the evidence. She didn't look away when they were showing pictures of Jorge Torres' body. She's been taking a lot of notes. It seems like her attorney brings her a notepad, and she's just been taking notes throughout the whole process.
Does she look at the jury at all? What is it when they come in? What is that like when the jury is coming in?
She looks when the jury walks in. So when the jury walks in, everyone has to stand. So when the judge walks in, you have to stand. When the jury walks in, you have to stand. So when the jury walks in, Sarah stands next to her attorneys, and if you've been watching Fox Local, you see her. She's in the middle of Tony and her other attorney, Tony Henderson and James Owens. And she'll turn, and she'll look at the jurors, and then she'll go back and sit down. As far as what I can see, I haven't seen her look at the jurors throughout like when evidence is being presented and things like that. She's more looking at the front of the room. But the jurors, you can see they're looking at the assistant state attorneys who are speaking. They're looking at Sarah Boone's attorneys. They're looking at Sarah. They're looking at what's being presented at them. But it does seem like Sarah is more looking at in front of her, not really looking at the jurors. And then I have noticed she's been asking a lot of questions. She seems to be very involved in the process. I think I mentioned this the other day, that she had been taking notes during jury selection. I've heard her talking to her attorneys, trying to understand different things, giving her 2 cents. And we know this is Sarah Boone's 9th attorney. At one point, she was going to represent herself, so you have to imagine that she had to kind of understand how the proceedings go and things like that. But she does seem very involved. She's not just sitting there letting her attorneys take the wheel. It seems like she's in the process as well, or she's trying to be.
Yeah, you certainly would expect that for someone who was unable to work with 8 other attorneys. But every time she's asked by the judge if she's pleased, she said I think this morning she said very much so.
Yeah, she never says just yes. She gives like some kind of comment like that.
Yeah, so
her previous attorneys had said she was extremely difficult to work with, that there was no pleasing her, different things like that. Then she put out a flyer that was like inmates seeking attorney, and James Owens saw the flyer on the internet. I forget where he saw it, but on social media somewhere. Then got hooked up with Sarah Boone. Now they're here. They're actually, I forget where he's from, but they're like 6 hours away.
From the Panhandle.
So they're all staying in an Airbnb, their entire legal team, during this process. So that has now we've seen is going to be a long process too.
Yeah, James Owens and his team, they're from Milton up in Santa Rosa County in the Panhandle. So they are certainly have come a long way to be here.
That's
right. Well, Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte, you've done a great job already of keeping us up to date. We know you're also live tweeting throughout this, and And we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus and keeping us updated throughout the day. So we appreciate all the work you're doing.
Thank you, Garrett.
And we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back with more after this. That was really good. All right, so we played the cell phone video and that. So here, I thought about jumping in early on when she was talking about the medical examiner talking and be like, hey, I can play that segment, but I decided not to. Right, because I was only going to keep her till 1.
Yeah, and then she was like, well, can we keep going?
Yeah. We can go as long as you want. Welcome back in. I am Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us here on Fox Local, on fox35orlando.com, and also streaming live on YouTube as we are going to continue with our coverage of the Suitcase murder trial. Sarah Boone on trial, charged with second-degree murder, and this is now day 2 of testimony. 4 days last week of jury selection, opening arguments, and the first witnesses called on Friday, and then we have so far had 3 witnesses called today. We expect really only one more witness to be called this afternoon, and that is because of the length of time that is likely going to take. Stephanie touched on it just a few minutes ago when we were talking with her about the morning session and looking ahead, and the witness that we expect to hear from this afternoon. We heard the prosecutors say it before they wrapped up the morning for lunch break, and that's Deputy Chelsea Kepsel from the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and that is why we expect to see that interrogation video, that couple-hour-long interrogation video played this afternoon. Once they kind of establish that, introduce that into evidence, so it could be a little bit of a later day today, as court typically tries to wrap up around 5 p.m., but it sounds like today that is not going to be the case, going to be likely continuing a little bit longer. But I do want to go ahead and recap for you some of what we heard this morning. We were talking with Stephanie about the injuries found on Jorge Torres' body, specifically from the bat, and that's a little bit of a segment here I'd like to play for you when the forensic pathologist from the medical examiner's office talked about those injuries on his body and what she found. In fact, she even had a chart in court today that she kind of pointed out on the diagram where those injuries were and what they meant.
Are you aware that there was a baseball bat that was gathered in the evidence in this case?
I didn't hear about that until later.
When is later? When did you first learn about the potential of baseball?
That might have been around the time that I was sitting for a deposition, but I can't quite remember.
When your deposition was taken?
I don't have the file folder. I don't know when I was deposed.
going to show you this exhibit. This is it's number 14. And this composite exhibit is State's exhibit, I believe, number 13. And this is picture number 14. Do you see the, you said they were circular type injuries?
Yes.
And you've seen a regular baseball bat or a kid's baseball bat?
Yes.
A wooden bat. And if you were to swing that bat and hit someone, hit somebody's body or hit a suitcase, and the blunt force, that would be a linear line across that person.
It could be depending on the position of the body, the position of the suitcase, and the position or how the object came in contact.
What is a linear injury mean?
So linear injury is, if you think, linear, it's more like a line.
Okay. Now, if you took the barrel of the bat, the very end of the barrel of the bat, and you poked into the suitcase with the barrel of that bat, would those spots there in this exhibit, is that consistent?
It's compatible with that, yes. It's compatible.
And then here's a close-up. This is picture number 15. Again, a close-up. Same question. Would that be consistent with poking the suitcase, if he's in the suitcase at the time, thrusting the barrel of that bat, the crown of that bat, would potentially run those type injuries?
Yes, it's compatible with that.
All right, so that was actually a bit of a different clip than I was thinking, but that was the cross-examination as they were talking specifically about the injuries from the bat. The section that I intended to play for you is this one, where they talk about the injuries found on Torres's body, and she points them out on the diagram. So I'm going to go ahead and play that for you now.
So, ma'am, on this body chart, can you describe for us and point out what was the first blunt impact injury that you identified?
So there were some blunt impact injuries to his head. I don't think it's on this one, but there were some blunt impact injuries to his head right up here on the eye and on the mouth area.
And then, did you notate any injuries to his hand?
Yes, so there were some ecchymoses, or you can think of that as like a large kind of bruise on both hands.
What other blunt impact injuries did you identify?
So there's a series of ecchymoses on the left side of the back, which right about here.
And any others?
There were some on the forearms as well.
And you use this body chart, you say, in addition to photographing the injuries that you document, correct?
Yes.
As part of your examination, and I believe it's on the body chart itself, do you document the height and weight of the person as well?
Yes.
And what was the height of Mr. Torres?
So technically for us, it's length. Height is the measurement that's taken while someone is standing. So his length was 62 inches, and his weight was 103 pounds.
In regards to these blunt impact injuries, how is it that you come to the conclusion that these injuries were the result of blunt impacts?
So these are typical wounding patterns for blunt force trauma. And when I say blunt force trauma, that can mean something striking a part of the body, or on the other hand, it can be the body striking an object. And that causes injury to the skin, and to the soft tissue, and sometimes the deeper tissues, depending on how severe or how strong that blunt force trauma is.
Are these injuries consistent with a person being struck with a baseball bat?
They could be, yes.
Are they consistent with a person being pushed down a flight of stairs?
They could be, yes.
Can you say whether or not these injuries occurred while George Torres was in the suitcase?
No.
Why is it that you cannot say that?
So all of these injuries seem to have occurred around the same time, meaning that they're relatively acute or new. They're not things that are healing or something that happened last week. So they all occurred around the same time. But you can't really look at a bruise or a contusion and say, oh, that happened 2 hours ago. There's not a good way to do that.
Are these injuries consistent with them occurring while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes, they could be.
All right, so that was the conversation there. That was the direct examination when the prosecution was asking the medical examiner, the forensic pathologist, about the injuries found on Torres's body. And then right before that, we had played for you the cross-examination when James Owens, Sarah Boone's attorney, had some questions as well. We are about to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus. If you're watching us on Fox Local, or then we are going to take a quick break. If you're watching us on our second stream, if you're watching us on YouTube, we will leave you with a live picture of downtown Orlando. And I will make sure my mic is muted this time as well. But we also want to get a little bit of interaction with us. So if you have any questions, anything that you would like us to cover that maybe we haven't talked about yet, or anything you want us to reiterate, or if you have any questions that we might be able to answer for you, just go ahead and drop those in the chat right now, and we'll see if we can get some of those answered for you. Got about another 40 minutes until court resumes. They are scheduled to come back around 2 p.m. and so we will be with you until then. We are going to step aside for a couple of minutes, and then we'll be right back with more coverage of the Suitcase murder trial here on Fox Local, fox35orlando.com, and YouTube right after this. All right, welcome back in to our Fox 35 News Plus streaming coverage of the Suitcase murder trial. I am Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us here on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox35Orlando.com, live on Fox Local, whether that's on your phone or on your TV, and also streaming live on YouTube throughout the day. So we appreciate you joining us however you are watching us this afternoon. It is a 1:23 just about. Here on this Monday afternoon, court expected to resume around 2 p.m. That at least is when jurors were asked to return by. We do know they were supposed to be back by 9 a.m. this morning. That didn't end up happening. It sounded like a couple of them had run late, gotten stuck in the line to get in. We heard the judge talking about that this morning. So things didn't start this morning until, let me see, 9:45, it looks like. So about 45 minutes later than expected. But they kicked things off this morning as the prosecution called its 11th witness of the trial with the forensic pathologist. We just played a clip for you where she was talking about some of the injuries. I want to play another clip for you as she discussed the cause of death and what they found as to why Jorge Torres died. As she goes into that, positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. So I want to play for you as she kind of goes into the cause of death and what they learned from the autopsy of Jorge Torres.
Did you perform the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were your findings as to cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death, which I put on the death certificate, is positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. And the manner of death I classified as homicide.
Now, when you perform your autopsy, what information do you have at the time that you begin that examination?
It's incredibly variable. I can have a lot of background information. Sometimes I have none. It just depends on the particular case.
In this case, what information were you provided ahead of time?
So the information I had was that the decedent was with his girlfriend, and at some point in time in the night, he got into a suitcase, which was then zippered shut. At another point at time, I believe she went to bed, and then the next morning discovered that he was still in the suitcase. And I think that was in about an 11-hour time frame from the information that I had.
You mentioned asphyxia. Can you explain for us what asphyxia is?
Sure. So asphyxia is a very general term. It would be kind of like saying, I drive a car. Right? That's very generic, and we know that there are many different types of cars out there, right? So asphyxia simply means lack of oxygen or inadequate oxygen for an individual. And there are different categories of asphyxia. So you can have suffocation, which just means that there's obstruction of the airways. So that could be smothering, that could be somebody choking on a piece of food, or maybe just being in an environment where there's not enough oxygen in the air to sustain that individual. There's a category called strangulation. That would be compression of the neck, either blood vessels or airways. There's another category called mechanical asphyxia. That can be when the body is in an unusual or abnormal position where the actual mechanics of breathing can't occur. So that can be the position of the body, or it can be, like, let's say if a heavy object fell on somebody and you simply can't breathe because of the weight of that object. That would be a mechanical asphyxia. And then there's drowning. That's a different type of asphyxia. And there are a couple of other categories as well that are much less common.
Is there a most common type of asphyxia?
The most common would be ligature compression of the neck. So that would be like an event, a hanging. That would be the most common that we would see.
You also mentioned environmental suffocation. Could you tell us a little bit more what that means in more layman's terms?
So that just means there's not enough oxygen in the environment that the person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, as that person is breathing, they're using up all the oxygen. And once it's gone, there's no oxygen left. Or you could think of maybe people who are, climbing Mount Everest. There's not as much oxygen up there, and that's why they have oxygen tanks. So it just means that the amount of oxygen available in the air around that person is not enough to sustain them.
In this case, what can you tell us about how long Jorge Torres was in that suitcase?
There's not a really good way for me to give you a time frame as to how long he was in that suitcase. Again, because there was both the component of positional asphyxia, being in an unusual position for a period of time, and then also the environmental suffocation component. Because within that suitcase, certainly there's going to be oxygen, but it's not going to be the same as if you were sitting in a room like this. And because there are those multiple components happening at the same time, there's not a really good way to estimate or say with scientific certainty, oh, he was in for X amount of time. There's really not a good way to do that.
How about, is there any good way to approximate or determine the time that Jorge Torres died?
There's not a good way to do that either, again, because there are so many different components at play at the time of his death. Sitting in a normal room like this, the percentage of oxygen that's available is about 20 to 21%. If that were to drop to 10 to 15%, the person can be impaired with judgment, they can be impaired with activity. Once that percentage drops between 8 to 10%, most people will lose consciousness. And at a percentage of 8% oxygen or less, that's when we would expect the death to occur. And so again, there's not a really good way to measure the amount of oxygen that would have been available to him in that suitcase, in addition to the fact that he was in an unusual position.
What position were you able to determine he was in that suitcase?
I wasn't able to see what position he was in. By the time that our medical legal death investigators were at the scene, he was already removed from the suitcase. Based on some of the findings, I favor that he was most likely in like a fetal type position. So knees flexed, arms flexed, and the head most likely flexed forward. But again, that's from my findings. I didn't see what position he was in.
What side of his body would he be resting on in this fetal position?
That's most likely his left side. However, I do say the caveat that some of the findings are dependent on time, meaning that, if that suitcase had been moved or flipped over, that could be different than what I'm seeing at the time of my examination.
Tell us, what is skin slippage?
So after death, the body goes through a series of progressive changes. And one of those changes is skin slippage. And what that does is it tells me that that person is a little bit further away from the actual time of death. So it's not something that's going to occur immediately after death for most people. It's something that would occur a little bit later on in that process of changes that happens after death.
And tell us, what is rigor mortis?
So rigor mortis is also called the post-mortem stiffening of muscles. And again, that's one of the changes that occurs after death. Most of the times that will occur before we see skin slippage. But these changes are very variable from individual to individual. And it also depends a lot the environment the person is in. So for example, those changes that we're going to see happen more quickly in a warm environment. Somebody who maybe is engaged in a physical or violent struggle, those changes are going to occur more rapidly. And then it also depends on the person themselves, their relative size, their relative health. Those things can all impact the changes that we see after death.
How does skin slippage and rigor mortis inform your findings about how long Jorge Torres was likely in that suitcase?
So again, the time frame that I had was about 11 hours, just from the last time that he was known to be in the suitcase versus the time that he was found. So I'm basing it off of that. So about an 11-hour time period. When I did my examination, the rigor mortis was already dissipating or leaving. Also, there was some skin slippage. And so if he had not been in the suitcase, if he had been out of the suitcase, I would not expect that advanced amount of change. It's compatible with him being in that suitcase for a longer period of time. It would have been warmer. And also if he had been, struggling to get himself out, engaging that physical activity, those are things that are going to accelerate or speed up that process. So my findings at the time of the examination are compatible with that 11-hour time period or, somewhere around there.
All right, so that was the medical examiner talking about the cause of death and kind of some of the things that she found in doing the autopsy of Jorge Torres after his death. Again, the thought is that he was roughly in that suitcase roughly 11 hours, but you heard her say don't really know for sure, kind of hard to put time stamps on what happened and when he may have died and how quickly he may have died and that kind of thing. You'll hear some more of that in the cross-examination that I'll play for you in a few minutes. But first I want to play for you as she also took us through the autopsy photos of Jorge Torres. I will warn you, you will not see many of them because of the content of that and our stream here, but she does describe some of what she found and the injuries and that kind of thing. So I do still want to play this for you, and then after that we will play for you a segment of the cross-examination when Sarah Boone's attorneys had some questions about other things found in Jorge Torres that they are hoping to paint a picture of that may have played a role. So at first I want to play for you, this is when the forensic pathologist takes us through the autopsy photos of Jorge Torres.
Ma'am, I'm showing you photo 1 from State's composite. Tell us, what is this a photo of?
So this is an identification photo that's basically just showing from about the level of the collarbones up.
And this is Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Did you note any signs of injury in this photo?
So there's some ecchymoses around the left eye. This picture, it's a little bit hard to see, but I think there's another one coming up. There's also an area of ecchymoses up here on the left side of the forehead with also some swelling associated with that. The lips have some contusions and small lacerations. And then on the left shoulder here, you can see a little bit of some ecchymoses here. Or again, ecchymoses are kind of like big bruises.
Turning to photo 2 from State's composite. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is his right arm near the elbow. And right here you can see this kind of darker area. So this looks similar to an abrasion, but it's actually, it's what's called drying artifact. And again, this is one of the reasons that I think that he was in that suitcase for a little bit longer. Most likely that was a pressure point where part of that suitcase was resting on his elbow in that area. And then after death, that tissue dries out, and that's the discoloration that you're seeing there.
Turning to State's 3 from the composite.
So here you can see a little bit better. I don't know if you can get a feeling for this, but this area is what we call edema or swelling. So this whole area is edema. It's a little bit discolored, so ecchymosis, and then again, really at the corner of the eye here, you can see that darker discoloration. And so those are injuries from blunt force trauma.
State's 4 from the composite.
So this is the left shoulder and arm. So again, you can see this kind of red to purple area. So this is all ecchymoses, and then a couple of linear abrasions or scratches.
Stage 5 from the composite.
This is the same area, just a little bit closer up, so you can see this whole area of ecchymoses. It's a little bit variegated, differential in color, but again, that's all blunt force trauma.
And what part of the body is this we're looking at?
This is the left shoulder.
Stage 6 from the composite.
That's the same area, but in this picture we have a scale, or the ruler.
And why do we use scales or rulers?
That's just to give an idea of how big the area is or how large the injury is.
Stage 7 from the composite.
So this is the left forearm and hand, and you can see the area right here that's a little bit red to purple, and then also right here on the left hand, right here and here. Those are all areas of ecchymoses, again, blunt force trauma.
Stage 8 from the composite.
Again, the left arm. Just from a little bit of a different angle, so you can see, and a little bit with the elbow too here, but you can see all these areas, ecchymoses.
Stage 9 from the composite.
And now looking at the left hand, a little bit closer up, so you can kind of see a little bit better these areas of ecchymoses.
Stage 10 from the composite.
And again, the left hand just closer up.
Stage 11 from the composite.
So now we're looking at the back, and you can see that there are these linear abrasions in the mid-back.
Are those scratch marks for?
They could be scratch marks. They could also be blunt impact, more of just a straight-on blunt impact, especially being in that suitcase if there are objects in there.
What is the discoloration that we see around his shoulders and then some other spots on his back as well?
Sure. So you're talking about this area?
Yes.
So that's called livor mortis or lividity, and that's one of the changes that we see again after death. And basically what that is it's postmortem, after death, settling of blood in the blood vessels. And so it's dependent on gravity, and it's dependent on the person's position. So what I mean by that is we're seeing it on his back because after the time of death, at some point in time, he was more positioned on his back. And the areas that are lighter, that's because for a couple of reasons. It could be the position of the body, meaning that it's not in the gravity-dependent position, or there could be something pressing on it. So either one of those.
Stage 12 from the composite.
So those are those linear abrasions, just shown a little bit closer up.
Stage 13 from the composite.
And the same, but with a scale.
Stage 14 from the composite.
So now you're seeing the left side of his back and also the back of his left arm. And you can see these areas here of ecchymoses, and these are a lot darker than some of the others that we've seen. One of the things that I did is I looked underneath the skin in these areas because they're so much darker and so much more dense. So I wanted to see if there was injury of the deeper tissues. So these areas are associated with hemorrhage or bleeding into the skeletal muscle, so the deeper tissues. And so that's just indicating more force applied to that area.
And when you did your internal exam, did you examine this area, and did that inform your findings?
Yes.
States 15 from the composite?
And that's showing those areas a little bit closer up. So you can see that they're much more dense. There's at least 3 distinct areas here. There could be more than 3 impacts, but there's at least 3 separate ones that can be seen.
States 16 from the composite?
This is just showing the upper back and the back of the neck. We've got a linear abrasion right here on the back of the neck, and these were the ones shown in the earlier pictures.
And states 17 from the composite.
And this is just showing the same area of the back and the back of the arm, but just at a different angle.
So we've discussed and seen evidence of many different injuries. In total, how many blunt impact injuries did you identify?
I can't give you an exact number. Again, you can have multiple impacts in a very close area, so it can be hard to discern each one. They can overlay each other, or they can be so close to each other. But at least 5 to 6, most likely more than that.
And when you were going through your body chart as well, and I guess we also saw some of it photographically, as you also mentioned impact to the left side of the head.
Yes.
And I believe that was subgaleal?
Subgaleal, so kind of similar to what I was describing on the back. I looked at the underside of the scalp. And so in those areas on the left side of his forehead where there was the edema, when we reflect or we fold the scalp over, there was hemorrhage or bleeding that went through the entire scalp and was deposited on the skull. There was no associated skull fracture, and there was no bleeding inside of the skull, but it was all in the scalp and deposited on the outer surface of the skull.
So under the skin, but not under the skull?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you.
And so that was the forensic pathologist from the medical examiner's office testifying this morning. In a few minutes, I will play for you the cross-examination as the defense attorneys had some questions for her, and they also went into some other things. To address one question I did see in the chat on our YouTube stream right now, asking about why we're not showing the photos, and that is obviously there are some things content-wise that we will not show. We make that editorial decision. I will also say that this is a pool photographer, so this is one camera in the courtroom for everyone who is showing this. So no matter where you are watching this stream, even if it's not on our stream, if you're watching another one, you are going to see the same thing. So obviously the jurors inside the courtroom, those in the gallery inside the courtroom can look at those photos, but we are not, we will show what we show and what you see, but nothing beyond that. Just a policy of the station here, and of many TV stations nowadays, with those kinds of standards in decision making and editorial decisions and that kind of thing. So just to kind of address that. But again, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. If you're watching us on Fox Local, when we come back, I will play for you the cross-examination of the medical examiner. It's about a 6-minute clip, and then we'll get into a couple of other things, and then we do expect court to resume right around 2 o'clock with the afternoon session, and expect testimony from a deputy with the sheriff's office, and also see that interrogation video this afternoon as well. So keep it right here. Much more coverage to come of the Suitcase murder trial. We appreciate you watching us on this Monday afternoon here on Fox Local, fox35orlando.com, and the Fox 35 News app, and also on YouTube. So we appreciate you joining us. We'll be right back after this. Hey, welcome back into our live stream of the Suitcase murder trial. We are still in a break for another 10 minutes, it looks like, until they come back from lunch, probably around 2 o'clock. That's when jurors were asked to return for the afternoon session. We do expect to see that interrogation video this afternoon and hear testimony from an Orange County Sheriff's Office deputy who conducted that questioning as well. So that's what we expect from the afternoon session. This morning we heard from the forensic pathologist from the medical examiner's office who conducted the autopsy. We heard from a crime lab analyst from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. We also heard from the digital forensic examiner with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. So she broke down the data that was extracted from the phone. That's when we saw the cell phone video, the 2 cell phone videos, and also heard some of the texts read as well. We talked about that a little bit ago. I do want to go ahead and play for you now, though, about a 6-minute clip of the medical examiner being cross-examined by Sarah Boone's attorneys, and they are specifically asking about Jorge Torres and his injuries, and also other issues, health issues that they, it sounds like, are trying to question whether could have played a role in his death. So let's go ahead and listen into that.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the cardiovascular system. Do you have your report?
I do.
Okay. You described the proximal third of the left anterior descending coronary artery having greater than a 75% narrowing of the lumen due to its centrically placed firm yellow-white fibrolipid atherosclerotic plaque?
Yes.
And is that pretty much verbatim with what you said in the report?
Yes.
Okay. And that terminology is synonymous with a single vessel, high-grade atherosclerotic coronary artery disease.
Yes.
And in that location, it's kind of a classic location for what people refer to as the widowmaker.
Yes.
Because of the location in that vessel that supplies most of the circulation to the left ventricle.
Yes.
If you had a spasm in that artery, that could nearly totally obstruct the lumen and cause a fatal heart attack, could it not?
It could. It could cause a dysrhythmia, yes.
I'm sorry?
A dysrhythmia or an abnormal beating of the heart.
But that could kill him.
It could.
The lumen is the inside space of the tubular structure?
Yes.
Of that, and so that was blocked, over 75%.
It was. But there was no evidence of myocardial scarring. So when the vessels become blocked, you prevent blood from getting to the muscle of the heart. So there was no evidence that there was any scarring. There was no evidence that there was anything that happened acutely. When that happens, we can see changes in the actual muscle of the heart. So there were no changes suggestive of that.
Well, let me ask you something. If he were to get out of the suitcase on his own, and he would have passed out or fell asleep on the couch, and she would have woken up the next day about that time and came down, and he was dead on the couch, and you did this autopsy, would it be fair to say that in your ruling on cause of death, that single vessel coronary artery atherosclerosis would be your probable cause of death?
It could be, but any sort of injury overrides natural disease if the injury is significant, right? So you don't have to be a perfectly healthy person to have trauma and die. So it's very common that we see people that have injuries for whatever reason, but also have a lot of natural disease. But we look at it as the injuries override the natural disease because especially atherosclerotic disease, that's considered long-term. Right? So that's been going on for years and years. People walk around with that all the time. So what's different is that we have trauma, and so that overrides natural disease. And sometimes natural disease can contribute, but again, it depends on the individual. It depends on the circumstances.
So absent the positional asphyxia or the environmental asphyxia, and he was dead, and you did the autopsy, it would be fair to say that you would determine this was a natural death from an isolated coronary heart disease, would you not?
It would depend on the circumstances. And I can't speculate on this case because I know what I know about it.
If you had nothing else, the widowmaker would have caused his death, or you would have to have assumed, having nothing else, that would have caused his death.
I most likely would have given him cardiovascular disease.
Now, this ethanol metabolism that we talked about earlier, and there's a question about you believing he was in the elimination phase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that Jorge Torres, the decedent, was in the elimination phase since the blood ethanol was below the vitreous value?
Yes.
Given the vitreous value was a 213, is it justified in saying the decedent's blood ethanol level was at least a 0.213 prior to starting the elimination phase?
Yes.
And now you know that the normal elimination rate is, I believe, 0.015% per hour?
Yes.
Is that standard?
It's an estimate.
And so we have a difference of a 0.138 to the 213. So roughly 5 hours of elimination. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So in other words, you would agree there's a short interval where the vitreous and the blood are identical.
Yes.
And then the blood drops beneath the vitreous value as ethanol is metabolized in the blood.
Yes.
So is it fair to say, given the significant difference in the blood and the vitreous ethanol values, that the true vitreous and blood ethanol level had to be much higher than what is reported in your report at the time that he passed?
At the time that he passed? No, this is reflective of the time that he passed.
Say again?
This is reflective, the 0.139, that's reflective of the time that he passed. There's not, metabolism after death of the alcohol.
All right, well, let me, what I'm saying is, he could have been, prior to that time of passing, he could have, his blood alcohol level would have been much higher.
It was at least at the same level as the
At least the two.
Yes.
At least the 213.
Yes.
So it could have been much higher.
It could have been, yes.
And that was the cross-examination of the forensic pathologist who did the autopsy on George Torres' body after his death. You heard some of the questioning there about the heart condition and a number of other things as well. And now we are nearing the top of the hour. At 2 o'clock, we expect the jury to come back in. The jury is supposed to be there by 2 o'clock, and then shortly after that, court will gavel back into session, or at least that is the plan for this afternoon. And we expect to hear from a deputy with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. We expect to see the interrogation video, roughly 2 hours long. We expect to see that this afternoon played in court once it is introduced into evidence and then published. So we are standing by for court to resume here in just a couple of minutes. But while we're waiting on that, I do want to play one last thing for you, and that is the testimony of Meredith McCaskill. She's a crime lab analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE, and she was talking about the DNA that was found. This was something Stephanie and I talked about a little bit ago when the lunch break first started, and some of what they found there and what that might mean. So I want to play for you that segment as the crime lab analyst talks about the genetic profile and the DNA that was analyzed from Sarah Boone and from George Torres.
In reviewing the instrumentation data in this case, was the DNA profile that was said to have come from Mr. Torres, was there able to be a full DNA profile at those 21 locations developed?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Now, can you tell us what a buccal or a buccal swab, sometimes people call it each, which way is the right way?
I usually use the word buccal, but buccal is not incorrect either.
All right, and what is that?
It's just a swab that we can use as a reference sample from a person. So it looks, all of our swabs just kind of look like a long Q-tip with only one end. And then you just take that cotton tip end and rub it on the interior of your mouth to get a good DNA sample. You have a lot of cells on the inside of your mouth and a lot of saliva. So that's a good source to use for a known sample from a person.
And these long Q-tips, I believe, as you described, are they put into a box that is designed in a way so that the Q-tip doesn't touch the edges of the box?
Yes, I've seen it in boxes like that, but I have also seen it where they've been put back into the original paper packet container. So either method is fine.
And did the FDLE in this particular case, in the data that you reviewed, was there buccal swabs represented as being from the defendant, Sarah Boone?
Yes, there was.
And in the process that you've briefly described for the jury already, can you just tell us if it's different in any way to take a part of that cotton swab to develop a DNA profile than a piece of the DNA paper?
No, it's the same process. With the buccal swabs, I'm just taking a small cutting of the cotton area of the swab, placing it in a tube, and then running it through the exact same DNA process.
And was a full profile at the 21 locations able to be developed for the buccal swabs represented as being from Ms. Boone?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Were there also what we call unknown samples that were examined in this case?
Yes, there were.
And can you describe the difference between a known and an unknown sample for the jury?
Yes, a known sample is a sample from a specific person. So that's like the example of a buccal swab. I know that sample came from that individual, and I can use that as a way to determine that particular person's DNA profile. An unknown sample is just a sample where we don't know whose DNA or if there is any DNA on that sample at all. So those are question items that can be, once a DNA profile is obtained from that item, can be compared to the known profiles obtained from individuals.
And in this case, was there an unknown item labeled as DNA swabs representative coming from Mr. Torres's fingernails?
I believe it was fingernail clippings from Mr. Torres, yes.
All right, and typically, I know you didn't do the work on this particular case, but in reviewing the notes and in your experience, do these DNA samples from fingernail clippings come in as swabs, like a buccal swab?
So sometimes they can come in as swabs, but other times they come in as just fingernail clippings, so taking the clippers and just cutting off the ends of the fingernails. And then I've also seen it where they've been scraped using pointed sticks.
And so if there is a swab that came in represented as being from the fingernails, then that would go through the process of as you previously described for the buccal swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And if it comes in as fingernails or scrapings, do you all have to make your own swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And how would you go about doing that?
We have prepackaged swabs in our lab. We can then use some sterile deionized water and drip that onto the end of the cotton tip to make it a little bit moist so that it can pick up any DNA that is left on the item. And then we just swab the surface of the item, allow the swab to dry, and then cut it and place it into a tube for the DNA process. So we're just making our own swabs at that point.
And was there a profile obtained from what was represented as being a DNA sample from Mr. Torres' fingernail clippings?
Yes, there was.
And did it match either of the two known profiles that we've just discussed here this morning?
Yes, it did.
Which one?
Mr. Torres.
Were there any results indicating foreign DNA on this item?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Mr. Torres obtained from either set of fingernail clippings.
Likewise, was there something examined in this case represented to be swabs or DNA samples from Ms. Boone, the defendant's fingernails?
Yes, those were swabs that were sent represented as being from her fingernails.
And so just like the buccal swabs, they come in as a Q-tip and then you would test that in a similar manner?
Yes, that's correct.
Was a profile able to be developed from what was represented as being swabs from Ms. Boone's fingernails?
Yes, there was.
And did that profile match either of the two known profiles that we've been discussing this morning?
Yes, it did.
And whose was that?
Miss Boone's.
Now, in regards to both of these last items that we've talked about, the fingernail swabs from each Mr. Torres and Miss Boone, is it expected that their profile would be developed from DNA swabs from their fingernails?
Yes, it is. All of those samples were represented as being from those particular individuals, so their DNA is expected to be on those items.
Was there any DNA foreign to Ms. Boone on those samples that were representative as coming from her fingernails?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Miss Boone obtained from either set.
We are
of
back on the
fingernail
record.
swabs.
Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
We are going to get you back inside the courtroom. Let me see here if I can get you back inside the live look at the courtroom there as the judge and the defense and the prosecution are all getting ready for an afternoon session here. So let's go ahead and listen in as they get ready to call in the jury for more testimony this afternoon.
Yes.
Well, I guess that was bad timing to listen in because we do know that it looks like the attorneys have now approached the bench and are conferring with the judge. But just to set things up here, it is now 2:06. We expect the jury to come in any minute now. The judge is inside. You saw a few minutes ago Sarah Boone brought back into the courtroom. She was unshackled. The handcuffs were taken off. You see her now sitting at the defendant's table. We expect to hear from Deputy Chelsea Kepsel from the Orange County Sheriff's Office this afternoon. That's an indication that we were given by the prosecution shortly before the afternoon lunch break was taken today. That is because one of the things they said is they are likely going to play the interrogation video this afternoon. That's a couple hours long. Then you combine that with the time for questioning and other things as well, and that is going to be a little bit longer of an afternoon session than I know the court typically will take. They had told jurors during juror selection that they expected typically to be in session from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And in fact, one of the jurors had said that they will be fine being in session until 5 p.m., but they have concerns because of childcare and those sorts of issues that if they were to go past that. So that's one of the things that they're going to kind of figure out this afternoon as far as the length of how long we will go today. It will likely be past 5 just because of the logistics of and the reality of time, with there only being, less than 3 hours now until 5 o'clock. And especially if that interrogation video is about 2 hours, the prosecution said they would likely do their direct questioning of that witness, probably 35 minutes or so. I think they said 35 to 40 minutes. And then the prosecution said their cross-examination would likely be 35 to 40 minutes as well. Now, the judge also told the defense that their cross-examination may end up having to wait until tomorrow. So we'll just kind of have to wait and see what happens this afternoon once we get into that. The judge kind of left that open and said kind of cross that bridge when we come to it. But Sarah Boone is in the courtroom right now. You see her sitting at the defendant's table. We do expect court to continue here in just a couple of minutes. You see some of the folks from her legal team conferring with her. Fox 35 Stephanie Buffamonte says she has been taking a lot of notes. We have seen her, it looked like, taking notes, speaking with her attorneys on Friday as we headed into the afternoon session. I know Stephanie said she saw Sarah Boone pass off a list of a few questions to her attorney that she wanted to ask of the witness who was testifying, who actually ended up being her ex-husband at that time, Brian Boone. To answer a question that we got in the YouTube chat, I know someone had asked if Sarah Boone looked at the autopsy photos. And so we asked Stephanie that just a few minutes ago, and she said that yes, she did. She's looked at all of the evidence so far. She said, she ended up adding, hasn't looked away. So she has been very locked in and in tune with what is going on, not just at her legal team, but all throughout the trial, as you see her kind of shuffling through some of those papers now and that kind of thing. So going to go ahead and get you back inside the courtroom, and we will just kind of listen in for a minute here while we wait on things to get back going. We appreciate you joining us, whether you're watching us here on Fox Local, on fox35orlando.com, or on YouTube. And we expect the afternoon session of this trial to begin any minute now. So let's go ahead and we'll just sit tight and wait for that for a minute. While we are waiting on the afternoon session to begin here any minute now, I want to let you know where you can find more content from our Suitcase murder trial coverage here at Fox 35. This is what you're looking at here on the right side of your screen is the homepage of our Fox Local Smart TV app. So if you download that, this is what you will see right now on our main stream. Is our coverage right now of the Suitcase murder trial. If you scroll down, you will find where you can find it even outside the hours of 11 to 5. So when we have newscasts going on, up here on the top of the page, you're going to find our newscasts. You will always find this trial right here below that. So if we go past 5 today, we will still have it on our second stream. We will still be on YouTube. We are covering this gavel to gavel, so we are here the entire trial and have that live streaming for you. But I also want to show you where you can find our on-demand video content as well, because if you are watching us now, you obviously have been able to find the live stream, but maybe you want to see more. So just scroll down below that and you'll see Sarah Boone Suitcase Murder Trial Daily Updates. And this is where you can see all of the video that we are continuing to update. In fact, I'm going to refresh this page because I know we have been adding to this throughout the day today. And so let's see, you can find the prosecution going through Sarah Boone's texts, the section discussing the DNA that we just played for you, the medical examiner. If you missed some of the things from Friday, you can see highlights from opening statements. You can see the evidence when the baseball bat was presented, when the wine bottles were presented, and even when that suitcase was presented as evidence in the trial on Friday. So you can find all of that stuff. You can also find the full interrogation videos to watch on demand, the full body camera videos, and yes, that full cell phone videos as well to watch on demand. So if you have missed anything from our coverage of the Suitcase murder trial, you can find it right here on Fox Local and on fox35orlando.com. And we are continuing again to update this section with more videos throughout the trial as more witnesses testify, as more evidence is presented. So this is your one-stop shop, your streaming hub for the Suitcase murder trial is Fox Local. So I would recommend you download that. You can get all of that video right there on your phone and also on your smart TV. So a good way to watch if you're watching us right now. A live look right now inside the courtroom 12A in the Orange County Courthouse, where Judge Michael Kranick is presiding over the Sarah Boone trial, state of Florida v. Sarah Boone. She is facing a charge of second-degree murder in connection with the death of Jorge Torres, her boyfriend. I see her taking a sip of water there at the defendant's table. She had asked for some other snacks, but that request was denied. So it looks like we are just sticking with the water on this Monday afternoon. But the charge of second-degree murder, this is what the statute says. It is the unlawful killing of a human being when perpetrated by any act imminently dangerous to another and evincing a depraved mind regardless of human life, although without any premeditated design to effect the death of any particular individual. So that is the definition of second-degree murder from Florida statute. That is pulled from state law, Florida statute 782.042. That is the charge that Sarah Boone is facing. The potential punishment of that is that she could face up to life in prison. So that is what she could face if if she is convicted in this case. I do want to now draw your attention to a tweet from Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte, who is inside the courtroom. I'm trying to make this, see if I can enlarge this a little bit before I take this full. All right, let's go ahead and pull up this tweet. So Fox 35 Stephanie Buffamonte has been inside the courtroom. We spoke with her just a little bit ago. In fact, we will have that video for you in case you missed it.
Thank you all for
coming up
letting
on,
me know the lay of the land with
on Fox Local. A woman in the courtroom yelled out, "Is this the Sarah Boone trial?" And then when the deputy brought Sarah Boone in after a lunch break, the woman said, "Deputy, you should be fired." Sarah asked the deputy who the woman was and then kind of smirked. Interesting to see that there. So let's go ahead and get you back in the courtroom. Things are getting going again. The jury about to come in. The judge speaking now to folks in the gallery. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Amongst yourselves or anyone else in the gallery. I'm not going to allow any outbursts. If you cannot contain yourself, I'm going to ask you now to remove yourself. This is your one and only opportunity. If you cannot control yourself or there are outbursts, I will ask the courtroom deputy to remove you. Does anyone have any questions with regard to the court's instructions? If you're wearing sunglasses, I need you to remove them. Thank you. All right, with that, state anything we need to address before we bring in our panel.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
May we approach?
Yes.
All right, so strong words from the judge there, Judge Kranick, and now we kind of know why, because of that tweet from Stephanie where she talked about what sounded like some sort of outburst from someone there in the gallery, asking, is this the Sarah Boone trial? Then saying, deputy, you should be fired, when the deputy brought Sarah Boone back in after the lunch break. So strong words from the judge, telling folks basically, I don't want to hear those outbursts. I don't want to hear anything. Turn off your cell phones. All of the things that are normally kind of given as admonitions to folks in the gallery, but specific kind of strong words there after some sort of scene earlier today. That's from Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte, and I would recommend you following her on Twitter as she live tweets this trial and observations like that from inside the courtroom that we wouldn't necessarily know about otherwise just from our live stream. So we appreciate her updates as well. Well, let's go ahead and get you back inside the courtroom. The attorneys are still discussing with the judge some other matter. We don't know what. You heard the judge say, is there anything else that we need to discuss before we bring in the jury? They said yes, and then asked to approach. So that is not something that we are privy to. We don't get to hear those conversations, those private conversations between the attorneys and the judge. So not really sure what this is about, but we may find out here shortly once the discussion at the bench is over. Jurors were asked to return from lunch around 2 o'clock. It is now 2:20. We should point out that court this morning began about 45 minutes late. And so things have been moving along pretty well. The prosecution has been moving pretty quickly through its case, but things have hit a few snags along the way. Obviously with just some delays and that kind of thing that you can't always really prevent. So the judge this morning was talking about long lines getting inside, and so that was part of the problem we know this morning why they were waiting on some jurors to get into the courtroom before the trial could continue today. So we are expecting, you see on the lower third there, the prosecution is expected to play that Sarah Boone interrogation video. We do expect that this afternoon. That was one of the reasons that the prosecution before the lunch break had said that things might go a little bit longer today. So that is about a 2-hour long interrogation. We do expect to see that video and hear from the deputy this afternoon. So let's go ahead and get you back inside the courtroom here. We are still waiting on the start of this afternoon session. The jury is still not inside the courtroom at this time. All of this, of course, being taken care of without the jury inside, and there is a reason for that. And we spoke with Whitney Boone. She is an attorney, and kind of talked us through why the jury is removed from the courtroom when certain things are being taken care of. I want to play that for you.
When the judge has the jury go out of the courtroom, that it's because something bad has happened. Oftentimes it's just like dealing with administrative concerns. In a case like this, for instance, where you have a defendant in a criminal case, many times that defendant is in jail, and there's been a lot of steps or measures taken to remove the appearance that's prejudicial of somebody coming in shackled and in handcuffs and in jury clothes or in jail clothes. We don't want the jury to see when someone's having to be escorted in and out. So things like that can be happening. Other times it can just even be as simple as there's matters that are going to take a little more time to discuss between the parties and the judge. And then when I mean the parties, I mean the attorneys, in terms of what evidence is going to be admitted or not. So sometimes.
Last row. Good afternoon. After conversing with the state and the defense, they've agreed.
Let's go ahead and listen back in as things get back started with this afternoon session here in court.
By you with courtroom personnel before the judge arrived on the bench this afternoon. If you would like to watch the trial, it is being streamed live. You can head to the 12th floor, get off the elevator, and head to the south side of the building. See the sign where it says Judge Michael Kranick, and it'll tell you which direction to go. You can pick up the phone, call my judicial assistant, Anita Barrios, and she can give you instructions on how to watch this trial virtually. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I ain't doing it anyway. Okay, I bless you guys. I'm still the boss of the city, so we gotta work together and try to figure it out.
Thank you, ma'am.
And y'all heard what I said. Ms. Jones, you're fired. Have a good one.
Thank you. To restate the court's prior positions, if there's anyone going to have any outbursts or cannot control themselves, again, I'm going to ask you to remove yourselves at this time. State, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our panel.
All right, just for a little context there, it sounded like the judge was having removed from the courtroom that person who had that outburst, telling them to watch it on the live stream because you're not going to be watching it in my courtroom because we will not be having those outbursts in here. The jury is now coming back inside the courtroom. We expect more testimony in that interrogation video this afternoon, so let's go ahead and listen in as day 2 of the Sarah Boone suitcase murder trial continues here on Fox Local, fox35orlando.com, and on YouTube.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, good afternoon. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch break. Welcome back. We're going to pick up with the evidence and testimony presentation by the state this afternoon. We may have to work after 5 o'clock, possibly between 5:30 and 6. As I recall, with speaking with some of you, you have minor children and may need childcare to pick them up. Is there anyone here who has any concerns with regard to childcare staying till between 5:30 and 6? If you have those concerns, okay. Juror in first row, third seat from the right. Yes, ma'am.
As long as we get a break between now and then and I can call someone, I should be fine.
I would absolutely give you that opportunity right now to do that.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who has concerns about childcare? If you're able to have childcare, ma'am, is that going to affect your ability to listen to the evidence this afternoon?
No, sir.
Okay. Can the parties approach for a moment?
So this is the conversation we were telling you to expect this afternoon because we knew from jury selection that one of the jurors had said that they would need to make arrangements if things continued after 5
just
p.m.
You, not everybody. If you could step out back to the deliberation room and make those phone calls, take your time, and once you come back in, we'll pick up from there and just let me know if you're able to get coverage, okay? Thank you so much, ma'am. Y'all can be seated. Thank you.
So it sounds like things are in a bit of a holding pattern right now while that juror makes a couple of calls to try to get someone to be able to take care of their child if things continue past 5 o'clock today. You heard the judge saying it likely could be 5:30 or 6, that the trial could continue this afternoon as we expect to hear from a Orange County Sheriff's Office deputy and see the interrogation video that lasts a couple hours. And now it is almost 2:30. We're at 2:26 right now, and so when you factor in the questioning, direct questioning, when you factor in the interrogation video itself, that is already pushing it toward 5 o'clock. So it is likely that things will continue past that hour today. But we will be with you here on our live stream, and as we continue to carry this trial gavel to gavel. If you are watching us on our main stream on Fox Local, we do just want to go ahead and let you know that you will need to switch over to our second stream, which you can also watch on Fox Local or on YouTube, where things will be uninterrupted. Looks like that juror is coming back inside the courtroom, and things should be getting underway here in just a moment.
if you can, members of our panel, show me by a show of hands you comply to the court's instructions prior to the lunch hour. All right, record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state you call your next witness.
State you call Chelsea Kepsel.
And good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Yes. It's Chelsea Kepsel. CHELSEY KOEPSELL.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Whom do you work for?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I am currently a homicide cold case detective.
How long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Since April of 2013.
And what positions have you held at the Orange County Sheriff's Office during that time?
So I began my career in uniform patrol, and then I moved on to the sex crimes unit as a detective, and then I moved on to the homicide unit as a detective.
In the homicide unit, tell us, what are your duties as a homicide detective?
To respond to, obviously, homicides and any death-related incidents.
And what type of training do you need to hold that position?
So I went to the police academy, and then after going to the police academy, I became a deputy, and then basically just having experience from other units and taking like homicide courses and like investigative courses to help me.
Is continuing training a condition of not only your employment, but also holding your position in the homicide unit?
Yes.
How is it that you became involved in this case?
So on February 24th of 2020, my partner at the time, Detective Scott Lowen, received a call. Our team in the homicide unit, there's 3 teams that have 4 detectives on each team with a supervisor, and then we have 1 sergeant. And so on that date, Detective Scott Lowen was basically screening calls for that day, and we were at the office, and he told me about the call.
Are all homicide investigations worked in tandem with another detective?
Typically, yeah. We normally always have a partner with us.
And tell us, why is it that we do that?
Well, honestly, it's more for court purposes if I weren't to be able to be in court. But it's also nice to just have someone else's perspective and training. We all come from different backgrounds, so it just kind of helps the investigation.
Once you received the call on this case, where was the first place that yourself and Detective Lowen went to?
We responded to the scene.
And when you say the scene, is that 4748 France Court?
Yes, I believe so.
And when you responded to the scene, who did you make contact with first there?
The first person I made contact with was Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
And was Deputy Rodriguez able to convey you certain information at that time?
Yeah, she explained to me what had been said to her and basically what they have done.
And this location that you responded to, was the defendant present there at that time as well?
Yes, she was. She was outside.
And did you make contact with her?
Yes, I did.
During that time that you were initially there at the scene, did you walk the scene with the crime scene investigator in this case?
Yes, I did.
And when you walked the scene, just tell us some of your observations.
So when you first enter, immediately on the right, there's like a kitchen. And then if you continue down like a very small, short hallway, it opens up to the living room / dining room area. And so when I entered, I could see the victim, Jorge Torres, laying on the ground next to a blue suitcase.
Did you work with the crime scene investigator to identify potential pieces of evidence for collection?
Yes, I did.
Did you also have an opportunity to speak with the defendant in this case at that time?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, what's been marked for identification as states T and states U and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification first as states T. Can you tell me, do you recognize what that item is?
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is that item?
This is the first part of the interview that I conducted with Sarah Boone on the scene.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the conversation that took place between you and the defendant on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, the first part.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states T into evidence.
Any
No
objection? All right, what was pre-marked as states T will be received without objection as states Exhibit 18.
Other than, I may have made a previous objection, other than pre-trial issues.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states U. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that?
This is the second part of the interview with Sarah Boone on the scene.
On February 24th, 2020?
Correct.
And you had an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the second part of that interview that you conducted with Sarah Boone?
Yes, sir.
And is that your initials on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states U into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states U will be received without objection as states 19.
In your honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
T is February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 16:57 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I'm currently located in my unmarked vehicle out in front of 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3 in Winter Park at the Tealwood Park Apartments. And also in the car with me is my partner,
Detective Scott Bowen.
And in the front seat is, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sarah Boone.
Okay, and your birthday?
10/10/77.
Okay. So, Sarah, I know you have talked to some deputies. I know we had a very brief conversation just to reiterate what you told that deputy. But like I was explaining, I would like to get a more further understanding of what happened last night and ask you more detailed questions. I am going to read you your rights, but it's just because that's how we do things, okay? So you do have the right to remain silent, okay? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
Do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Okay. So, last night you said that you and your boyfriend George were here at your residence and didn't really leave that day. You said that he went to the store to buy cigarettes?
Yes.
What time was that around? If you recall. Was it light out still, dark out?
Yes, it was light out still.
It was still light out, okay. But he's the only person that left and he came back?
Yes.
I'm assuming? Okay.
It's right down the street.
It's down the street. Okay. And tell me what you guys were doing next. Like what was happening?
We had a bottle of wine. We painted. We drew. We did puzzles.
Do you remember what wine you guys were drinking?
It's Chardonnay.
Okay.
The bottles are in the trash.
Okay. Chardonnay. Okay. And do you remember around like what time this was that you guys were sharing the bottle of wine, painting, doing puzzles?
I'm gonna say 4-ish.
Okay. And was this before he went to the store or after?
I'm sorry?
Had he already gotten home from the store at this point to buy the cigarettes?
Yes.
Okay. So it was around 4 p.m.-ish that you realized, and you guys were doing
puzzles and art.
Okay.
Listening to music, enjoying each other's company.
And all downstairs, upstairs? Where did you
Downstairs.
guys? Downstairs. Okay.
We usually sit on the back porch because we smoke. You know, I was smoking inside, so.
Okay. And who was here last night? Was it just the two of you?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay. No one ever came over at any point?
No.
No? Okay.
We called his daughters on FaceTime.
Okay.
You're just literally just enjoying one another's company.
Okay. And you guys share the phone that you have,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And the phone's located in there, I think, in the
Yes.
kitchen area? Yeah. Okay. So tell me what happens next. You're painting, you guys are doing this puzzle together, you obviously finished the bottle of wine.
Yes.
Did you have 1 or 2 bottles of wine?
Well, we had one previously that was maybe not even half full.
Okay.
But then...
So you finished that one and then you had the full one?
Yes.
Okay.
And sorry, what was the question?
Just what did you guys do next after the bottle of wine? Like after you finished the wine?
We had the bottle of wine while we were doing our arts and crafts.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, we were puzzled out, we were painted out.
Mm-hmm.
So, being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we had played before. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell, like, he and I have hidden in there before. Like, just having fun and enjoying each other's company.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's literally all it was. And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were going to do donations.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's not a very good suitcase, what was the question? I'm sorry.
You were just explaining to me, didn't I?
Oh, he decided to hide in there. So, being silly, he and I were sitting there laughing at it, like with him in there. And then, so I didn't zip it up all the way, but I mean, enough to where his little fingers were out there and whatever, but still having a good time and whatever. Then I guess I decided to go upstairs and I don't know, I fell asleep. So I woke up this morning and again thought he was downstairs on the laptop looking for a job, as he usually is. And then thought, where is he? Is he on the back porch? Is he in the bathroom? Like, where is he? And then I came to about the suitcase. So I opened the suitcase, I took him out, stretched him out, started to do CPR. Where air was coming out, but, and then like whatever gurgle. So I'm trying to do CPR on him. I'm shaking him, trying to get him to come to, but I can tell by looking at him, something was wrong. He's been losing his teeth lately and has been complaining about his chest hurts, which is why I keep trying to get him to go to the doctor, but because he nor I have a job or insurance, has been putting it off. So again, so I didn't know what to do, so I called Brian, my ex-husband. I called him, he came over, just walked in and then walked out. I grabbed my phone and I called you guys. From there, here we are.
Okay. The first time you woke up this morning, did you look at your phone to see what time it was?
No. Most of the time, like, I'll wake up, but because he nor I have a job, I'll usually just lay in the bed for a little bit longer because the house is clean. There's nothing else that we can do. Me thinking he's on the laptop looking for jobs, I can't use a laptop. So most of the time, I'll just stay in the bed and collect my thoughts and get ready for the day.
So do you have any idea what time you woke up that first time? What time it may have been? I don't know if you guys have that.
I'm going to say 11 something. 11 something.
Okay.
Maybe.
Is that when you finally got up, or is that the first time you woke up?
No, that's the time that I decided to get up because I figured he was downstairs on the laptop. So let him look for jobs on the laptop, and then it usually I'll clean, he'll look for jobs, or vice versa, where I'll look for jobs and he'll clean.
Okay. So you think you got out of bed after 11 at some point?
Yes.
Okay. But we can't recall which time. Do you think you were up for like hours before that, or collecting your thoughts?
Brian, because I was supposed to have my son today to get him up from school. Brian usually calls to make sure, hey, are you sure you're getting Lucas today? Because I've had job interviews.
Right.
Are you going to pick up Lucas? So after he called like maybe 3, 4 times, maybe 5, I finally answered, and that's like...
Do you think you were sleeping and missed those calls?
No, I ignored them.
You ignored them?
Because he's notorious for blowing up my phone.
Okay.
But I understand why, because he's making sure that Lucas gets home.
Right, yeah, okay.
And to do whatever he needs to do day-wise so he can schedule around it.
Were you upstairs in your room at that time when you were ignoring those phone calls?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we're not really sure what time you woke up initially, but you were upstairs collecting your thoughts. You figured he was on the laptop downstairs, so you were just getting ready for your day.
Yes.
You finally got out of bed at sometime after 11 a.m. And had gone downstairs.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking for him. And
couldn't find him. Looked outside, couldn't find him anywhere.
He wasn't in the bathroom. I figured maybe he's in the bathroom. But then I came to.
And then you called Brian.
Yes. He
came
came
over.
over. Yes, he came over.
That's down the road, right? Not very far. He came over, walked in, basically walked out. You called 911.
Yes, I had my phone in my hand. I just wanted to wait for him to get there because I didn't know what to do.
Right. Okay. And then we arrived.
Like, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened, but like, my whole thing is, the whole, like, teeth losing thing, and I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. He and I were having an amazing time yesterday, like we normally do.
No arguments?
No.
Nothing? Okay.
And the thing with him, though, is, which is why we've been doing puzzles and artwork lately, is that he's been stressing out about a job, of course.
Of course.
Which we've talked about. So what I did was start having him do puzzles and artwork to keep his mind off of it.
Okay.
His ex-wife is all over him about sending money, which he can't do because he doesn't have a job.
Right.
So he was stressing about that. He's been stressing about the job. But that's why I started to buy puzzles and paint to get his mind off of them, which is what I don't know if you noticed on the wall in there, it's all of our artwork and stuff.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, music, art, and playing with the dogs, dancing around the room with the dogs. And then decided to play hide and seek. Because we're always trying to outdo each other on where we can hide the best.
How often do you guys play hide and seek?
Gosh, that was maybe, the third time? Maybe.
Okay. Is it a more recent game you've gotten into, or 3 times in total in your relationship you're talking about?
Lately.
Lately.
Because again, like, we were puzzled out, but we painted already, so why not?
So you were downstairs hanging out. Do you remember around what time you guys started playing hide and seek?
Honestly, I don't.
Do you remember if it was dark out?
It was dark.
Okay.
It was dark. But my thing is like when I spend time with him and I tried to get him to start doing it, I don't look at the clock.
Okay.
I'm here with him and we're having a good time. I don't need to know what time it is.
Right. I didn't know if you were like on your phone, if you got a text message, if you got a phone call last night.
We called his daughters yesterday, FaceTime.
Right. What time was that at?
I don't know without looking at my phone.
Okay.
But I ended up.
Would that be the only activity that you had yesterday on your phone?
I called Lucas. I talked to Lucas. He's my son.
Okay.
I always call him.
Morning?
No, it was evening.
Evening? Okay.
But
I'm just trying to help you, like, remember, something you did right before hide and seek that would help you remember a time or give us a good time frame. Because that's important for, us to know. I want to be able to tell the doctors that.
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay. So when you called Lucas, was it before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And when you called and FaceTime his daughters, before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And did you call the daughters first and then Lucas, or Lucas first and then the daughters?
I know I talked to Lucas, but then we talked to the daughters afterwards.
Okay. Okay.
And I don't remember if she called us. No, I know he called Cookie. But yes, we called her.
What are the 2 daughters' names? Or just one? Did you say one
He
daughter?
has 3 children. It's Anna, Cookie, what her real name is Destiny. And then he has a handicapped son, Georgie.
Okay. Who did you call, though, yesterday? Who did you call?
Cookie.
And what is Cookie's real name?
Destiny.
Does she have his last name or something else?
It's Torres. Yes, she remarried, but I don't know her last name.
Okay. Okay, so you know it's dark out, but you're not really sure what time it is. You play hide and seek. How long do you guys play hide and seek before he decides to get into the suitcase?
Wasn't really. I hid upstairs in the shower, and then came downstairs because I was tired of hanging out in the shower.
Okay.
So that's when he was playing around in the suitcase. So because we both thought it was funny that, oh yeah, well I'm gonna zip you up. You didn't come look for me. So again, it's a broken suitcase, but
What do you mean by broken?
It's only got one of these. But because I didn't zip it up all the way, he was doing the...
You mean it doesn't have, like, the pull part?
Correct.
Okay, but it...
No, it's got, I think it's got a, what do you call it? A paper clip.
Okay. So the zipper to it is missing, like the actual zipper that attaches to it to help you open and close is missing, but you think a paper clip was on it instead?
I believe there's a paper clip on it, because I know that the last time...
That's what you used to, like, help assist you?
Well, or you can just stick your fingers in there and...
Right, yeah.
Unzip it yourself, which is why I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay. So how much did you zip it up?
I mean, I don't really know.
You said his fingers were able to stick out?
Yeah, two fingers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm figuring he'll get it. But then I wanted to go upstairs and waited for him, and eventually I guess I fell asleep. I had the dogs in the bed with me, was warm, and then fell asleep.
So you guys are joking, he's in there, you said you could see two of his fingers?
Yes.
And then, like, you just decided, okay, I'm gonna go upstairs now, or?
Because I figured he would get out and then go upstairs and have intimate relations like we normally do.
Mm-hmm.
But I fell asleep.
Okay.
And he never came upstairs. So, again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop earlier today.
Okay.
And then remembered.
Okay. So, is this something that do you guys play hide and seek before you have sexual intercourse, or do you guys just play hide and seek because you're bored and you're just trying to pass time and it's fun?
We were, again, puzzled out. Can't paint anymore. Even started to purge some of the art that's on the wall now, so.
Permission to publish 19?
You may.
Today's date is February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 17:16 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. My first reporting on a separate digital recorder. The memory became full and we could no longer record. But I am in my unmarked agency vehicle with, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sarah Boone.
And my partner, Detective Scott Lowen. We are outside in my unmarked agency vehicle outside of 4748 France Lane, number 3 in Winter Park, collecting a statement from Sarah. Okay, Sarah, just for recording purposes, because it did technically stop and I wasn't able to say the time that it stopped prior, we have not talked anything further, not on recording.
Correct.
Okay, and you do understand that you don't have to speak with me if you don't want to, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So I think I asked you, my last question was, and I'm not sure if you may have answered or not, but my last question was, you guys were just playing to have fun, and it wasn't like something you do right before like sex thing.
No.
Or it's just because
just
you were
being silly.
Okay. But you do say that you are intimate. Are you guys intimate every single night?
No, not every single night.
Okay.
But I mean,
did you think it was gonna happen last night?
Yes.
Did you guys talk about it, or you just
No.
assumed like, oh, we're probably gonna have sex tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is normally after we do the puzzles and artwork and everything, yes.
Okay.
We were just having a good time.
Okay.
Just enjoying each other's company.
And so
dancing with the dogs.
Mm-hmm. At any point, when he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out?
No.
Was he?
We were laughing about it.
Yeah, okay. Did you make any jokes about it? Oh, you're in the suitcase, because I know you had said that you were left upstairs and he didn't basically come find you. Did you make any jokes about, oh, okay, well, now you're in the suitcase?
No.
Okay. But I'm assuming the game was over, like you guys weren't going to continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid down?
Yes, the dogs got in the bed.
Do you guys sleep together in the room every single night?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Okay. And which side of the bed do you sleep on?
It's okay, here's the bed. I'm on the left side, he's on the right hand side. Because I've got Lucas's pictures over here, he's got his kids' pictures over here.
Okay, so you're closer to the door or closer to the other? Are you closer to the door to exit your room, or is he closer?
He is.
Okay. So where the pictures of Lucas are on that side, that's your side?
Correct.
Okay. And is that where you slept last night? Did you sleep in the middle of the bed? Did you sleep on your side of the bed?
I slept on my side.
Your side? Okay. And I noticed there's like one pillow on the bed, and then there were like 3 up against the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Are those his pillows, and he brings them into bed, or what's?
No, when I woke up, what I normally do is, I don't know if you noticed the mice that we have in there, Lucas's mice.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll make the bed, clean the mouse cage, and then go downstairs.
Okay.
So, but what I'm saying is that normally I'll fix up upstairs and then I'll head downstairs.
Okay.
So that's why those were over here, was because I was trying to fix up the bed a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Were they in the bed prior? Like when you went to sleep, how many pillows were in your bed?
We only have the 2.
You have 2. Okay.
Well, it's the 2 white ones and the king-size ones. When we watch movies, we'll put behind the white one, and then the 3rd pillow just goes in between everybody else.
Okay. Do you use one pillow to sleep, or do you each have one, right? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so you just basically didn't finish making the bed, is my understanding. That's why the pillows are up against there's like 3 pillows.
Correct.
Up against the closet.
Yes.
They're like standing.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll move all the pillows off, and then I'll shake out the bed, and then put everything back together.
Okay. Okay. And did he say anything to you while he was in the suitcase? I know you guys were laughing, joking, but was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No. Nothing negative or anything like. I'm telling you.
Just anything that he said, like
we were laughing about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I waited for him upstairs.
Okay.
Did you tell him you were going upstairs, or?
No, I did not. I literally went upstairs to wait for him.
Was the line, was it all gone at this point while you guys were playing hide and seek?
I think so.
Okay. Is it at that point? I mean, I don't know how often you drink, but would you say that you were under the influence and he was under the influence, or?
Well, I mean, we weren't drunk.
Weren't drunk. Okay.
We weren't drunk. I mean, we had a handful of glasses throughout the evening.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we weren't like inebriated where you couldn't drive. You could still, I mean, we were comus mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were comus mentis.
Okay.
You're going to have to explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Okay.
That's why he and I were playing.
Here's the thing, though. This isn't a trick question. You're at your home. You're consenting adults. If you're drinking, say you were drunk, there's no law against it.
Right.
Nobody's judging you. You're at home.
Neither one of us were drunk.
Okay.
We were just
I'm just trying
at the
to
giddy
let
stage.
Okay.
That's what it was. Listening to music again, dancing with the dogs.
Okay. Well, luckily his blood alcohol level will show us at the autopsy as well too. So, you know, we have that as well. Okay, so,
there was no ill will between the two of us last night.
yeah.
None.
When's the last time you guys have gotten into an argument?
Maybe last week.
Okay. Over just normal relationship stuff, or?
It's a little bit of everything because he and I both are stressing about jobs.
Right.
It's been extremely depressing for him where he worked up here at it used to be an Ace Hardware, but Ace dropped them as a franchise because of how bad the store is going down, and he thoroughly enjoyed his job and everybody he worked with. But it's between stuff like that, and then of course we've got the bills that we have to pay, and I've been having to ask Brian, my former husband, for money to pay for electricity and hot water for Lucas and groceries.
Okay.
So I think that, of course, because he can't support me, has been bothering him, which is why I bought a new puzzle for the two of us to do.
Right.
And that's what we were working on in the painting.
Okay. Do you guys normally argue often, not often, weekly, every other?
It all depends on like if he had a good day or a bad day kind of thing, where he would just be happy to come home and see me because he knows that it's going to get better. And then most of the time he would go for a drink and we would sit on the back porch. He would tell me about his day. And we would have a glass of wine and then kind of start our evening-ish kind of thing and smoke. But then we would go inside because we're tired of being outside. And then that's when we started to do the art and puzzles. And then listening to music and playing with the dogs. And it's a thing, tag, you're it kind of thing.
Gotcha. Is there anything he drinks specifically, like his go-to drink, or?
It's honestly whatever it is we can afford.
Okay.
Which is why we used to drink, like liquor, but like months ago.
Right.
Which is why we have the wine.
Okay.
What did you guys make for dinner last night?
He made a pork sandwich with cheese. And what was it that I ate? I think I made a sandwich. And some chips.
You guys didn't have to go out and get anything? You had everything there?
Yes.
Like a sandwich, like a deli sandwich, like deli meat sandwich, or do you think you had pork ham? Like a ham?
I made a pork one the other day for me, him, and Lucas, and they were leftovers. So he
had that.
He made a pork loin sandwich with cheese, and I had there's ham in the
ham sandwich with chips. Okay.
Does he normally come up to bed, or will he do the typical guy thing where he's downstairs and will fall asleep on the couch?
I mean, he's done that before just because of his crappy day that he had, but yes, we sleep in the same bed.
You normally sleep in the same bed. Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
Most of the time, yes. But because he's been very excited about looking for a job, he might stay downstairs for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then would come upstairs, and he and I would watch movies together until it was just, okay, there's no more movies that we want to watch. And then we would just turn the lights off and go to sleep.
Last night, when you said you went upstairs, do you have like a ritual that you do prior to going to bed? Like, do you brush your teeth, wash your face, put on TV? Is there any like normal things that you do?
Me and myself? No. I mean, I'll go upstairs and maybe like rinse my mouth out with Listerine.
Okay. Do you recall what you did last night?
I just got in the bed with the dogs.
Okay.
Waiting for him.
And how long do you think you were up waiting for him until you passed out?
I wouldn't say I necessarily passed out.
Oh, obviously.
Yes, he knows too that I'll go upstairs sometime because of how tired I am.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why he'll just give me my space a little bit. Maybe I'll watch a show and then he'll come upstairs. So, I mean, nothing out of the ordinary.
No, I know, but last night, how long do you think it was prior to you falling asleep?
Oh.
Like, how long did you wait up for him?
Maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, I literally, I dozed off. Warm in the bed with the dogs, waiting for him.
Okay.
I didn't even bother to turn the TV on. Just got in the bed. He knows too that I would go upstairs because of how tired I am. He knows. Like, I'm mentally exhausted. So.
Who usually gets up first? I mean, are you an early riser, or is he an early riser?
He is.
Or he's usually an early riser?
Yeah, he has to be at work by 8 o'clock, so he'll usually wake up at like 6:30ish if I don't have Lucas.
How long has he been out of work?
Gosh, maybe. Well, he did some odd job stuff up there. But I think his last day was like Friday 2 weeks ago.
So he hasn't worked in about 2 weeks?
Yes.
And during that 2 week period, has he maintained just his body naturally wakes up early, or does
Yes, it's his body clock.
Okay. What time is that normally?
Like 6:30, 6:45ish. But again, if I have Lucas here, I have to take him to school, so we're up at like 6:30. I'm feeling really like weird, guys. Like lightheaded.
Okay.
Like I feel really weird right now.
Do you feel like you're gonna be sick?
No, I'm not sick. Just I don't know.
Do you need food?
I haven't even fed my dogs today. The mice need to be taken care of still. I don't think they have any food. But again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop, so he can use the laptop, and then I'll use the laptop afterwards.
So it wasn't, when you woke up this morning, it wasn't out of the ordinary that he wasn't there? You didn't wake up this morning and go, oh, where's George? You woke up thinking, okay, George got up like he normally does before me.
And it's downstairs on the laptop looking for jobs.
You had made a comment earlier that he's losing his teeth.
Yes.
What is
I think we don't know. I think that's one of the things subconsciously that has been really on his mind also, is that he keeps losing his teeth. Like, pieces would break off. He lost a whole molar or something in the back the other day while we're eating. And then he keeps talking about how his chest, and I'm blaming it on the stress.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. I don't know what the teeth thing is. I know it can't be a good sign.
You said he got into, you said an argument, but he had a bunch of facial injuries where he had reconstructive surgery.
Yes.
So he and his brother got into a fist fight?
Oh my gosh, it was horrific, yes.
Was it, I mean, usually when you have that much damage, it's more than just a fist fight. His brother did him with something?
No, wait till you guys see Mo. Mo is a gorilla. Like, he's...
It is possibly that's what's causing the teeth to get messed up?
Did they have to do work on his teeth or his jaw?
Just his eyes.
His eyes.
Just the orbital sockets?
Yes. Well, and they fixed his nose too.
Okay. Now, the damage to his eyes, is that still, I mean, is it noticeable or?
No.
Okay, so when they fixed the sockets, they came back and you couldn't tell that they'd been damaged?
I couldn't tell, but his children recognize it, where they say he doesn't look like the same dad.
Okay.
But to me, I've never noticed it.
No other damage to the jaw, the forehead, anything like that?
No. It was just his eyes and his nose.
Bless you.
You said he's been complaining of chest pains?
He had mentioned it a couple times, where I'm just blaming it on stress. But again, I kept trying to encourage him, with or without money, go to a walk-in clinic.
Yeah.
You'll eventually get a bill. But the teeth thing has been worrying me also, and I didn't want to say anything to him about it. But we were in the process of eating dinner, and a tooth comes out. That's scary to me, and a red flag if you ask me.
Well, this is the reason I was asking what you guys had for dinner last night. What is his dietary habits been lately? I mean, he looks super thin to me. Now,
Yes.
I don't know George, but he does not look like he's an average
He
weight.
eats, believe it or not, like a horse. Like he'll eat like 4 or 5 times a day. Again, one of the things that has been concerning me, which you all will be the first people that I actually say this to, is his weight. For the amount of food that he eats throughout the day, how he doesn't gain any weight. He and I and Lucas going up to Publix every time we step on the scale, and he continuously loses weight. Well, I don't even want to step on the scale anymore.
How long has this been going on for?
Months.
So way before losing this job.
Yes. It's been ongoing. I mean, I'm not going to even say months. I can say at least a good year.
Okay.
And he eats like a horse.
And you said you don't know of any drug history?
Since I've been with him and known him, he's never done drugs. But I know him growing up in Philadelphia, he had a bad stint with marijuana and alcohol. And when you talk to his children and or his ex-wife, she will tell you. His family will tell you. But since he's been with me, no, I have not. He's never done drugs, Alan.
Your phone, is it password protected or
Yes.
touch screen?
It's password protected.
Does George know the password as well?
He doesn't know the code, but he does the face thing.
His face will be able to get on it? Okay.
And the only reason why I have that is because I had lost 2 phones previously where I can't, before I had the passcode was somebody else being able to get into my phone because I lost it twice. So that's the only reason why I have it.
Oh, like that's the reason you put a password on it,
Yes.
just in case you lost your phone?
Yes.
Okay, so do you recall what time you went to bed?
I know that it was after midnight.
Okay. How do you know that? Like, what makes you remember that?
Because I walked up the stairwell and we have a clock that's on top.
Like, do you see it as you're walking up the stairwell?
Yes. You have to turn the corner and it's right here.
Okay. And you don't remember when you went in the shower, around what time it was, looking at that same clock?
I didn't shower. I mean, I showered earlier in the day.
No, when you said you hid in the shower when you were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
Did you happen to look at that clock then and see what time it was?
No, I just happened to look up on my way.
Going to bed? Or going into the room?
Yes.
Okay, so it was after midnight. Do you think it was before 1 a.m. though? Was it between midnight and 1 or?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, if I had to say, it was like 12:30-ish.
Okay. Okay, and when you went upstairs, you and George were no longer having a conversation, laughing about the suitcase. You just decided to go upstairs.
No, we were laughing about it.
Okay, so you continued to joke about it as you were going upstairs,
Yeah,
thinking he'll just get himself out, and then.
Yes, that's why I didn't close it all the way. That's why I didn't close it all the way. I'm like, he'll be up here in a minute now. But then, I guess I dozed off. And again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop this morning. Because he gets out of bed before I do, most of the time.
When you put him in or when he got into the suitcase,
yes,
correct? So the suitcase now, if we're looking at it, what side was his head on when he got into the suitcase and you zipped him? Was his head like on the? If we're looking at it,
it's like this. His head was here. The hole was here.
So his head was closer to where.
Yes.
Like when you close it, his head was closer to where it's closed.
No, that's where his head's here. This is him doing the finger thing over here.
Right, so his head is closer to where you can close it. So when you close it, his head is on that side. Or his head is on the opposite side of where you close it. Because there's obviously an open, there's when the suitcase is open, and then when it's shut. And it's obviously, the zipper's on opposite sides.
So if you do this, yes, his head was here, where the zip part was.
Okay. Okay.
But, again, that's why I didn't set it up all the way.
Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know that we haven't asked you?
I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know, again, if he had, like, a heart attack or an aneurysm or what. Like, I don't know what happened.
Do you keep your phone on you? Like, is it always in your possession?
No. Because it's a community phone between me and him, like, if he needs it, most of the time it's on the kitchen counter.
Okay.
Where it's like, he knows that's where my phone is. Or, hey, after you're done talking to Lucas, do you mind if I call my daughters? So it's
right.
It's our phone.
No, I get it. I just,
But no, I don't walk around with my phone on me all the time.
Okay. Did you bring it upstairs with you when you were going to bed?
No.
No. Okay. So it stays downstairs.
No.
Or is downstairs with him?
Yes, he was downstairs with him. Because that's how I heard my phone ringing, and I knew it was Brian because he called over and over and over and over again, which is what he does.
So you assumed it was him, but you didn't know Brian was calling you, but you assumed it was Brian.
Yes, because he calls back to back to back to back to back to back. Until I finally answer.
Okay. Okay, so your phone was downstairs.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But may I ask you though, because I was telling you guys about it earlier, like I don't know if I'm afraid for my life at this point.
I know. But
I'm afraid.
I don't know anything about your guys' history. Like, I don't know, other than the family not liking you, like...
And they get upset because of the drinking. And just the things that we have gone through, and I know that they don't want him to be with me, but he and I.
Are they gonna tell me that he's an alcoholic?
Probably.
Okay. Are they gonna tell me that you're an alcoholic?
They'll say that, but they don't know. They assume.
Okay. Why do they say that he's an alcoholic?
Because of his track record in Philadelphia and all of the things that he has done. Cars that he's wrecked, ex-wives' cars. He's been divorced twice. And he has, yes, they'll say that.
Okay.
They'll say that, but they don't know. They just assume.
Okay. Well, people have their opinions. Okay, you can't not. There's nothing you can do about someone having an opinion and saying something like that. As far as what's going on here, I've told you, prior, we don't know what happened. So I understand you feel like they're gonna not accept, what happened, and they're gonna think that it's your fault. But at this time, we cannot conclude and say anything differently. I know we talked about you possibly going somewhere else for tonight. You have to do what you have to do to keep yourself safe. But at this point in time, no one has made a threat to you. No one has done anything.
I just haven't said anything to him yet.
Right. But we will obviously talk to them. And, of course, we're going to instruct them that this is an ongoing investigation.
I think I'm my son.
Well, your son's with Brian and is going to stay with Brian. So we're going to cross that bridge when we get to it. I know you're fearful of it now, but nothing has happened to where you're in fear based off past history and what they think of you and how
They threaten me all the time.
Do you have proof, or is it all verbal? Like, would it be in your phone?
No, it's verbal.
Okay.
It's verbal.
So it's he said versus she said, or she said versus she said. So
Yeah, they've been really nasty to me. Really nasty to me.
It's going to be a shock. It's going to be, everyone handles things differently. We're not going to leave there with them hooting and hollering.
She's going to
and
collapse,
being upset.
and then they're going to all come over here.
Okay, well, who's going to collapse? I don't even know
His mom.
His mom? What's his mom's name?
Blanca.
Is that her government name, or is that just what you call her?
No, I think that's her government name.
And you said she lived around here?
They live down the street.
When's the last time you said he doesn't even really talk to his family because he chose you over them, so when's the last time you've seen them or talked to them?
I believe he did something with his brothers a couple of weeks ago, but I don't go over there.
Okay.
Like,
so if he goes over there, you do not go?
No.
But he did something with his brothers?
I'm guessing so. I know that they come up to his job all the time.
When he was working there?
Yes.
Okay.
So they don't come, they have come over here and have just been completely disrespectful.
Okay.
And again, he ended up having to tell them, don't come over here if you're going to act like that and treat Sarah like that.
Do you know their address?
I have it inside. I know it's Baja Boulevard, but if you go down, what is this out here? Goldenrod?
Mm-hmm.
There's a Twisty Tree ice cream place on the right-hand side, and you turn down that road, and then you make a left, and then you'll see Baja, and you make a right, and their house is white, and it's fenced in, and it's got a whole bunch of garden flowers.
Okay. I'm going to end my recording. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
One quick question, just out of curiosity. I'm noticing your front door, it has a bunch of dents in it. What is that from?
When we moved in, they were already there.
I don't see any other doors with dents like that.
Whoever it was that lived here previously, I know it was a girl, but that was here when we moved in.
This ends our recording 17:47.
while you were on the scene on February 24th, did you also make contact with Ryan Boone?
Yes, before I spoke to Sarah Boone, yes.
And did you have an opportunity to interview him?
Yes, I did.
While on scene, did you also begin the process of examining the defendant's cell phone?
I did not examine it myself, but we have a waivers and affidavits form that has a consent portion on it. And so I did start doing the paperwork for that.
You obtained consent from the defendant in this case?
Yes, on scene to search through her cell phone.
And what time did you become aware of the videos on her cell phone?
So a digital forensic investigator responded out to the scene, and she responded out a little after 7 p.m. And I would assume she probably started doing, whatever she needed to do. And then a short time later, she came over and got my attention and expressed to me that I needed to look at something in her phone.
And these were the Suitcase videos, correct?
Yeah, they were 2 separate videos from the night prior.
When you observed these videos, what actions did you take?
When I observed the videos, I directed the digital investigator to stop processing and downloading her phone any further, and that I was going to write a search warrant for her cell phone.
Did you obtain that search warrant for her cell phone?
Yes, it was signed by a judge the next day.
And she was obviously able to finish the digital analysis, correct?
Yeah, she was able to get the full download as well. She had already gotten the videos downloaded the night prior, but she was able to do whatever she does to get the full download.
In the course of your interview with the defendant, you were relayed information that I guess she had gone to Publix the previous day. Is that correct?
In the interview?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, well, I'm sorry, in the interview that we just listened to about going to Publix?
In the course of speaking with her, did you learn that she had gone to Publix?
Yes, I was under the impression that George had gone to Publix.
Did you follow up with that Publix for surveillance video in this case?
Yes, I went to the Publix to gather surveillance video.
And were you able to find that video of them at Publix the previous day?
Yes.
Your Honor, request permission to publish States 2.
You may.
I'm first going to show you the video taken from Publix on February 23rd, 2020 at approximately 12:15 p.m. Ma'am, using the laser pointer, could you please identify the victim and the defendant on this video?
This is the defendant, and this is the victim.
You can advance the video. Do you see the bottle of wine that was purchased in this video?
Yes, it's right here.
We could move on to the publication of the second surveillance video. Can you identify Mr. Torres for us in this video?
Yes, it's right here.
Is that the second bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. In the course of your investigation, did you also interview individuals from the apartment complex while they were living?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to also interview their neighbors as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you interview Juan Torres?
Yes, the following day.
And did you attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, the following morning.
Your Honor, may I approach with the defense?
Yes.
Attorneys talking with the judge right now as Deputy Chelsea Kepsel remains on the stand at this time.
Members of the jury, it is 3:34. My understanding, based on the state, is the next part of their presentation is going to be kind of long in length. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break at this point in time. Similar instruction that I've given you over the last couple of days. Please don't have any discussions among yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved. And do not conduct any independent investigation with regard to those things. We'll give you a 15-minute recess. We will see you at 3:50. Thank you so much for your service. You all may be seated. State, anything we need to address?
No.
Defense. All right, we'll be in a recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, so we are in a recess now until 3:50 was the time he told the jurors to be back and ready by. So a little less than 15 minutes until then. So that is because we expect the next portion to be that interrogation video, that 2-hour-long video that the prosecution said they do intend to play this afternoon, and that will likely take us almost to 6 o'clock in court. You heard the judge and the jury kind of making those arrangements earlier today when the first came back from the afternoon, or excuse me, from the lunch break. So taking an afternoon break right now until 3:50, but we will have more coverage and talk a little bit about what has happened so far this afternoon coming up in just a minute. We're going to take a break here on Fox Local, and we will be right back after this. Well, welcome back into our Fox 35 News Plus coverage of the Suitcase murder trial. I am Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us here on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, live on fox35orlando.com, and also live on YouTube. We've got about another 10 minutes or so before court resumes. After its afternoon break. We expect it then to go another couple of hours after that, as they plan to extend a little beyond 5 p.m. Today. And we will be with you throughout the duration of this trial, gavel to gavel. We are in the middle of day 2 right now, the second day of testimony, and we have heard so far, we are on our 4th witness of the day. We started this morning, in case you weren't with us, with the forensic pathologist from the medical examiner's office, then had a crime lab analyst from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Then we heard from the digital forensic examiner with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and that is when we saw the cell phone video, that infamous cell phone video, 2 of them, one a 2-minute video, the other one about a 20-second video. And so that was what happened this morning. All afternoon so far, it has been Chelsea Kepsel, the homicide detective who took the lead on this case, responded to the scene, and conducted those interviews with Sarah Boone that we have heard so far. So far this afternoon, we have heard 2 audio tapes of interviews with Sarah Boone. As you heard in those recordings, the detective says that those interviews are being conducted inside her unmarked car, and these were statements that were made in the aftermath of Sarah Boone calling 911 to report that Jorge Torres was dead. This is what she told investigators in that interview. I want to play a clip for you as she talked about the night in question here, February 23rd, 2020. This was, again, from that interview with the Orange County Sheriff's Office shortly after she reported Torres's death.
Last night, you said that you and your boyfriend George were here at your residence and didn't really leave that day. You said that he went to the store to buy cigarettes.
Yes.
What time was that around? If you recall. Was it light out still, dark out?
Yes, it was light out still.
It was still light out, okay. But he's the only person that left and he came back?
Yes.
I'm assuming? Okay.
It's right down the street.
It's down the street, okay. And tell me what you guys were doing next. Like what was happening?
We had a bottle of wine. We painted, we drew, we did puzzles.
Do you remember what wine you guys were drinking?
It's Chardonnay.
Okay.
The bottles are in the trash.
Okay. Chardonnay. Okay. And do you remember around like what time this was that you guys were sharing the bottle of wine, painting, doing puzzles?
I'm gonna say 4-ish.
Okay. And was this before he went to the store or after?
I'm sorry?
Had he already gotten home from the store at this point to buy the cigarettes?
Yes.
Okay. So it was around 4 p.m.-ish that you realized, and you guys were doing
puzzles and art.
Okay.
Listening to music, enjoying each other's company.
And all downstairs, upstairs? Where did you
Downstairs.
guys? Downstairs. Okay.
We usually sit on the back porch because we smoke. You're not allowed to smoke inside, so.
Okay. And who was here last night? Was it just the 2 of you? Yep. Okay. No one ever came over at any point? No. Okay.
We called his daughters on FaceTime.
Okay.
We were just literally just enjoying one another's company.
Okay. And you guys share the phone that you have,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And the phone's located in there, I think, in the dictionary. Yeah. Okay. So tell me what happens next. You're painting, you guys are doing this puzzle together, you obviously finished the bottle of wine.
Yes.
Did you have 1 or 2 bottles of wine?
Well, we had one previously that was maybe not even half full.
Okay.
But then.
So you finished that one and then you had the full one?
Yes.
Okay.
And sorry, what was the question?
Just what did you guys do next after the bottle of wine? Like after you finished the wine?
We had the bottle of wine while we were doing our arts and crafts. And from there, just waiting, we were puzzled out, we were painted out. So, being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we had played before. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell, like, he and I have hidden in there before. Like, just having fun and enjoying each other's company.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's literally all it was. And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were going to do donations. And because it's not a very good suitcase, what was the question? I'm sorry.
You were just explaining to me the night.
Oh, he decided to hide in there. So, being silly, he and I were sitting there laughing at it, like with him in there. And then, so I didn't zip it up all the way, but I mean, enough to where his little fingers were out there and whatever, but still having a good time and whatever. Then I guess I decided to go upstairs, and I don't know, I fell asleep. So I woke up this morning and again thought he was downstairs on the laptop looking for a job. as he usually is. And then thought, where is he? Is he on the back porch? Is he in the bathroom? Like, where is he? And then I came to about the suitcase. So I opened the suitcase. I took him out, stretched him out, started to do CPR. Where air was coming out, and then like whatever gurgle. So I'm trying to do CPR on him. I'm shaking him, trying to get him to come to, but I can tell by looking at him, something was wrong. He's been losing his teeth lately and has been complaining about his chest hurts, which is why I keep trying to get him to go to the doctor, but because he nor I have a job or insurance, has been putting it off. So again, I didn't know what to do, so I called Brian, my ex-husband. I called him, he came over, just walked in and then walked out. I grabbed my phone and I called you guys. From there, here we are.
And then here we are. That was from the audio of the interview that was conducted with Sarah Boone inside the unmarked car of the homicide detective who has been testifying this afternoon, and that is Chelsea Kepsel with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. We also saw for the first time some new surveillance video that shows Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres inside Publix just hours before this all happened.
Please identify the victim and the defendant on this video.
This is the defendant, and this is the victim.
You can advance the video. Do you see the bottle of wine that was purchased in this video?
Yes, it's right here.
We could move on to the publication of the second surveillance video. Can you identify Mr. Torres for us in this video?
Yes, he's right here.
Is that the second bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right.
And a live look right now inside the courtroom where we expect court to resume any minute now. 3:50 was about the time that jurors were asked to be back. We do know they were given a 15-minute break because we expect court to be a little bit have a little bit of a lengthy session between now and the end of the day, probably a couple of hours, because we do, as you see there on your screen, expect the Sarah Boone interrogation video to play. It's a couple hours long. You can actually watch it yourself on demand on Fox Local, where we have all of our content for the Suitcase murder trial and content from the past few years, previous coverage of this story leading up to today. Now, in the audio that we have heard so far, Well, let's see here what is happening. Well, it looks like Sarah Boone is now back in the courtroom. A bailiff escorting her back in, unshackling her, taking those handcuffs off. She is seated at the defendant's table. Looks like by herself right now. Her defense attorneys may not yet be in the room. You do see the prosecutors, Dave Cacciatore on the left, and then Will J., who you can see a little bit more of in the screen there, sitting at the prosecutor's table, just glancing over at Sarah Boone sitting there. This will be an afternoon session where we will see that interrogation video. Again, we did just hear the audio where she described, Sarah Boone did, described what happened, and you heard her say it. We were just being silly, played hide and seek. That suitcase was kind of sitting on the floor there. They were going to donate it, and she talks about them having a bottle of wine, painting, drawing, doing puzzles in that afternoon before playing that game of hide and seek. She says she didn't zip it up all the way, then went upstairs and fell asleep. Interesting to hear her talk with investigators and say that she waited up maybe 20 to 30 minutes for him and then ended up dozing off and said didn't see anything out of the ordinary the next morning when she woke up and George wasn't in bed. She said he often woke up first. And then you also heard her repeat to investigators, "I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened." She said that multiple times in that audio recording. Looks like Judge Kranick is now back in the chamber as well. Still do not see James Owens or Tony Henderson, the defense attorneys for Sarah Boone yet. The jurors are not yet back in the courtroom as well, but this afternoon session probably going to extend close to 6 o'clock here. We do know that the judge had asked the jurors if that was going to be okay to stay a little bit longer today, and they were able to make arrangements for that. One of the other things that we heard in the audio this morning, or excuse me, just a little bit ago, was that Sarah Boone reiterated that she was going to be afraid for her life once Jorge Torres' family found out what happened to him. That was something we heard her say in that body camera video that was played in court on Friday. We discussed it with Stephanie Buffamonte this afternoon, that relationship. And I will actually show you a couple of while we're still waiting on court to begin, Stephanie's tweets here from about half an hour ago. She was pointing out about the being no ill will between the two of us, referring to herself and George. Sarah Boone saying that in that interview that was played this afternoon. They also talking about George's teeth falling out. And let's go ahead and get you back inside the courtroom, though, as the judge is getting ready to bring the jury back in here.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. She is in custody but not wearing any restraints. So again, we'll continue to stand when our jury enters and exits. I believe we're getting to the part of the state's presentation with the recorded interview on February 25, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And what do we need to address with regard to that in advance, if anything?
Judge, I believe it's identified as state's exhibit for identification. S as in Sam.
Okay.
And I believe that's the 2-hour interrogation video that I had filed the pretrial motion to suppress, which the court had denied, but contemporaneously I want to make that objection.
Okay, understood. Any other objections?
No, sir.
Okay. It was edited based on the court's granting of the motion in limine, defense's motion in limine prior to trial. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, and a copy of the edited version was provided to the defense, I believe, on the first day of jury selection.
That's true.
Okay. And I'm assuming the video that's going to be provided to our jury this afternoon is that exact same video?
Yes.
Do you want me to read the 2.2 instruction prior to it being played after it being received into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Which instruction is that?
That's the instruction on edited recording.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else we need to address state before we bring back in our jury?
Mr. Beck,
Your Honor, if I may, real briefly.
Appearances, sir.
Contemporaneous objection?
No. I was going to talk about the reports that the court referenced in the last sidebar before the jury was brought in this afternoon.
Fine. Let me just get your appearance, Mr. Beck.
I'm sorry, yes. Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Yes, sir.
There was a discussion discussion regarding these depositions that we're going to be taking this afternoon of the defense witnesses that were recently noticed. I do have some concerns about the court having indicated to defense that if we had reports, things of that nature, we should share those with the state. To the extent that those reports were generated by our investigator, they're potentially work product privilege. And so we're happy to work with the state, cooperate with the state, give them what we can, but I want to expressly state that we are not waiving the work product privilege by providing whatever information we can to allow this process to move forward.
Understood. I'm not seeking to have you turn over anything to the state that may be protected by any attorney-client or work product privilege. My takeaway was there's something that could be provided. If it can, fantastic. If it can't, the court's ruling from previously still remains. Since we have an opportunity to revisit our list during the lunch break, did you have an opportunity, Mr. Owens, addressing the USB to CD conversion for any evidence to be provided or sought to be introduced by the defense?
My understanding is that Mr. Billy Lane was going to go to Staples or somewhere and purchase one of those DVDs, CDs, or whatever it is that makes the conversion. So we anticipate it will be done tomorrow.
Okay, excellent. All right. Anything else we need to address then before we bring back in our panel state?
Not for the state.
Defense. All right, let's stand and bring back in our panel.
All right, so here comes the jury this afternoon. You heard them discussing this 2-hour interrogation video that's about to be played. You heard James Owens, Sarah Boone's attorney, lodge an objection to that. He had filed to try to get this video that you're going to see excluded as evidence from trial. That didn't end up being the case, but there were some edits that were made to it. You'll hear more about that in a minute when the judge reads that instruction, but you heard him kind of reference that, so just so you know what that's about. Jury is coming back in the room, and we are getting ready to start this afternoon session of the trial where we will see that interrogation video. So let's go ahead and listen back in as the Suitcase murder trial continues live here on Fox Local, fox35orlando.com, and the Fox 35 News YouTube page.
State, to recognize our jury.
I do, Your Honor.
Defense, to recognize our jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, again, if you could, just raise your hands to confirm you complied with the court's instructions. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Thank you very much. State, you may continue.
On February 25th of 2020, did you set up a follow-up interview with the defendant in this case?
Yes, I did.
And that was after you had attended the autopsy that morning, correct?
The interview, the follow-up interview was to be conducted after the autopsy. Not necessarily set up, but it was to be conducted after the autopsy.
I apologize if I misspoke on that.
Sorry.
Was that interview recorded?
Yes, it was, audio and video.
And where did that interview take place?
Central Operations at the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked for identification as states S and shown to the defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states S. Tell me, do you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is this disc?
This is the follow-up interview conducted on February 25th, 2020 at Orange County Central Operations with the defendant, Sarah Boone.
And does it fairly and accurately represent the interview that took place between yourself and the defendant?
Yes.
And is that your initials on this disc?
It is, yes.
And you had an opportunity to review it prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states S into evidence.
The only objection is from the previous pretrial issues.
The state will, court will receive an evidence that was pre-marked as states S over objection as states Exhibit 20.
Your Honor, request permission to publish
momentarily. Members of the jury, I have an instruction to read to you before the Exhibit 20 is published to you. Members of the jury, you are about to view and listen to a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view, listen to, and consider this evidence.
Sure. So obviously, you received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday. Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Yeah. Your rights? Yeah. Just the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay? All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. And do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want, so he's got scratch marks to his back. I know that's wrong. Okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you're getting hit and then you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little. I haven't laid a hand on him. Okay. Also too, he fell off my son's bike. Okay. So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the haltery. Okay. So okay. What about the scratches? Because there's also sex. Yes. Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across. I have no idea what that's from. And they're all recent. Like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when he was. In all honesty, we have not gotten into it. Okay. That's why, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back. Mm-hmm. Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so. Well, your son was there when? When was he last there? Oh, gosh. Am I understanding he was there last Tuesday? I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so. Well, we're talking about Sunday. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period. So you're talking about day before yesterday? Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior. Correct. So we're talking about Sunday, and then it's Monday. Thoroughly confused because we had a good time sitting on the back porch having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody. He also had like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head and skull, I have no idea, as if something hit him.
I
consider
not
for
touched him. I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
How would you get those injuries?
Tell me and we'll both know. I have not touched him.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to let us
Absolutely.
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. It was a good day. We've had good days lately, even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
said
even
the
know.
last physical was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was
I'll
a
say
month
a few
ago?
weeks, give or take, yeah.
A few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? You said a month ago you hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, with a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either. Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good. He's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So,
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
the probation officer,
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, there has, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so.
Give or take.
Right, so what do you mean by he comes after you? Like,
he gets belligerently drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken.
Mhm.
And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split foreheads, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost what? I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards and then tend to it. And then it poked me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's,
And why are you still with him?
everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I've bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed, and then it's like, next thing you know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go, so I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else. Or I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that, so he would literally, not literally, but have smoke coming out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the bank to try to get him off of it so he don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Where most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday it made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me on you told me on recording, like, that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't like being non-complimented, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control. So,
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics. We are not, you know. But you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it?
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you, like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yes.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left
Yeah,
over.
Mm-hmm.
And then that you had wine. Well, I don't even know how the wine. How'd you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, cause
Sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll start, go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
is that what he did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because next thing I know he's walking in with bottles.
Okay.
So it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus there's stuff that around the house that I have to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry and he'll go run out and do whatever.
Okay. So where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday? I told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down.
Bless you.
And another thing, too, is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and, like, just, it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because, I mean, we were playing with a dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, that dog, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise. Where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool. And he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay. So in your laptop you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I mean, and then it was.
But you said it was a good day. Like, you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship. You guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole. Like, had too many to drink, and you guys start getting.
No, what I tell you is, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say. With just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through, because
I'm talking about the money, jobs, stress.
Yes.
Nothing relationship-wise, though. Like, no issues. Like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about
just
like
what's
the
going on right now?
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano, where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship, where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you, like I have almost everything. Not a worry, just tell me, get it out of you.
Right.
But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting, listen to music, or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room, and then starts talking, because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. As everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I missed him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him? And
I never stopped. I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now, and I'm still trying to help him.
Yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and
I have no idea.
You were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, kind of like a proof and just in general.
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was way before, I think, the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered. Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand, they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions to to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer, and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, battery intervention program. and actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches, to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
And when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors tell me that. The office, property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, take him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed
I know.
the next day.
I know. What's on your laptop? What did I tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap and just throwing it, like the car would jostle, he's throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is, he pursues me. So, I don't know if y'all know where Katie Way Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he can do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whatever it was. I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm going to go ride my bike. I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. But every waking moment, he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look at some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs and be watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
You're talking about this is like recent? I don't know, you kind of like lost me. Like, what are you?
It was a little while ago.
Now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space. So, have you been feeling that way lately, or?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know, I hate that you can't talk to her, but, Dee, his ex-wife, when I say a monster, she's a monster. Like she withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she's like completely berates him about money, about the father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not like a recent, but which is why he doesn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's going to answer and he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it. It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
What does she have to do though with anything about what happened Sunday and into Monday? Like,
No, I'm just saying, like, previously, why the incidents would happen is she plays a big part in it.
okay.
On top of job and money and groceries and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
Nope, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you went upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then
you just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had to come inside. So we.
About the time you remember what time that was, is what she's asking.
And you said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30ish. But those are the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
like when we started to play hide and seek.
Yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about, if I had to guess, we weren't out there too long. Maybe about 6-ish. Then
you're talking about from hanging out outside and like, okay.
Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there.
Right.
Just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus, it's starting to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit. Started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Started to talk, paint, whatever. Maybe, gosh, that puzzle, we worked on that for probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish
is when you went to hide upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, Tag, you're it. We're so like, okay, we know. Okay, take off. That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs, and then he didn't come up, and you came down, and the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship? When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there, and it was in play because...
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well,
I mean, we were playing.
No, I know.
That time, but
I'm saying, I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so...
The suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations, and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously, I understand, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter. You were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is this something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So.
Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday?
No.
No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password?
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking me if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay. Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's your phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Sarah, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how did he get into it? Because it's password protected.
He'll come and give it to me, and I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, but he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition. No, he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm assuming, other than...
Well, Lucas.
Right. So Lucas wasn't there Sunday.
Right.
Great. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I guess maybe take a picture of them, the two of Tess and
the dogs.
And George and them dancing, but I mean, or it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
Can you move it around? Go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to flash.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
The battery doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked. And,
No.
okay, but why did you say it like that? Like,
I don't think you all understand who I am.
well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything. I would not do that.
You would not zip somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for us to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
Okay. No, it's just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Sorry.
We just want you to watch this. It came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please. Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
Mm-mm.
I don't know how much I can take. Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it. If that's okay.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
No,
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you.
That's you. Your voice.
Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Yeah, that's when you do it. Show me.
I don't know. want to watch it, please.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, you had 2 fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
There's 2 different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping him in different positions, and him saying that he can't breathe, and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
It was flipped up.
right, it was flipped up normal.
Yeah.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it flips over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep,
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
but not intentional.
No, you told me you went upstairs because
What?
you were
Stop
getting
here.
ready for bed.
Stop here.
Okay, but
Where's here?
show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because they're at the end.
And his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just showing you. I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the
I
other video.
understand. I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a.
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you,
It's not malicious.
then what is that?
What does "fuck you" mean to you?
Well,
Like if I were to tell
oh, like he does. Like, I get told everything by a white woman, so
Okay.
my intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself
Yes.
out, but the video shows
That's
at
why I
no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers.
He'll
it
be out
looks
there any
like-
minute.
And then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling you
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you think
Not able
he's
to
joking? You told me he was laughing, and
We were
the
before.
video, there's no
When we first got
laughing.
in there, both of us
So
were.
how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to
No.
recording this?
No. No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But
but
I
you're the
didn't,
only one laughing.
but I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before, too, where it's just like, he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like,
He's never been locked in the suitcase, but
No.
now he's gonna get up, so.
It's kind of, I thought it was
And
the
you
boy
know the oxygen.
crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking, he is begging. And you're the only one laughing,
Okay.
and you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad.
No. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but, like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to, like, feed me. Like,
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
well, I know what,
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
no,
Why don't you remember making the video?
probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
Just because I went upstairs and, just
You
because
told
you're
us-
drunk doesn't
you
mean
told us
that you,
times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mhm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
okay, I understand where you all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just
it.
trying to make sense of it. We're
I
trying to
get it.
figure out
We're
what
trying
you're
to
saying.
figure out this
You
video.
explain it to us. We're listening.
I just did. Like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was, my plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to, he'll be up here any minute.
But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and.
My plan was also to leave him in the suitcase.
So why didn't you take him out?
Because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think, he's asking to come out?
I didn't do it intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
And what was
suitcase,
your plan?
waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when you did it?
I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him? Maybe I shouldn't?
No.
When you that didn't cross your mind.
That's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking. Just,
We're asking.
it's the
You
whole,
tell us.
it's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was, like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't,
He's telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name, and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, nobody understands our relationship. The whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in the suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in the suitcase jokingly? Because it was a joking matter. You put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you
I
love
wouldn't do
George.
that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So, I just...
Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like,
I mean...
that was not my intention.
Well,
I don't have any idea what I said from him.
But by your acts, and that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you're bringing up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally, several times, told him, just fuck you.
When you
Well,
said it
you said it in
in
the
video, you
video.
won't let us play the rest of it. You don't want to...
When I say cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I think so too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating, though, so, I mean, that's what the word cheat means.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told him,
I don't know, Jewel. This is...
What would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
Done what?
Set somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think... So you all think that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm going to go sleep? Is that what you guys are trying to assume? Or trying to, like...
The video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
No.
It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So,
and that's why we want to know.
And I don't remember doing this.
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I have thought about that?
Thought about the video, or thought about...
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm going to go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us, so that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video... Yeah, I mean...
But I'm not going to say...
You thought he could
So,
get out on his
yes.
But the video shows that he can knock it out on his own.
But when I unzipped it with one finger.
From the outside.
But it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
That's what you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I said I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's got.
But the zipper part is broken.
Yeah, which is why we were gonna zip it. I just.
You were able to unzip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
But you could on the inside too. I don't know how.
Well, why wouldn't he have gotten to allow if he could?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if you saw, like, where the hole was. I don't know.
No one sees the hole. You're the only one that. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when it flips over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us, facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers. And we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm just gonna go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this or hears just a little bit like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase and then watches
probably
that
went to
video?
sleep. That's what happened.
But you let him out before. I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you got upstairs. You like consciously had to walk upstairs. You obviously remember going to bed because you were giving me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you got upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I am sick. Especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night, that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has 2 fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different. And it actually shows you upset and, again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So
what
my thing is,
we're assuming, we're not assuming.
But the thing is, so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole.
He eventually would have been able to get out.
Huh.
Alcohol.
Based on what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out. But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you zipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way. Okay. Well, I did not zip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
It is terrible.
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then this, whom I loved. It was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional. I would not do that to him nor anyone else.
But you did.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally go to bed. If I'm thinking, okay, I just
Hold
get
on.
out.
How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you normally do when you go to bed?
do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is the bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to
But
bed to
obviously
do
you
what?
can tell too that, like, I
You
think
go to
it's
bed to do
also.
what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't this. I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yes, you can tell that I've been drinking, but
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't
if
breathe?
if I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do? To portray
We're
me
not
as?
trying to do anything. I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I don't know.
Everything
Fine and dandy.
was fine and dandy. You all know, okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now. I don't know, I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form handled a vital intentional.
Okay. So you just
I
left
didn't kill him.
You left him there to teach him a lesson?
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How is that not intentionally leaving him there?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out no problem. Because you don't.
If he doesn't,
But
then you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved,
And don't stop.
you admit to moving the suitcase, like, over. So
Roll it.
you roll it over, like, it's not like,
I said, when does it be like that? Don't.
you didn't want him to be upside down. How do you even get upside down?
Alright. You guys are killing me right now.
I just want you to hear me.
That's how he talks to me most of the time. I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
Okay.
What's your reasoning for not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Brian, and 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, that I had to I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR and then call you guys. And it was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was going to get himself out, but that he didn't, and you went upstairs, and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say too,
You chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him.
No, wait 1 second. Because I know, with you all, and then, because you continually ask me, time frames, where I told you, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
So when he asked to be let out, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video, he asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so, and then they'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23, so you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times, I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean, I don't
Were you
know.
punishing him?
No. Just,
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you got, this is what you make me feel like.
see, and then it's all backfired on me. It's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of it.
You do.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now too. I will never drink alcohol again. Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
But let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. I'm not
asking a time frame. I don't care about a time frame. He's
So,
in the bag saying,
my God.
and you say, fuck you.
For the whole few minutes that he was in there, minimum 11. But yes, go ahead. Just few. 11.
For one video.
Well, in between those two videos.
Between the
11
videos?
minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's the question again?
Garrett Weimer here. Just really quickly, if you're watching us on Fox Local, Fox 35 News at 5 is getting ready to begin here in a couple of minutes. If you want to keep watching this, just scroll down a little bit further to the Suitcase murder trial section. You can watch it there. If you're watching us on fox35orlando.com/watch or on YouTube, you'll be able to keep watching this uninterrupted.
Where does this game end? You say this is a game. You got
Obviously, the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It's not fair. You guys are trying to, again, he's in there. Night, night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened. How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't. And you still didn't go down and
And it's the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying to do, whatever. For all I know, it's 10 minutes.
He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you can't tell us why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. What am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed, kind of thing. But again, I'm thinking, he'll be up here in a minute. But then I go out.
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going out?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun. You said this was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing, you went upstairs, he had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. But obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to,
we're just trying to figure out why.
Why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why you just left in the bag? Why did
I didn't have any motivation. It was he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's I'm tired now, I'm going to go to sleep.
That's excluding, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted, and he has a
oh my gosh. I don't know what you all want me to tell you. This is not fair at all.
Yes.
That you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come from?
If you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? You're asking to be let out of the suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing. I'm blaming it on the wine.
Blaming it on the wine?
So you guys are assuming that.
You keep saying we're assuming, we haven't assumed anything.
But you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No. By what the facts of what happened. We got there, you said you pulled him out of the suitcase, you said you went up, you went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But then it's I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were assuming, you thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your weapons out. What's your favorite word to use?
Compass mentis.
You've used it today too, to say that you guys are within your wedge. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but we didn't drink both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't. There's receipts for the
They were both purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you didn't, because they weren't there the day before.
So one
There's two
was.
public receipts from yesterday. Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well, I mean, it's receipts, so it's not even worth the going back. So this is, so I don't know what you guys are, I don't know. We were just hoping that we could figure out why you.
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation. Wow.
Well, we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes, that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally?
You got up, off the couch,
It doesn't
and
matter
walked
what
up
we
the couch, or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drugged you up there. You didn't float up the damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did. I don't know what to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in a suitcase. I insisted from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open. No, he didn't. The video has been pushing up. If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it? Okay.
Because you can't breathe.
Okay. If someone can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance. So why would he start doing it? Because he couldn't, because it was all the way thick. Okay. It wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
Well, you didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all the way. He nor I, nor. So that's why this.
You two didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it is.
He does.
See, this is what happened. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like, well,
What about when you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
Really? Like, really?
It's the exact same thing.
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because he and I have not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably gone to jail all those times that he went to jail for domestic?
Well, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the abuser.
Because
I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on, or, like...
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us, we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
And I don't even remember doing that.
Okay. You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and
I
repeating what
understand.
you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like, what's
the one?
Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
So,
You guys are scaring me, so, like, I don't know, like, what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of, like, I don't.
okay, you left him in the bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. Not, again,
the reason that you killed him?
you all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen. I did not intentionally kill him.
So your intention.
I don't know what it is I need to do, or how to do it, or what to say, or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows everything that I've done for George, and loved him, and continuously helped him throughout his life with me, and made him a happier, better person.
And everybody has their limits.
Everyone knows that.
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm gonna snap. Is that what while we're in a good place right now?
Yeah. Absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago. You
The
said.
video was from last night.
Clearly,
So what did that, yeah.
there's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
But I would never do that.
But it happened, and you did.
But that's after being playful.
But no one's
And
laughing.
having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Everyone's having a good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not. Or will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. It's like well.
Because you're sober now, so sober you.
Nice
Well, what about drunk you?
Not, it's both of us. It's both of us. And it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him.
You just zipped them in the bag.
Nor he.
You just zipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No, why would I do that?
Well, you
Good
told me
question,
you
you
did.
did.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put them upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because
Oh my
when
gosh.
you put the stuff in where it's starting.
That's unfortunately because nobody else was there. That's
We have a
unfortunate.
video showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows, one, like she just said, it had been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there, you just zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on its back again, so you had to flip it
I'm
there.
leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious intent or effort was towards this. No malicious.
I would
I'm
say
pointing
this is
at
that
you.
help you sleep, but you're not sleeping, so.
I mean,
Last night, I maybe got an hour.
Right.
in your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very.
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common, like, hey Scott, fuck you. That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is gonna think that. Okay. So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is.
There's no maliciousness towards that.
So I would probably be calling myself that. too.
My intent was not for that to happen.
But he went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe he passed out, I don't know.
Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, it's regardless, that's not really fair.
Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs. You can't
can't fly up the stairs, no one can take you up the stairs. Okay. You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs. It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind.
This whole thing, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever.
It just you're lying and like you're now changing your story.
Lying about what?
You're now you were drunk.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly what you did here today. That's okay.
Earlier.
Everything was
alcohol.
You blamed it on alcohol.
You blamed it on alcohol. Alcohol doesn't lie to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
Yes.
So you did this sober. You knowingly left them down there sober.
I have already told those of you also that we were both drinking.
Right. But you want to admit that you were drunk.
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely. But you're trying to dance around the fact that you
what are you doing? Okay,
you left them in there. You're trying to dance around the fact you left them in there.
this is not.
You didn't leave him in there?
It's not cool. Like this is not cool.
It's not cool.
That
He's dead.
but you think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally.
You intentionally left them in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking he's gonna get out.
Okay, and he didn't.
Obviously not.
When somebody's begging saying, I
But
can't
when you
breathe.
say that, though, but you have to
If somebody let me out, I can't breathe.
no, George, though. Like, again, I thought it was a boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what?
Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you going to open it, or is he 9, so he's not,
Really?
it's not a big deal? I'm just asking a question.
Oh, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in the suitcase.
And you zipped it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
That's what happened. But you keep going away from it.
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened.
Are you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact that that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him.
Love makes you crazy.
It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what, I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him.
Okay.
Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him.
Well, you gave up checking up on him.
Oh gosh. See.
We're simply just trying to go through, I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to, this was such a lasting matter.
It was fun.
Not by that
All day.
That video.
All day.
Anybody looking at it, I don't think anybody will look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, you know, would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son? Like why?
9-year-old son.
Like
why are you so like caught on what we think?
Yeah.
Because you should be more concerned about what you told us.
It's because like you guys are like trying
the things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you know.
Like what is opposite?
Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the only one.
We were playing before that.
Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
Because you're screaming at him. He's
I'm
begging
not
to get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form that it's intentional. At all. Ever. Okay. Are you still going to allow us to do your fingernails? Go for it. Go for it. Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to get that set up. Do you need to know that when you come back and I ask about this? Yeah. So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't
was.
understand how your story changes so much to the
How
fact that
is it changing? Please help me explain it. Understand.
you went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing. And it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I
You're
didn't think
answering.
so. Like, just,
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
it's, okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well,
I
obviously.
was going to say it, I mean,
I can't explain to you. I can't explain to you how horrific it was
okay.
to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember taking this video.
Okay.
How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's going to happen? Like,
Here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does somebody have their wits about him when...
See, that's the thing too. But you can clearly tell. You can clearly tell that I had been drinking stuff. You can clearly tell.
I've had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh. Right.
Regularly.
Right.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not.
These are your neighbors, the ones that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many
Oh my
do you have?
person. What are your questions?
Yep.
Can I help you? Who's coming? Did you do the fingernails?
Yes. You said that we said.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know. So don't take that.
I don't have a problem.
Okay. Just make sure.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
Not today.
What about losing his laptop?
No.
Not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need
That's
to do
fine.
our due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did then, which was not intentional. In that, is that correct?
She's asking about your timing.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not going to agree with anything that you're saying. I'm not, that you're...
So, his person's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all inform her or do I need to call her?
We don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying because he's still on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling. We don't.
Everybody else?
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go tell.
So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes.
The
You need to do what?
substance abuse class and his boundary intervention.
Yeah,
Something else I should carry that. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So, and that couldn't have been of him being in the suitcase.
Or y'all saying that I physically did it?
That's what she's determining.
So,
The ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. I'm leaving it at that. So, I don't know if you all know how to do this, because so that's what I was going to ask you, ask you. So, are you all updating his parents today, or when you get final, whatever?
what does it matter what we tell his parents, maybe?
Because
we're gonna talk to it with them.
okay,
I have to.
but it's going to come down to me.
What do you mean?
Like, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not, so what is it to tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever
Well,
bruise,
here's the thing.
whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There was not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing.
Was it yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right? Did you not meet yesterday?
The valid question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Got it.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I asked you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not gonna happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we asked. We have no way of.
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking.
It'll be up to them to make the arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're going to do.
Our body can't even be released, so.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was going to call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to. How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
It's at the medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then.
It'll be released to the next of kin.
Yeah, okay.
I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger, it goes to them, they're the ones that are going to release it. We don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back. So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what, how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swab with stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to McDaily, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They do their testing.
So, and then like whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase.
Okay.
Why would you guys, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat for Lucas and the ski. And this is just his phone, my phone, and then the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation, and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So, what's next?
They're going to come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about like in the long run. Like, what do I need to like? Do I need to be doing something or like?
I can't tell you what to do.
I mean, like, so like for, like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna like, because it makes it sound like to me like I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it, and a handful of other things that I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up.
Okay. So, we're still investigating. I don't know what you want me to tell you. So, is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is, kind of thing, or like, because I've done the whole court thing, I've done the whole attorney thing, I've done whatever, so if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George. That's not the situation, but it's trying to depend on me. That was not my intent. But it's trying to depend on me. So however or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row. So that's why I'm asking what the next step is other than me getting my nails swabbed. I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what you... I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done so I can, I guess, stick up for myself. I mean, I think you're doing just fine. You came, you talked. I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas is in the house. Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's going to change. That and or me not just show up back home. I'm sorry, what? That or what? Me just not show up back home. That's what, oh, he's so happy that I'm staying over at the house with Brian. I'm so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over. Mm-hmm. And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're going to tell him? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
I don't think it really matters what we're going to tell the parents.
Oh yeah, it is the fuel to the fire. Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know, I'm not saying we're going to go, I'm not saying that we're going to go and tell them every single thing we have, but again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office as public record, so eventually, like, this all will come out. Mm-hmm. So, it's just, like, you're making it sound like we're going to tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation. So let's just nip that in the butt right now. Well, that's what's going to happen. I cannot choose, but we can't even, so technically there's no concrete report yet, even. Right, so it's, you want me to tell you exactly what I'm going to tell them? I don't know what I'm going to tell them. Let's just leave it at that. Just like you don't know why you went upstairs. I don't know what I'm going to tell them. So,
Parents that are dealing with...
Can I call you the way that I did last time? Yeah, my phone is an open line. This should be there now.
No, I'm not.
I get it. Look, I get it. That looks really bad. Mm-hmm. So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional. I don't know you. I can't say I know anything about you. I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, if you're promising on your son's life, that's fine. That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much that's how much it means. I hope you take that to heart. Please. It's documented that you said that, yeah. I get it. Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
What's that mean?
What do you say?
I just said no telling. I mean, our digital forensics unit is, got a lot of cases on their plate. I mean,
Well, and that's not typing my laptop, it's Lucas' laptop. But he plays, you'll see all the games that he has on there.
as soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their case other than how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think, honestly, with everything else that's going on, it should probably be at the bottom of your list of worries.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Did Brian not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, but he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. It's not a big deal. There's nothing on the laptop anyway. So you will keep me posted, like updated. That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
I don't know, I can't, like, I don't know what to tell you though. Like, what?
But you all have more information than I do, where it's like, yeah, you might wanna, or yeah, you might wanna.
I'm sorry, what?
Like, we have more information on what?
Like,
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from you.
but, like I was telling her, like, yeah, that's bad, like, which I swore on my son's life was not intentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself going forward with it, nonetheless, with his family. And are you all just showing up with Lucas now?
We've already both told you that we need to be mindful in these situations.
So do you guys, I guess you're gonna call me tomorrow? Or do we have to come back down here?
I'll chat with you next time. I have no idea when I'm gonna call you next.
Isn't the report come out tomorrow?
Our report.
I'm just saying a report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity. So if someone were to come request something, then...
No, I'm talking about, his autopsy.
She's waiting and doing more follow-up, but...
She's looking at him against
Yeah.
but she won't be finished with him because she's pending for other stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done? For now? How long does this stuff take to get back?
The FDA
results? You won't get back. The swabs and stuff will stay.
They don't know about it?
Our dispatch center keeps calling my phone. I keep having to have other people call them to see what they need.
I hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent. I miss him a lot.
But my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position like that?
Yes, but you have to understand too,
Just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I have no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why
Why
would I
did
do
you?
it before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly have said why. Why?
No, you don't know why. You just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay. Really? I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know.
Saving and penning. The fact that you guys would feel that I'm that kind of person.
We're not assuming anything. We're going by the facts. It happened.
Like you said, you don't know me. What time is it, please? 4:46. And so, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough. I think that's why I haven't slept. Because that's all I see. So that right there says something. Not my intention. Nonetheless, I have to live without him now. Nonetheless. Punishment in itself.
Definitely a tragic situation.
I'm very wrong. It's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Absolutely.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
His daughters too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel?
There's no problem.
She is fine. That was there yesterday. And then she took your photos. So I'm just going to take a swab and go around on one hand and then do the different ones for your other hand. Brittany? Sarah. So, you're not free to go? Okay. Do you promise everything you told us is the truth? Or no? Everything we talked about today?
Yes. What do you mean?
He asked to swear. Remember I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so you raised his hand to remind me to tell you.
Okay.
Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
For which?
True and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
What, that it wasn't intentional?
Everything you said today, everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct. Yes.
Why?
That's how you
talk to somebody is we to assure that everything that we talked about is
true and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
not a trick question.
To the best of my knowledge?
To the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Okay. Okay.
All right, do me a favor, stand up. I need you to turn around, face the wall. Put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No.
Okay.
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally.
We understand that.
He's still dead.
Well, we don't
Someone
really
needs to call Brian, please.
Okay.
Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call when we get you down to the jail.
So why is this happening? So this was a trick.
No, it's not
No,
a trick. How's it
okay.
a trick? I'm sitting here to ask you to explain a few things to us. And
You were right, you're right.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
Doesn't matter. It's still there. Do me a favor. Have a seat. Really?
So if I can show up. Why is this happening?
Because
Before you all said I could leave. That I was done after that.
we were done, yes. We were done. Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is.
We are done.
Right? Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
You will,
Someone needs to call Brian. Lucas is waiting for Mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
that's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not going to have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
No.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
You'll be afforded a time in court. You'll be afforded an attorney. You'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that, though?
I have no way of being able to tell you. You should make a first appearance probably tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending on how things are busy, how quickly you get down there.
I had a suspicion that this was going to happen. And I need water like really bad, please. You all check me down here.
Absolutely did not.
I just got those.
Okay. Yeah, you're not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes in my bathroom. What? Am I going? Jeez, for that.
And what am I supposed to do with my car?
Till you find where it is. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones. You'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down there, get booked in, you'll be able to use a phone in the waiting
But how
room.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
Yeah, no, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I would say within the hour. It's a pre-phone call in the lobby. It's a pre-phone call.
All I'm doing is bringing dinner to my newspaper and all this.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I gonna be talking about those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the big bay. You'll be left there for a
Can you
little while.
request that when I'm there?
No, that's not up to us. We don't work at the jail.
As long as what you're saying is you don't
If
act
you go in
up.
and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and
How do
cursing,
you do that?
I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the big bang?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Yeah, because the last time I had a major panic attack was a little bit.
Thank you.
I have not.
So what am I gonna do with my purse? Okay.
At first it's gonna come, but the cigarettes are stuck in, so.
I put through a lot of crap too. My bad.
Oh, no, that's all good. Mine are no options, so.
What made you all decide to do this?
Made us decide to do this.
Uh-huh.
Georgia said.
You guys, I knew this was gonna happen.
You did? Okay.
So I came down to the village.
Yes, absolutely. We were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out.
Unintentionally. Don't forget, I have my, I don't know if it's able to see or not.
I apologize.
I have things in my car that I need to.
For your.
What kind of stuff do you have in your car that you're worried about?
Well, I have my medication.
Okay, they have a pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing a
It's
nurse.
panic attack stuff.
So, again, when you get checked in, you're going to be seeing a nurse. And that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work down there, so I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy. And that you will be afforded to see somebody. Got it?
Hold on.
Yes, ma'am. I just put it in there. All right.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Yes.
All right, attorneys approaching the bench. You've been watching for almost 2 hours now the interrogation video that detectives, including that detective you see who is still on the stand right now, Detective Chelsea Kepsel with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, conducted with Sarah Boone inside that interview room. On February 25th, 2020. So this would have been 2 days after the night in question, the day after this was reported, the day after the first kind of contact between investigators and Sarah Boone. And throughout that video, you heard quite a bit of discussion about inconsistencies detectives were pointing out in what Sarah Boone had told them that first time they spoke in that audio interview and the video that we just watched. It is now almost 6 o'clock. We will see what the next step is as to whether they continue this evening any longer or if they wrap for the day and begin tomorrow morning. Let's go ahead and listen in and see what the judge has to say. The attorneys and the judge still discussing things right now as we get a look at Sarah Boone sitting at the defendant's table.
All right, members of our jury, I have an instruction that I need to read to you at this time. You have heard and watched a recorded interview that contained opinions and statements by Detective Lowen and Detective Kopsel to Sarah Boone. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officers as true, but only to establish the context of Sarah Boone's reactions and responses. You may continue.
Ma'am, did all of these events that you have testified to in regards to your investigation, did they all occur in Orlando, Orange County, Florida?
Yes, they did.
And ma'am, do you see the person today here in court who admitted to zipping up George Torres in a suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the person today here in court whose voice you heard on the suitcase video taunting George Torres?
Yes.
Do you see the person here today in court who admitted to you flipping George Torres while he was in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the person today here in court who admitted going to bed while George Torres continued to suffer in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify that person by an article of clothing they're wearing?
Yes, she's at the defense table in black and I guess a pinkish top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
No further questions at this time.
Members of the jury, it is 5:59. I tried to get you out of here before 6. We will continue with the balance of the state's presentation tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'm going to give you another instruction similar to what I've read you previously over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, we'll be in recess for this evening. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. And again, I thank you for your attention and your sacrifice in this matter.
Out goes the jury on this day 2 as it comes to an end just after 6 p.m. Things began this morning around 9:45 and just now wrapping up for the day. So going a little bit later than they typically expect to, wrap it up around 5, but also started about 45 minutes later than normal as well because of a delay in getting the jurors inside the courtroom. So we do want to just to kind of quickly recap some things that happened this afternoon. Let's go ahead and listen in real quick here.
Received a motion from the defense that I guess they filed at 5:08 p.m. regarding the witness Pearl Walker to appear by Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
It is not something I can agree to, and I'm not sure if they are meeting for deposition or trial or both. It doesn't specify.
No, I talked to Miss Walker's daughter, who is her caregiver, and they're going to have her down here at 6 o'clock at the state attorney's office for the deposition, and then they'll go from there. Kevin Beck's going to be handling the deposition. But she's outside the courtroom, Judge.
Okay. Specifically referring to a motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed October 21st, 2024 at 5:08 p.m. The court has reviewed it. We can address this tomorrow after you've had the opportunity to take the deposition.
I would just submit, based on what we've just heard, that she can appear in person because she has.
Is that your final position?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it would be wise to ask her those kind of questions from the lawyers so they would be able to give a more detailed response about why she doesn't want to appear in court. But I understand their position.
Here's the problem that I have. The rule 3.116D requires or allows the court to have virtual testimony or remote testimony if all parties consent. And I'm not hearing consent on behalf of the state attorney's office. And in reviewing the other portions of that specific rule, it all follows if there's consent. So I can't allow your request based on the lack of consent between the parties. So for the record, the motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed today, October 21, 2024, is denied in accordance with Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.116, Section D, Paragraph 1.
Judge, and the only other thing is we're trying to logistically get our witnesses here. We've got to fly one in, and of course, Ms. Walker and the experts. I'm just asking for what their plan is for their case for tomorrow.
Judge, we covered it up at the bench, I thought. This is our last witness. It's up to them on how long they cross her. I thought we anticipated Ms. Boone taking the stand at 10 a.m.
He mentioned 10:30.
And my understanding was that Mr. Cacciatore had no further questions for Detective Kepsel, and that we would tender her for cross tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Mr. Henderson had advised it would be 30 to 45 minutes. Taking the worst case scenario, that would be 9:45, built in 15 minutes for redirect. I don't know if it's going to take that long. We will then remove the jury. Once the state rests, we will address any motions. I will colloquy your client on a couple of different matters, and then I will turn it over to you. So I would say that the start time, a good range, would be between 10 and 10:30. I hope we don't have the same delays we had this morning with access. It's Tuesday, not Monday. There may be less jurors, so it may allow better efficiency in moving our panel in. But as soon as the state rests, I intend on moving to motion, colloquying your client, and turning the ball over to you, sir, for you to call your first witness.
Prior to Sarah Boone testifying, I am going to want to view with her the suitcase in the back.
Understood. Okay. Anything else, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, may I approach an unrelated matter?
All right, interesting to hear some of that discussion there at the end as they considered some of those motions, but also just kind of got a little bit of the playbook there. So this, as we heard from the prosecutors, this Detective Kepsel is the final witness that the prosecution expects to call, and then the prosecution will rest its case. So that means tomorrow we expect the prosecution to rest its case, and we expect the defense to begin putting on its case in defense of Sarah Boone. You see, she is still at the defendant's table getting ready to be taken back out for the day, as she will be shackled back up and handcuffs put back on her as well before they lead her from the courtroom. So it is now after 6 p.m. on this Monday, day 2 of the trial, after 4 days of jury selection, and much of the day was spent listening to audio and seeing the video of the interrogations, the interviews that investigators conducted with Sarah Boone in the aftermath of this happening. Now, for the first time earlier today, jurors saw that cell phone video that was referenced, that we have seen likely many times, that shows when George was inside the suitcase, and that was a big line of questioning inside that interrogation video that we watched for the last 2 hours. As one of the things that Sarah Boone was asked about, did you remember taking any photos or videos? She denied it, and then investigators walked in with a laptop and ended up showing her that video that we have seen many times. Sarah Boone now being taken out of the courtroom as the end of the day. I do want to play one part for you before we wrap up here. And that is just a little bit of a recap of one thing that she said while speaking with investigators, saying about this being a horrific situation.
This is horrific, okay? Horrific. This is terrible. Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then this, whom I loved. It was not intentional.
I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional. I would not do that to him nor anyone else.
But you did.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally go to bed. If I'm thinking, okay, I just
Hold
get
on.
out.
How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you
it's still
normally
not
do when you
what
go
I
to
did
bed?
do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is the bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to
But
bed to
obviously
do
you
what?
can tell too that, like, I
You
think
go to
it's
bed to do
also.
what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't this. I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yes, you can tell that I've been drinking, but
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't
if
breathe?
if I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do? To portray
I'm not
me as?
trying to do anything. I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I don't know.
Everything
Fine and dandy.
was fine and dandy. You all know, okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now. I don't know, I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, hand on the Bible, intentional.
Okay. So you just
I
left him
didn't
there
kill him.
You left him there to teach him a lesson?
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How was that not intentionally leaving him there?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out no problem. Because you
And
don't.
then he doesn't,
But
but you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved,
And don't stop.
you admit to moving the suitcase, like, over. So
Roll it.
you roll it out, like, it's not like,
I said one of them to be like that. Don't.
you didn't want him to be upside down. How do you even get upside down?
Alright. You guys are killing me right now.
That was some of the interrogation video that was played for jurors just a little bit ago inside the courtroom in Orange County. Again, the prosecution does plan to rest its case tomorrow morning, as we heard them say, and then the defense of Sarah Boone will begin, and she is expected to testify in her own defense. So we are going to wrap up our coverage here on Fox 35 News Plus. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox Local, on fox35orlando.com, and also on YouTube. And we will be right back here at 9 a.m. When jurors are expected to be back, and the trial will continue for day 3 of the Suitcase murder trial. We will continue to stream that for you as we continue our gavel-to-gavel coverage. So 9 a.m. tomorrow, we will be right back here with more. In the meantime, on our stream, you can continue to watch Fox 35 News. And if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you come back to our page tomorrow for day 3 of the Suitcase murder trial. Going to go ahead and leave you with a view of rainy downtown Orlando right now on this Monday afternoon. Thanks for joining us.